ready? John, Matthew, you ready to go? Okay. Order, order. Question to the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care. Calls Secretary Sajid Javid to answer the substantive question number 1 from Virendra Sharma. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I would like to take questions 1, 2 and 3 together. I want people to be able to get the care, they need, when they need it, and to have the choices they want. I want people to live their life in full, to live independently as part of a community for as long as possible without facing an astronomical care bill. So we are committed to social care reform and we will bring forward proposals this year.
Let's go to Mr. Virendra Sharma. Virendra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the Secretary of State, for giving a response to my initial question. 11 years into this Tory government, 10 years on from Dilnot, and over 700 days since the Prime Minister promised to fix social care once and for all. Looking at it and studying the options is not enough for the 4 out of 5 people that say we need a solution now. Is this just another of the Prime Minister's promises that won't quite materialize?
Mr. Speaker, we have already seen substantial increases in adult social care funding, but the government has said, of course, we want a long-term sustainable solution, so we will bring forward proposals on that. But later today, the Honourable Gentleman will know that we're debating the Health and Care Bill, and that's also about structural reform, so I look forward to seeing him in the I-Lobby.
Right, let's go to Mark Harper.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Could I just say to the Chancellor, first of all, when he brings forward those proposals, the Secretary of State rather, when he brings forward those proposals, can he make sure that he addresses both social care for working-age adults, which actually accounts for over half of public spending? The debate is always focused on older people, and people of working age often get forgotten. The reason for my slip just now was he'll be aware, as a former Chancellor, that the tax burden was at a 50-year high before COVID. So can I say to him, when he brings forward those proposals, can we not just default to putting up taxes, however they're disguised, but look at overall government spending, set some priorities and make some choices about what we think is important? Social care is important, but we need to make those choices about overall government spending.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, right honourable friend, first of all, he's right to bring to the House's attention the way that the government is also working with social care for working age people, and he's also right to point out it is. I was thinking the other day, the numbers around, I think 55% of total adult social care spending is for working age adults, and it's important we continue to provide that support. And he'll be pleased to know I'm working with the current Chancellor and other Cabinet colleagues on bringing forward a more sustainable long-term plan, and I hope that he will support it when it comes forward.
Let's go to Martin Vickers. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome what my right honourable friend has said so far, and the moves that he's making in dealing with the social care issue. One thing that particularly elderly people are worried about when they're in care or in hospital are the recent reports of do not attempt resuscitation orders. Could my right honourable friend give an assurance that they will only be put in place with the authority of the patient or their next of kin? And is he making inquiries into recent reports of their widespread use?
Seriously?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend will be interested to know that the Department did commission their Care Quality Commission to review the DNA CPR decisions that were being made during the first wave of the pandemic, and this review was published in March. And the Department then established a new ministerial oversight group that will be responsible for delivery and the required changes that were recommended in this review. And we want to ensure adherence to this guidance throughout the system whenever DNA CPR orders are used. And the first meeting of this new group will take place on the 8th of June.
Minister Liscan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome the Secretary of State to his new position. And I wondered if he might be able to clarify something for me. 5 days ago, he told the local government conference, and I quote, we might not be able to announce the whole plan for social care reform with all the details, but that he hoped, and again I quote, to set out the general sense of direction. The general sense of direction, Mr. Speaker, 2 years after the Prime Minister made a clear promise to fix the crisis in social care once and for all. Since when, more than 40,000 care home residents have died from COVID-19, 2 million elderly and disabled people have applied for care but had their requests turned down, and millions more families and staff have been pushed to breaking point. So what is it, can I ask the Secretary of State, when will we see the plan? Will it provide the full details that he and his care minister have promised? Or does keeping your word mean nothing to anyone in government anymore?
Secretary of State.
I think the Honourable Lady may have well misunderstood what I said at that conference. I'm not sure if she listened to the whole session, but it's worth repeating. The government is absolutely committed to coming forward with a sustainable plan for adult social care and bringing that plan forward to make sure that every person, when they reach old age in our country, can have the dignity that they deserve, and we will bring forward full proposals, a full plan this year.
Bonner.
Aye, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, since the start of the pandemic, we have acted swiftly to reduce the spread of the virus and to keep the public safe. As our vaccine programme progresses, links between cases and hospitalisations weaken. And this does mean that we're confident that we can move forward with step 4, as I set out in the House yesterday.
Steve Bonner.
Thank you, Secretary, for that answer. Mr. Speaker, after the plan changes next week, the Health Secretary has predicted COVID cases will reach 100,000 a day. Research is suggesting this could result in 3,000 hospital admissions and again put our health services under pressure. What is his response to Dr Mike Ryan of the World Health Organisation, who described the proposal to remove all COVID measures and simply let people get infected as epidemiological stupidity?
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman talks about, understandably, pressure on the NHS, and he will know, because of the restrictions that we have necessarily had in place during the course of this pandemic so far, that has also led to considerable pressure on the NHS, especially when it comes to non-COVID health problems. He may be aware, maybe for his own constituents, that mental health problems are up. There's many undiagnosed cancer cases, domestic violence is up, child abuse is up, and I hope he will agree with me that one of the things that we can look forward to as we gradually start removing restrictions is helping people with their many non-COVID health problems too.
Madam Minister, Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also welcome the Secretary of State to his new role? I hope he will soon see that the Department performs best when it follows the scientific advice. This morning, Professor Graham Medley, the Chief Modeller for SAGE, said that if mask wearing is not mandated, it probably won't do any good. That is advice that would explain why last year the government moved from just guidance on mask wearing in May 2020 to making it compulsory on public transport in June and in shops in July. So if the advice is clear and the government took that advice last year, why on earth are they moving away from it now?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman will know that the government's decisions are rightly informed by the best possible scientific advice that there is, and also, as well as that, looking at the data and then taking all of that into account when reaching decisions. The honourable gentleman asks about masks. I've answered that question a number of times at the dispatch box, and I'm very happy to repeat that we are moving away from a system of regulation to guidance, but in that guidance, which was published yesterday, we've made it very clear that in certain situations, masks will still make sense, and we believe that people will use their common sense and follow that guidance.
Robbie Moore.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I will answer questions 7, 8, 9 and 10 together. In our manifesto, we committed to building 40 new hospitals by 2030 and upgrading another 20 hospitals. We are delivering on this commitment and now have plans to build 48 new hospitals this decade. We are also delivering improvements across the country to hospital maintenance, eradicating mental health dormitories and improving A&E capacity. And finally, the Department has received a £9.4 billion capital settlement for 21-22 including the first year of a £5.4 billion multi-year commitment until 2024-25 for new hospitals and hospital upgrades, and £4.2 billion for NHS Trust's operational capital.
Robbie Moore.
Mr. Speaker, 83% of the Airedale Hospital in my constituency is built from aerated concrete, with the building containing 50,000 aerated concrete panels in its construction, which is 5 times more than any other hospital in the UK. This is a building material which is known for its structural deficiencies. So can my honourable friend assure me that when his department considers new infrastructure projects, those schemes with the highest risk profile, like the Airedale Hospital, will be an absolute priority?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend, who is a doughty campaigner in this House on behalf of his local hospital at Airedale. Indeed, going the extra mile, I gather from the Keighley News, by committing to run 100k in 10 weeks to raise funds for, among other things, the Friends of Airedale Hospital. And I hope that, if it hasn't finished it yet, is going well. To his substantive point, Mr. Speaker, he raises an important issue. Airedale has been allocated capital investment in the millions for the 21-22 financial year from a funding budget that's ring-fenced for rack concrete plank remediation. But I can reassure him that as we look to set the criteria for the next 8 hospitals, safety considerations are highly likely to be one of the key considerations there.
Let's go to Philip Dunn, audio only. Philip. Philip, can you come in?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will be aware that in March 2018, Shrewsbury and Telford Hospital Trust was allocated over £300 million to undertake a radical transformation of its acute hospitals at Shrewsbury and Telford. Since then, the Trust's management are engaged in finalising the strategic business case. As a consequence of changes to the Green Book and clinical standards, the cost will have increased. Will the Minister commit to meet with Shropshire and Telford MPs once this business case is complete to help ensure that the project can still be delivered?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. NHS, E&I and the Department of Health and Social Care wrote to the Shrewsbury and Telford Hospitals Trust on the 19th of November of last year, confirming we remain committed to supporting the scheme. This letter confirmed the allocation remains at £312 million at this time, and of course he will recall that I committed to approving the request in principle for £6 million of early funding to continue to develop the scheme. It's an important scheme, we want to see it proceed, and I'm very happy to meet with him and fellow Shropshire colleagues.
Randall.
Mr. Speaker, in my role as Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary for Axial Spondyloarthritis, I've heard from many about the vital importance of hydrotherapy pools and supporting those living with the condition. But there has been a concern that the reopening of these pools following the pandemic has been jeopardised by space within hospitals being allocated to other functions and a general low level of prioritisation. So will my honourable friend agree that it's vital that we have robust plans in place to reopen as many of hydrotherapy pools as possible? Would he consider a meeting with me to discuss this matter in further detail?
Minister.
Sp Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I pay tribute to his work and the work of the APPG for axial spondyloarthritis, hopefully pronounced correctly, sir. He raises an important point. The challenges posed by infection control and the impact of the pandemic on hospitals' operation has had an impact in this space, but I entirely recognise the value and the importance of hydrotherapy as a treatment for particular conditions, and I'd be delighted to meet him.
Shadow Secretary of State, Jonathan Ashworth.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Now, of course, the number of general and acute beds open across the estate impacts on the Trust's ability to get on top of the elective backlog. The elective backlog, of course, now stands at 5.3 million, a record high, 336,000 waiting over a year for treatment, 7,000 waiting over 2 years for treatment. Now, on appointment, the Secretary of State promised to Trust that they would get everything they need to get through the backlog. So how much will Trust get and when will they get it?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. It's an important question, as the Secretary of State has made clear. Tackling the elective backlog is one of his key priorities in his new role. The Right Honourable Gentleman will be aware that the Government has already committed £1 billion to helping tackle that elective backlog. That, of course, coming on top of the record funding of £33.9 billion to 23-24 for our NHS. But that commitment remains. We will do whatever is necessary to ensure that our NHS can tackle the elective backlog and get those waiting lists down.
Jonathan Ashworth.
For his answer, but if it is a priority of the new Secretary of State, why was it on Friday that trusts were told that the threshold for accessing that elective recovery funding was increasing, effectively making it harder for a trust to access funding at just the time when hospital admissions for COVID are increasing and we have trusts such as in Leeds and Birmingham cancelling cancer surgery? Surely we should be giving trusts more resources now, not restricting access to the elective recovery fund.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, well, in terms of the Elective Recovery Fund, we've worked with the NHS to determine the right thresholds and also the right premiums for payment for elective activity over and above what we would be expecting in the circumstances. The NHS is doing an amazing job in difficult circumstances, he will appreciate, with IPSA restrictions and the impact that that has on the ability of trusts to see the number of people they normally would do. But they are taking huge strides to restore services, and the ERF is there to help ensure that they are funded for that activity levels to get it up and above where it needs to be to get those waiting lists down.
Substantive question to Minister Harker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In respect of the NHS and trade deals, we've been clear that the NHS, the price it pays for medicines and the services it provides are off the table in our trade negotiations. No trade agreement has ever affected our ability to keep public services public, nor forced us to pay for more medicines. My department works closely with the Department for International Trade to ensure this is reflected in negotiations of new trade deals.
Let's go to Ian Lavery. Ian.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Last week we proudly celebrated the wonderful creation of the NHS, the most cherished of our national institutions, yet grave fears remain about its ultimate privatisation under this government. Mr. Speaker, if the government is determined to sign up to the provisions in the Trans-Pacific Partnership for Investor-State Dispute Settlement, can the Minister at least do one thing today to limit that damage? Will he guarantee that the NHS will be totally exempt from the scope of those ISDS lawsuits? And will he ensure that exemption is written into the terms of the UK's accession?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his question. The government's been clear in its published approach to negotiations, both on the CPTPP and any US trade deal, that protecting the NHS is a fundamental principle of our trade policy. The UK will ensure that the terms we sign up to in any trade negotiation uphold this government's manifesto commitment that the NHS, its services and the cost of medicines are not on the table, and that we hold true to our principles underpinning the NHS of a service available to all at the point of need, free.
David Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 14.
Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I'd like to group 14 and 15. We are committed to halving childhood obesity in England by 2030, and the 2020 strategy takes decisive action to help everybody achieve and maintain that healthier weight. We've 5 trailblazer sites working to create a healthy environment for our children. We've laid regulations for out-of-home calorie labelling. We've put £100 million into funding for adult and child weight management and announced the introduction of some of the toughest advertising restrictions for children on exposure to high-fat, salt and sugar products, both TV and online. This is about a cumulative effect of several policies.
Grateful to my honourable friend for that wide range of measures that she mentions. Can I also encourage her to work closely with colleagues at DFE and DCMS on an expanded children's sport and activity plan, both in and out of school, to try to make 60 minutes a day as much a norm as 5 a day fruit and vegetables, bringing in the power of sports clubs and the governing bodies, and finally getting more of those school facilities available for out-of-hours use.
I thank the Right Honourable gentleman for his question, and it's music to my ears. He will be pleased to hear that last week, with ministers from DCMS and DFE, I was in front of the Lord Select Committee talking about doing just that, how we can build on DFE's 10.1 million contribution so that we can unlock the 40% of facilities that lie on school estates, and we can help get children active for those 60 minutes a day. We'll be publishing our cross-departmental update to the school sport and activity action plan later this year.
Who's on that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, ultra-processed food is basically high in fat, high in salt and high in sugar, and highly addictive, and I believe it plays a significant part in the growing crisis that is obesity. And I genuinely believe that it's not food in itself when you consider all the flavourings and artificial colourings that have to go in it to make it taste like food in the first instance. Does my honourable friend agree with me that the food industry needs to play its part in tackling the obesity crisis and not contribute to it?
Thank you very much. I do. This is about helping people and caring for people. We know the detrimental effect that obesity has on all stages of our lives, and how it costs personally and in productivity terms, and on the NHS, being the precursor to diabetes, heart disease, cancer, musculoskeletal and so on. We can't afford for the country not to tackle this issue. I'm encouraged but want to see business go faster in that reformulation ambition to reduce that salt, sugar and fat in these products.
We have a substantive question to Minister Churchill.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to being transparent about the collection and use of data. We pause the implementation of GP data for planning and research service, and we have had productive discussions with RCGP, the BMA, health charities and others. We've listened to the concerns, we will respond to them, we will continue to listen, and we will take our time. We will show patients and clinicians why they can have full trust and confidence in the programme, where data will only be accessed through a secure environment with the oversight of the ICO and the National Data Guardian.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson, Dr. Philippa Whitford. Philippa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government's plan to give pharmaceutical firms access to pseudo-anonymised data from GP practices in England is creating public concern and distrust, just like the failed care.data project of 2013. Most patients would be happy to see better communication and information sharing within the NHS, as well as for public health and academic research, but are concerned about commercial access to their data. So will the Minister halt the process to allow time for genuine debate and public consultation?
Thank you very much indeed. I know that the Honourable Member and I are both passionate about the use of data to enhance patient care, as she outlined. That is the prize here. We are listening, we are taking our time. The data will only be used for health and care planning and research purposes by organisations who have a legal basis and legitimate need to use the data, and NHS Digital will publish all the details of the data that we've shared on our data release register. We want to build confidence, we want to build trust, we are listening, but this is an important agenda that we need to get right to deliver better care for patients.
Philippa.
The problem is the plan to allow commercial access is going to undermine the public trust in improving digitisation within the NHS, and the Minister will be aware of that. The current plans only apply to the NHS in England, but can she guarantee the Internal Market Act won't be used to force commercial access to patient data from Scotland's NHS? And if so, can she explain why the Department for International Trade is advertising access to the health data of 65 million people, which is the population of the whole UK?
Minister.
Thank you very much indeed. I would go back to the answer I gave, that we do not allow data to be used for commercial purposes. NHS Digital will not approve requests for data where the purpose is for marketing purposes and so on and so forth. She would not expect me to respond on behalf of another department, but I would reiterate that we are communicating, we are building trust, there will be a public information campaign, and we will be working across the professions and across research to make sure that access is appropriate and proportionate. And we will also, in bringing forward in the Health and Social Care Bill, we will be redoubling down on our efforts to make sure people have that confidence.
Shadow Minister Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the previous health questions, we secured a commitment from the Minister to delay the implementation date for this data grab in order to properly communicate with the public. However, rather than a significant delay, so there could be the public information of the campaign that the Minister says she's so keen to have, on the basis set out by the British Medical Association, by the Royal College of GPs. Instead, what we have is a short pause. The Minister says she wants to listen and to build trust. So why on earth is this being snuck out during the summer recess? The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the government simply has not passed the test for informed consent. So the Minister, will she take this moment today to stop this process and to commit to a proper engagement campaign rather than running off during recess?
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And I really respect the honourable gentleman. Nothing is being snuck out. We are not doing a data grab. It's important that we get this right. I would refer him to the answer I gave a few moments ago. We have heard the concerns. We have heard the concerns. We will respond to them, and we will take the appropriate amount of time, even if that means beyond the 1st of September, to make sure we have engaged properly.
Substantive question to the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'd like to take these questions 20 and 21 together. The Government has committed to taking a cautious approach to easing restrictions, guided by the data and not by dates. As I have set out in my statement to Parliament yesterday, the decision to lift the remaining measures on the 19th of July and proceed to step 4 is based on an assessment of the four tests that were set out in the roadmap.
Let's go to Carl McCartney. Carl.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his answer and welcome him to his new post. The 19th of July cannot come too soon enough for both me and most of my constituents. It is refreshing to see the new approach to the wider issues of health provision from my right honourable friend, and the huge success of our vaccine rollout has now surely ensured that there will and should be no more lockdowns or restrictions on our civil liberties. Can my right honourable friend assure me that no matter what vested interests have held sway in his department and across government in the past 18 months, that he is clear lockdowns and state intervention in the lives of our constituents has gone far enough and needs to be curbed?
Mr. Speaker, first I'm pleased that my honourable friend agrees with the decision we've made to proceed with step 4. In particular, it sounds like he agrees with the central decision, which is to move from a system of regulation to one of guidance. It is important to say, Mr. Speaker, that as my honourable friend knows, the pandemic is not over, so we are rightly moving forward in a measured way, but I'm very pleased that he agrees with this approach.
James Sunderland.
Mr. Speaker, I also welcome the Step 4 announcement yesterday. Does the Secretary of State agree that his department should embrace a bit more risk by working with the Department for Transport to fully open up the international travel sector, and also to ensure that GPs do return to fully physical appointments, and that we also open up the full range of dental services?
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to tell my honourable friend that now that we have begun the process of opening up, that we can see more work being done together between my department and the Department of Transport on international travel. I believe my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, has the announcements he made last week will certainly help and be welcomed by that sector and by travellers. And also in terms of GP access, now that we have started to open up, I think that working together with GPs we can see better direct access, especially face-to-face access.
Tammy.
Number 22, Mr. Speaker.
22. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to the 5-year community pharmacy contract and enabling community pharmacy to deliver more clinical services and to be the first port of call for minor illnesses. They are highly skilled members of the primary care team. We're making good progress with referrals from NHS 111 and general practice, with discharge medicine services from hospitals, with pharmacies, 96% of them providing lateral flow tests and delivery of vaccines. And we know that community pharmacy are keen to deliver more, and we should be thinking pharmacy first.
Turpin.
I'm sure the Minister can agree with me that pharmacies have gone above and beyond to deliver vital medicines and health advice to patients in their communities during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm sure that she can agree that this response underlines the huge potential of pharmacies to grow their already massive contribution to our nation's health moving forward. Pharmacists have proven themselves to be a valuable member of the NHS family, so will the Minister prioritise looking at the potential of pharmacies to provide even better primary care, and will she bring forward a plan to unleash the potential post-pandemic?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know the Honourable Lady speaks from experience here as a clinical pharmacist before she came into this place. That potential needs unleashing. We are working across the profession to make sure that they are enabled to play that fuller part as part of the primary care family, and we should think pharmacy first when we have minor ailments, and they should be enabled to do everything that they can.
Ben Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, in order to better integrate and support local services in Nottinghamshire... Oh, number 23, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we can no longer just think of a health system. We have to think about the health and social care system. So we want people's experiences of care to be seamless. That's why we've introduced the Health and Care Bill, which we will debate in the second reading today. So,
Ben Bradley.
I've been here 4 years. I'll eventually figure it out. In order to better integrate and support local services in Nottinghamshire, we would benefit greatly from working on a single integrated care footprint for a simpler and fairer service. A boundary that's congruous with our county boundary would allow us to offer more equitable care across the whole of the area. I understand that this decision on the ITS boundaries is imminent, so would my right honourable friend meet with me to discuss the potential benefits?
Mr. Speaker, I am aware that there are several factors that are helpful in fostering stronger partnerships between the NHS and local authorities, and that includes, of course, alignment of boundaries. My honourable friend will know that the former Secretary of State had asked NHS England to conduct a boundary review for integrated care systems, and that review is just being completed, and it will certainly be looking and giving advice on the best ICS footprint for alignment. No final decision has yet been made. It is something that it is a priority for me to do, but I would be happy to arrange a meeting for my honourable friend with ministers so he can discuss this further.
Substantive question to Nadeem Zahawi, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My apologies. I've lost my voice slightly. I was at Wembley on Sunday night, and I have to say those young Lions outperformed, and we are so proud of them. And I am certain that in 15 months' time the nation will get behind them in Qatar and they will outperform again. I'd like to thank the honourable member for raising this really important question. We are committed to protecting vulnerable children and ensuring that every child receives the best start in life.
Let's go to Afzal Khan. Afzal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Children and young people's health was severely impacted by the pandemic. However, it is the mental health impact of lockdown and school closures that is perhaps the most concerning. 12% of inpatient pediatric beds are now occupied by those admitted due to severe mental health problems, double what it was in 2019. Does the Minister agree that children and young people have suffered greatly as a result of lockdown and their health should now be prioritised in our recovery? If so, what steps will he take to put children at the heart of all policies and implement an overarching child health strategy?
I'm grateful for the honourable member's question. Mental Health Recovery Action Plan, Mr. Speaker, will allow us to deliver that additional support to 22,500 more children to have access to community health services. I know that the Mental Health Minister would say that community access is incredibly effective. 2,000 more children to access eating disorder services, help increase the coverage of mental health support teams in schools and colleges from 29 to 400 by April of 2023. And all the more important to the member's question, as Secretary of State has already outlined, that getting to that step 4 is critical to be able to deliver this recovery action plan.
Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Whilst the Department of Health and Social Care takes a keen interest in any tax situation which may affect patients, any discussions surrounding the VAT treatment of patient transport services would need to be conducted with relevant officials within HM Revenue and Customs, Mr. Speaker. Services of the transportation of the sick and injured are exempt from VAT.
Ben Lake.
Mr. Speaker. Non-emergency patient transport services provide vital support to those who have no other way of reaching hospital and medical appointments, in addition to those who require specialist transport. Now, currently, an inconsistency in the VAT treatment of these providers means that some providers can claim VAT relief, whilst others cannot, despite the fact that they provide the same services in the same type of vehicles. Would the Minister consider meeting with representatives of the sector to better understand the impact this is having, and perhaps hopefully to find a way forward on this issue?
I'm very happy for myself and, of course, my fellow Minister to meet with others. Of course, I cannot comment on specific cases and would recommend that the services in question take up, obviously, their concerns with HMRC as well.
Margaret Farr.
Question 26, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. We're working with the United States authorities, with the EU and other international partners to ensure safe return to international travel whilst managing public health risks. We support a global consistent minimum technical standard for COVID status certification. Of course, the NHS app and the NHS COVID pass is now accepted in 33 countries around the world.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The continued lack of recognition of vaccination status between the UK and the EU is putting the UK at a competitive disadvantage, according to ABTA, especially compared to the steps taken by the EU and the US. Both the UK and the EU now have standardised digital ways to prove vaccination status. So will the Minister clarify why there is an ongoing delay in resolving this matter?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. The EMA and the MHRA, our regulator, work incredibly closely together, and the EMA has authorised the vaccines that are approved by the MHRA. All vaccines that are authorised and deployed in the UK have been subject to rigorous checks, including, of course, individual batch testing and site inspection. We work very closely. Our two regulators work incredibly closely together, and that, I am confident, we will continue to do so and make sure that if there are any issues, they're resolved as quickly as possible, working with the manufacturers as well.
Question 27, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the 2nd of October of last year, we announced 40 new hospitals to be built by 2030 and committed to an open process to confirm a further 8 new schemes. Taken together, those 48 schemes would represent the biggest hospital building programme in a generation. As he would expect, my right honourable friend, the new Secretary of State, is taking a very close interest in the detail of this process, and I hope to be able to offer a further update on the selection process for the next 8 hospitals very soon.
While spending hundreds of millions of pounds patching up buildings long past their planned lifespan, like the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Kings Lynn, which currently has 200 safety props holding up the concrete roof, does not represent value for money. So what reassurance can my honourable friend give the thousands of my constituents who in recent days have signed a petition for a new hospital to replace the QEH, that the government is looking very seriously at the urgent and compelling case for a new fit-for-purpose hospital for staff, patients and visitors?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my honourable friend's constituents will know that in him they have a doughty champion of their cause and a strong advocate for his hospital. And he and I have spoken on many occasions, and I recognise the challenges faced at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, which he's been very clear about. The Spending Review 2020 included £4.2 billion this financial year for NHS operational capital investment to allow hospitals to maintain and refurbish their infrastructure, including a ring-fenced £110 million allocation for the most serious and immediate risk posed by RAC concrete. His hospital has received just over £20 million of that funding to help mitigate the most urgent RAC risks, but he will also heard me say, without prejudging any announcement my right honourable friend will make about the criteria for the future 8, that safety will be one of the considerations.
Kerry McCarthy.
Question 28, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And with your permission, I will answer questions 28 and 29 together. We recognise how much carers do and the huge demands caring places on them. We have made carers a priority group for COVID-19 testing and vaccination, funded carers organisations and asked local authorities to meet their duties to identify and support carers. We've also provided guidance and funding through the £1.5 billion Infection Control Fund to support the reopening of day services.
McCarthy.
Being contacted by Megan, a young carer in my constituency, I've been in correspondence with the Minister about the lack of guidance for young carers on the gov.uk website. We actually got them to remove an outdated link to a Bernardo service, which closed at the end of March, but they haven't replaced it with anything, so that's leaving a vacuum in terms of where young carers can look to for advice and support. So can the Minister make sure that there is adequate information on the gov.uk website, that it is up to date, and that young carers have somewhere to turn to when they need help and support?
Yeah. Well, I thank the honourable member for her question and her correspondence on this. She makes a very important point, and I will make sure of that.
Final question, Clive Bates.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When the HCLJ Select Committee went to Germany about 4 years ago to look at their social care system, we saw that people are entitled to public funding for social care could either pay the public authorities or care agencies to deliver it, or for a slightly reduced amount of money, they could pay their family members. This meant that the person receiving care got the care they wanted, family members got paid for their efforts, and the public purse actually saved some money. In reforming the social care system, would the Minister look at introducing elements of the German system into our reformed system in this country?
Well, what I can say, the Secretary of State has already said that we are working on our plans for social care reform, and we will be bringing these forward later this year. And of course, as part of those plans, we are considering unpaid carers.
Sally Ann Hart.
Number 1, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, it's an honour to be here for my first oral questions as the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care. And I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for bringing me back from furlough. I accepted this role because I love my country and I love the NHS. I know that I joined this department at a pivotal time, and I have 3 pressing priorities for these critical few months. First, getting us on the path out of this pandemic. Second, busting the backlog of non-COVID services. And third, putting social care on a sustainable footing for the future. And I want to draw on what I've learnt during this time of adversity, what we've all learnt together. I want to make this great nation a healthier and a fairer place, and I'm looking forward to working with all honourable members in this House.
You missed the board, a 24-hour A&E for Charlie. Sally Ann Hart.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. East Sussex Healthcare Trust has the potential to get hundreds of millions in investment as part of the government's NHS Estate Infrastructure Improvement Plan. Will funding be allocated on a 2 to 3 year basis so that the NHS can better plan their funding and estates plans? And, where funding has been indicated for longer term, what plans are there to ensure providers have sufficient resource in the shorter term to address immediate issues or to support COVID or recovery?
Mr Speaker, we have put more and more capital into the NHS, and there are always representations from honourable members, including you, Mr Speaker, for even more capital. But the honourable lady is right to raise the importance of local healthcare systems. which will need more capital funding as we progress. She will know that we set out our capital plans for this financial year, for 21-22, but she's right to say that multi-year funding will mean that a trust can plan better, and that is a priority for the spending review, having more sight and better planning for capital.
Shadow Minister Dr Alincar.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Prior to 2017, no government invested in or prioritised mental health services. Not my words, Mr Speaker, they are the words of the Mental Health Minister. Indeed, the new Secretary of State was the architect of these cuts during his time as a Treasury Minister. The unparalleled devastation he left behind has quite simply been staggering. So does the Secretary of State agree with his minister? Can he explain to us why 140,000 children were turned away from mental health services last year? Can he explain why a quarter of mental health beds have been cut since 2010? And is he ashamed of his track record?
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Lady will know that in the NHS long-term plan that's been set out by this government, that's committed to a transformation in mental health services and mental health spending, some £2.3 billion extra that's being invested by 23-24. And on top of that, she will be aware of the Mental Health Care White Paper and the Mental Health Recovery Action Plan. I hope these are all initiatives that she will support.
Chair of the Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I welcome the Secretary of State to his place? I'm sure he will do an excellent job. And as he thinks about a 24 A&E for Chorley, I hope he will also think about the urgent need for a cancer institute at the Royal Surrey County Hospital as only second on his list. He will know that this morning the Select Committee published a worrying report about the inhumane treatment given to 2,000 people with learning disabilities and autism in inpatient units, often because there is no community provision available. So when he brings forward his plans for social care, will he make sure there is adequate funding for local authorities to give care to such people, and will he also make sure that care workers are always paid the minimum wage, including for time taken to travel between appointments?
Mr Speaker, can I welcome the comments of my right honourable friend and also the work that he and other honourable members do through the Select Committee to scrutinise the work of this department. And he's referred to some of that work just now, especially the comments he's made about learning disability and autism. It will remain a huge priority for this government, certainly for my department. And he has also rightly raised the issue of care workers and minimum wage. And it's worth pointing out, Mr Speaker, that under the Care Act, it is a requirement for local authorities when they provide funding, not just to support the minimum wage, but also to take account of the costs that might be incurred by those care workers, such as the travelling costs. But I look forward to working with my right honourable friend and the members of his Select Committee.
Let's go to Neil Coyle. Neil.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And can I congratulate the Health Secretary on his new role? But there are 1.5 million older people, disabled people and carers with unmet needs desperately waiting for care reform. So what is his estimated start date for implementing the care package that the government claimed was ready in its manifesto over 20 months ago?
Mr Speaker, as the government has said, we want to make sure that every person in this country has the dignity they deserve in old age. We have recognised that the current system needs reform. It needs substantial reform. That process of reform has already begun in, for example, the Health and Care Act that is coming to Parliament in second reading tomorrow. But we do need a new sustainable way of funding, and we will come forward with those plans later this year.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I know many of my constituents will be pleased to hear from the 16th of August that we will be ending the requirement for people to self-isolate after possible exposure to the virus if they're fully vaccinated. I'm sure we all agree it's right to change the rules as the information changes. However, can my right honourable friend explain to the House the rationale between doing this on the 16th of August rather than next Monday?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend that this is good news as we can move away from restrictions to guidance. In terms of the rationale for the decision he's referred to, it's about vaccine effectiveness. That we know that for those that it is against symptomatic COVID-19, it is estimated to be 78% to 80% effective with both doses. And by introducing the changes he's referred to on August the 16th, it will mean that there are more people vaccinated and it will help reduce severe illness.
Let's go to Kate Osborne. Kate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since March 2020, Macmillan Cancer Support calculates that there are 37,000 fewer people who haven't started their first cancer treatment, including an estimated 66 people in my constituency of Jarrow. Given that Macmillan estimate that the cancer system will need to work at 110% for the next 14 months to address this backlog, can the Secretary of State confirm whether the NHS is on schedule to tackle the backlog of cancer diagnosis, care and treatment by the current March 2022 deadline?
Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure the Honourable Lady, because it's such an important question for so many people across the country, that cancer remains a huge priority for this government. Sadly, and she's right to refer to the work that Macmillan has done on this, during the restrictions there have been a number of people, thousands, that have not come forward in the usual way, and that cancer sadly remains undiagnosed. And we first of all urge anyone that feels that this is an issue for them to make sure, please go to your GP, please come forward. It's one of the reasons we've launched the Help Us, Help You campaign, and we've also provided additional funding for rapid diagnostic centres.
Let's go to Chris Loader, audio only. Chris.
Good afternoon from West Dorset, Mr. Speaker. Constituents of mine have been in touch to say that they're struggling to get GP appointments, either because there aren't any or because people are struggling with online booking and telephone consultations. And that's resulting in people going to A&E, putting more pressures on their hospitals. What is my right honourable friend doing to ensure constituents, especially older constituents, can access a GP if they need to face-to-face?
Mr. Speaker, I think we would all agree in this House that GP practices have done a magnificent job in responding to this pandemic. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all GPs and their staff for the work that they've done and they continue to do. My honourable friend is right to raise this issue of face-to-face access. I think we can all understand why it changed during the pandemic, but as we now open up, particularly for older people, I think we can start providing more of this, and over the coming weeks and months, this will be a priority for my department.
Tammy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cancer Research UK estimates that nearly 45,000 fewer patients started cancer treatment in the UK in April 2020 to March 2021, compared with pre-pandemic. Now, they believe that this stems from less diagnosis happening during the pandemic. In England alone, 10,500 of these missing cases were breast cancer cases. So what steps is the government taking to reach out to those at risk of cancer who have not been diagnosed due to the limited NHS access over the past 18 months?
Mr. Speaker, as I said when responding to a similar question earlier, this is a huge priority of the government, and I'm pleased again that the Honourable Lady has raised this issue. It's an issue for her constituents and throughout the country, and she's referred to the research by Cancer UK, and I'm afraid that they are right. There are thousands of people that did not come forward. I think we can understand that, and I can just say again, because it's so important, please, for anyone that is concerned, please do come forward. We have provided additional funding, over £1 billion of funding, for more diagnostics, and we will continue to provide additional support.
Let's go to Dr. Caroline Johnson. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, IVF treatment is a lifeline for many people desperate to conceive, like my constituent Sarah Barker, who dreams of being a mother but sadly suffers from an infertility problem. Sarah is being refused IVF treatment on the grounds that her partner already has a daughter from a previous relationship. Her petition to stop denying women fertility treatment for this reason has already reached almost 13,000 signatures. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that treatment for infertility should be available based on the medical needs of the women involved and not affected by the partner that she has fallen in love with having a child from a previous relationship?
Can I thank my honourable friend for raising this question and the situation of her constituent? What I can say is that we expect clinical commissioning groups to commission fertility services in line with NICE guidelines so that there is equitable access across England. We are aware of some variations in access and we are looking at how we can address that. But very specifically, CCGs should not be using criteria outside of that NICE fertility guidance.
Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents who are extremely clinically vulnerable due to conditions such as blood cancer are terrified that from the 19th of July the government is effectively abdicating responsibility for keeping them safe in public. Yes. There is evidence that more than 2/3 of people do not understand that vaccines are not always effective for people who are immunocompromised, or the importance of wearing a mask to protect others and to alleviate their anxiety. Can the Secretary of State not see why it would send a much clearer message to keep masks on public transport mandatory, rather than leaving the safety of clinically vulnerable residents to chance?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is right to raise this issue. That there will, as she has explained, rightly so, there will be a number of people that understandably will be concerned about the move away from regulations to more guidance. But there has to come a point when we have to start removing the restrictions slowly in a measured way as we are, not least because we want to be able to start dealing much more with all the non-COVID health problems that have been created as well. We have provided very clear guidance on masks and it was published yesterday, and I hope the Honourable Lady is able to share that with people that are concerned.
Go to Paul Holmes. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that there have been hidden costs to the restrictions that are in place to protect us, including worsening mental health and the risk of domestic violence. Will my right honourable friend confirm that the need to balance those risks with the reduced threat posed by the virus is a key part of the government's decision to lift restrictions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that removing restrictions is not without risk. I accept that, but keeping restrictions is not without cost. And as my honourable friend points out, the restrictions have led to increased, for example, domestic violence, child abuse, mental health issues, undiagnosed cancer, as we've heard about today, just to name but a few. So as we start lifting restrictions, it means that we can better deal with all these major non-COVID health problems.
Yeah. Wendy Chamberlain. Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been contacted by a number of my Colne Valley constituents who have had operations and medical procedures cancelled or postponed at short notice. With coronavirus cases still on the rise, can I ask the Minister what the strategy is to tackle this backlog in operations and medical procedures?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm grateful to my honourable friend. He quite rightly raises an issue that I know will be a concern for constituents of all the members of this House. The backlog of treatment and waiting list is over 5 million. However, we are making rapid progress with that, and so is the NHS. We're looking at a variety of ways to do that, not just providing the funding needed to do it, but through innovation, through accelerator hubs and through diagnostic hubs, all designed to get that waiting list down and get people the treatment they need when they need it, and I'd be very happy to discuss with him, outside of this place, the specifics of his local situation.
Wendy Chamberlain was online, so let's go to Wendy. Wendy, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, when I return to my constituency of North East Fife, I'll be crossing into Scotland, where mandating of face masks is likely to continue. So can I ask, is it the government's expectation that passengers will only wear a mask when they cross into Scotland, or indeed Wales? Can I ask what consultation has happened with the Home Office in relation to guidance to British Transport Police? And does the government accept that a lack of four nations approach to such measures isn't helpful?
Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, my predecessor and other ministers have been rightly working with devolved administrations, and of course that work continues. It will remain a priority. I myself have already started with weekly meetings with all my counterparts in the devolved administrations. We discuss a number of issues and keep each other informed, but we also respect that in certain areas in dealing with this pandemic, we may take a different course.
Final question, Rushan Narali. Rushanara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Secretary of State on his appointment?
Cases of COVID rose by 30% last week compared to the previous one. And we saw on the 10th of July, over 35,000 new cases, the highest since January the 22nd. By mid-August, we could see 1,000 people a day being hospitalised and up to 200 people a day could die, despite the excellent vaccination programmes. Given the Secretary of State now considers it irresponsible not to wear masks, isn't it equally irresponsible for the government not to require people to continue to wear masks rather than leaving it as an option?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady understandably talks about the link between case numbers and hospitalisation. She will know that the last time we saw cases at 30,000 and above on a daily basis, we saw a lot more hospitalisations. The reason for the difference now is the vaccine wall of defence. And when it comes to masks, they do have an important role to play, but we think that that role can be played by moving from regulation to guidance.
I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business order. A point of order, Vet Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to raise a point of order as the Home Affairs Select Committee had been seeking to visit Napier Barracks and Tughaven Reception Centre for asylum seekers. We approached the Home Office 4 weeks ago. We had planned to visit today, but we have not received any response from the Home Office, and we as a result are here and not there. Given the importance of this, given the court judgments that we've had against about Napier Barracks, given our ongoing inquiry into this, the committee's ongoing inquiry into this, the whole committee is very concerned about the lack of response and our inability to facilitate this visit. Please can you advise me and the committee on the responsibilities of the Home Office to work with the committee to facilitate scrutiny, to facilitate visits such as these, and what more we should do in order to try and get such a visit before the summer recess?
Can I say I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Member and her committee colleague as well, the Honourable Member Eastworthing, who I think has also got a point of order. I'll take that as well and I'll come back.
Further to that point of order, I'm grateful, Mr Speaker, because I think the Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee slightly underplays the urgency of this. We have been asking for the last month to visit Napier. We have been fobbed off on numerous times, and I have to say, this is not an isolated incident. Increasingly, it is getting difficult to get responses from Home Office officials, from Home Office ministers, let alone to get them appear in a timely fashion in front of us. This particular visit is directly related to some evidence which was given to us by ministers, which now turns out to be highly questionable and impacts on reviews and reports that we are currently preparing. It was very urgent that we wanted to go and visit them. It probably now cannot happen before the summer recess. How on earth can we get responses from the Home Office in a timely fashion without wasting the time of committee members and officials constantly chasing them or having to raise it on the floor of the House, as the Chair of the Select Committee and others have done on countless occasions?
I've repeatedly stressed the importance of select committees and the essential scrutiny work that they undertake. I am very happy to do so again. For the work to be effective, government departments need to be constructive and helpful when committees make responsible and reasonable requests, whether those requests are about finding time for ministers and officials to give evidence, or in this case, facilitating visits. It's simply unacceptable that the committee has not had a response to the request made 4 weeks ago about a visit. That is discourteous to the committee and therefore the House. Ministers on the Treasury benches will have heard this exchange. I hope the matter can now be resolved speedily, and I do say that this isn't coming from one side, this is from both sides of the House. Select committees are important. They're important to scrutinise the government's business. It's important for the government to recognise that. Sooner the better that this can be fixed, the happier I'll be, and so will the House. Right. We now come to a 10-minute rule bill. I call for Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision for electric vehicle...
Just in fairness to honourable members, when they are speaking, at least try, because the cameras pick you up, it blocks on the members. I know it's important we get people in, but this is a 10-minute rule bill. There's plenty of time for people to come in. Think of others, please. Felicity Buchan.
Electric vehicle charging points in new buildings and for connected purposes. The UK is one of the leaders in combating climate change, and I am rightly proud of that record. Since 1990, the UK has decarbonised at the fastest rate of any G20 country, and of course, we were the first to legislate for net zero by 2050. In December of last year, we went one step further and we said that we would have an interim target of a 68% reduction by 2030. Now, that is rightly an ambitious target, and I am glad that it is ambitious. If we are going to achieve that, however, we really need to focus on our transport sector. Transport in the UK is the biggest emitter of carbon emissions in the entire country. Last year, it accounted for 29.8% of total emissions. And if we look forward to 2035, it is likely to increase as a percentage share. Now, cars are 55% of those emissions. And if you add in light vans, it goes up to almost 2/3. So hence you can see how vitally important it is that we do transition to electric vehicles. Now, I am glad that government has brought forward to 2030 the date at which we ban the sale of new petrol and diesel cars, and that is a huge achievement. However, it is important that we not only set targets, but we put in place concrete steps to achieve that. And that is why I am introducing this 10-minute rule bill today, which will mandate that all new homes and all new office buildings should have electric vehicle charging points. I am delighted that this bill will have the support of 2 members opposite, one from the SNP and one from the DUP, and also has the support of other colleagues on these benches whom I could not list in the list of sponsors. Government did do a consultation in 2019 on mandating electric vehicle charging points in new buildings. We haven't yet seen legislation as a result of that consultation, but I am hoping that this bill is very timely. We should have the Transport Decarbonisation Plan imminently and the Infrastructure Strategy Plan also imminently. So I don't want to be too forward, but it would be good potentially to see government adopting the thread of this bill. And let me set out for a few moments why I do think it is so critically important. When I talk to constituents, the one reservation that they have about buying electric vehicles is concern about the reliability of the infrastructure and the charging network. And because of their concerns about that reliability, they become concerned about range, what is called range anxiety. So by mandating that all new build offices and homes have these charging points, we will be able to address a lot of these concerns. So residential users will know that they can charge their cars overnight, and people, many in my constituency is Kensington, who only have on-street parking, will have confidence that they can charge their cars at their offices. It will also relieve some of the pressure on on-street parking, which I think is very important, and on the general grid of the charging network. I also think this bill is very important from a safety perspective. It is clearly better that people charge their cars at home with proper chargers rather than some of the ad hoc charging methods that we see at the moment, such as extension leads dangling through windows going towards on-street parking. And I am glad to say that this bill does have the support of Electric Safety First. It is also way cheaper to install electric charging points at the point of construction rather than retrofitting. So the latest data shows that to retrofit an electric vehicle charging point costs £2,040, but to install it from new costs only £976. I also think it's very important for the uptake of electric vehicles in rural communities. At the moment, in inner cities, like my own city of London, we do have good uptake. But having all new builds, having these charging points will definitely help in rural communities where 68% of journeys are done by car. Finally, I think this bill is important because it forces developers to buy in to net zero. And it means that in everyone's mentality, every time that they're in their house or their office, they see an electric vehicle charging point, they realise that the new norm is electric vehicles, because we do need to make it the new norm. So in conclusion, I would say that while this bill does not seek to address all of the issues with electric vehicles, we clearly do need a comprehensive and strategic national grid of charging points. We also need to focus on the consumer experience in terms of interoperability. I do think this bill will go a small way to encourage the uptake of electric vehicles, which is critically important to meeting our targets for net zero and for making the world a better place.
The member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Alan Brown, Tracy Crouch, Philip Dunn, Simon Fell, Damien Green, Tim Lawton, Pauline Latham, Charlotte McCrory, Andrew Selous, Elaine Saxby and Jim Shannon, and I, please, Mr. Speaker.
Very impressed. Felicity Bucket.
Electric vehicle charging points, new buildings, number 2 bill.
Friday, October the 22nd.
Friday, October the 22nd. Thank you. Excellent. Very impressed. We're now just going to suspend for 1 minute while necessary arrangements have been made for the next business. 1 minute. Motion number 2, Business of the House, Minister to move.
Going to move.
Question is also on the order paper. Question is also on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Welcome, Prime Minister. Before we come to the next item of business, I wish to remind the House that on the 7th of June I said the House has not had the opportunity for a decisive vote on maintaining the UK's commitment to the statutory target of 0.7. I expect the Government to find a way to have this important matter to debate and to allow the House to formally take the effective decision. The Government has now come forward with today's motion and the written ministerial statement which it relates. The motion before us may not be the preferred way of dealing with the issue for some honourable and right honourable members, in that the formal procedural consequences of the vote against the motion are limited and the motion itself is not amendable. However, it does facilitate a dedicated debate on the subject, and the written ministerial statement commits the government very clearly to a certain course of action in the event of today's motion being negated. The government has assured me that it will not result from such a commitment that represents a very significant step forward in the House's ability to scrutinise the government's policy on this important matter. And I personally would like to thank the government front bench for enabling this debate to take place, and thank you for respecting this House. We now call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to move the motion standing in my name and the names of my right honourable friends. And I believe that on this vital subject there is common ground between the government and honourable members on all sides of the House, in the sense that we believe in the power of aid to transform millions of lives. And that's why we continue to agree that the UK should dedicate 0.7% of our gross national income to official development assistance. This is not an argument about principle. The only question is when we return to 0.7%. And my purpose today is to describe how we propose to achieve this shared goal in an affordable way. And here we must face the harsh fact that the world is now enduring a catastrophe of a kind that happens only once a century. This pandemic has cast our country into its deepest recession on record, paralysing our national life, threatening the survival of entire sectors of the economy, and causing my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, to find over £407 billion to safeguard jobs and livelihoods, to support businesses and public services across the United Kingdom. He has managed that task with consummate skill and ingenuity. But everyone will accept that when you're suddenly compelled to spend £407 billion on sheltering our people from an economic hurricane never experienced in living memory, there must inevitably be consequences for other areas of public spending. Last year, under the pressure of the emergency, our borrowing increased fivefold to almost £300 billion, more than 14% of GDP, the highest since the Second World War. This year, our national debt is climbing towards 100% of GDP, the highest for nearly 6 decades. The House knows that the government has been compelled to take wrenching decisions, and the International Development Act of 2015 expressly provides that fiscal circumstances can allow a departure from the 0.7% target.
Would the Prime Minister give way?
I will give way the pleasure to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and I'm grateful to him and the Chancellor for their constructive engagement with those of us who have been profoundly concerned about our departure from the aid target. Will he reconfirm to me and to the House that this is not a fiscal trap, that the mechanism set out in the written ministerial statement is a genuine and full-hearted attempt to return to our commitment to 0.7% at the very earliest economically sustainable opportunity?
I thank my right honourable friend for his work in this matter, his expertise in this matter, and I know how deeply he cares about this in common with many other members across this House, and I can indeed give him that confirmation. And the decision that we made was temporarily to reduce our aid budget to 0.5% of national income. That was what Mr. Speaker, with great respect, I will, if the House will allow me, I will make as much progress as I can in this speech, and then allow, I think, the 77 others who wish to contribute to have their say, so I won't take any more interventions. In the teeth of this crisis, amidst all the other calls on our resources, we can take pride that the UK will still invest at least £10 billion in aid this year, more as a share of our GDP than Canada, Japan, Italy and the United States. And it would be a travesty if honourable members were to give the impression that the UK is somehow retreating from the field of international development or lacking in global solidarity. As I speak, this country is playing a vital role in the biggest and fastest global vaccination programme in history. We helped to create COVAX, the coalition to vaccinate the developing world, and we have invested over £500 million in this crucial effort, which has so far distributed more than 100 million doses to 135 countries. This government's agreement with Oxford University and AstraZeneca succeeded in producing the world's most popular vaccine, with over 500 million doses released to the world, mainly to low and middle-income countries, saving lives every hour of every day. The UK's expertise and resources have been central to the global response to this emergency, discovering both a vaccine and the first life-saving treatment for COVID. We've secured agreement from our friends in the G7 to provide 1 billion vaccines to protect the world by the end of next year, of which 100 million will come from the UK. We are the third biggest sovereign donor to the World Health Organization and the top donor to Gavi, which vaccinates children against killer diseases. We're devoting £11.6 billion, £11.6 billion, double our previous commitment, to help developing countries to deal with climate change, including by protecting their forests and introducing clean energy. And I can tell the House that this vital investment will be protected. And when it comes to addressing one of the world's gravest injustices, the tragedy that millions of girls are denied the chance to go to school, the UK has pledged more than any other country £430 million to the Global Partnership for Education, in addition to the £400 million we will spend on girls' education this year. Later this month, I will co-host a summit of this partnership in London with the President of Kenya, with President Kenyatta of Kenya. And wherever civil wars are displacing millions or threatening to inflict famine, in Syria, in Yemen, Ethiopia or elsewhere, the UK is responding with over £900 million of help this year, making our country the third largest bilateral humanitarian donor in the world. And it bears repeating that we are doing this in the midst of a terrible crisis, when our public finances are under greater strain than ever before in peacetime history, and every pound we spend in aid has to be borrowed, and in fact represents not our money, but money that we are taking from future generations. Last year we dissolved the old divide between aid and diplomacy that once ran through the entire Whitehall machine by creating the new Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. And in doing so, my objective was to ensure that every diplomat in our service was actuated by the mission and vision of our finest development officials, and that our aid was better in tune with our national values and our desire to be a force for good in the world. So I can assure any honourable member who wishes to make the case for aid that they are, when it comes to me or to anyone in the government, preaching to the converted. And we shall act on that conviction by returning to 0.7% as soon as two vital tests have been satisfied. First, that the UK is no longer borrowing to cover current or day-to-day expenditure, and second, that public debt, excluding the Bank of England, is falling as a share of GDP. The moment that the forecast, I'm just coming to the end, the moment that the forecasts for the Office of Budget Responsibility show that both of those conditions will sustainably be met, then from the point at which they are met, we will willingly restore our aid budget to 0.7%. Plenty of people, Mr. Speaker, are wanting to speak in this debate. The government will, of course, review the situation every year and place a statement before this House in accordance with the International Development Act. But as we conduct that annual review, we will fervently wish to find that our conditions have been satisfied. This is one debate where the government and honourable members across the House share the same objective and the same, I'm sure the honourable lady will have plenty of time later on, and the same fundamental convictions. We all believe in the principle that aid can transform lives. And by voting for this motion, honourable members will provide certainty for our aid budget and an affordable path back to 0.7%, while also allowing for investment in other priorities, including the NHS, schools and the police. As soon as circumstances allow and the tests are met, we will return to the target that unites us, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to move this motion.
The question is this House has now considered the Treasury update on international aid. I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by thanking you and honourable members across the House for ensuring that this debate took place today, in particular the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield and the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead. I think they're the lefty propagandists that the Prime Minister was talking about a couple of weeks ago, and I have to say that if the Prime Minister had confidence in the arguments he's making to this House, I rather think he would have given way to them a moment ago so these arguments can be tested. He doesn't have confidence in them, otherwise he would have done so. That is obvious already. But we do welcome the chance to debate this motion. The motion is broad, and if I may say so from this Prime Minister, typically slippery. The House should have had the opportunity for a straight up-down vote on whether to approve or reject the government's cut to overseas aid to 0.5%. This motion does not do that. But the Chancellor's written ministerial statement is clear. If the motion is carried, then the cut in overseas aid to 0.5% will effectively carry on indefinitely. And I'll expand on that point in just a moment. It's already been... Well, I'll expand on that point, and I will take interventions on it. But if the motion... in just 1 minute... I'm going to develop that argument... I'm going to develop that argument. When I get to it, I will give way so that argument can be tested in the usual way. But if the motion is rejected, and I quote, the government would consequently return to spending of 0.7% of GNI on international aid in the next calendar year. So let me be clear, Labour will vote to reject this motion tonight and to return overseas aid to 0.7% of GNI. I'm going to summarise my argument. I'm going to make my argument. When I get to the relevant part, I will take interventions. The case that we make is this. First, that the cut is wrong because investing in 0.7% in international aid is in Britain's national interest. Second, because the economic criteria set out by the Chancellor would lead to an indefinite cut, likely to last beyond this Parliament. And thirdly, because it matters that this House keeps its word to the voters who elected us. Mr. Speaker, every member here was elected on a manifesto to retain the 0.7% target. And it matters that we keep our promises to the world's poorest, particularly at such a time of global uncertainty. I will give way.
Grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman. I agree with him about keeping promises, and we on this side were also elected to keep fiscal promises, to reduce our debt and not to borrow for day-to-day spending. I hope in his remarks he will set out, given that he's not going to support this motion, which areas of spending he's going to cut to pay for it, or which taxes he's going to raise. If he doesn't do either of those things, then I'm afraid his promises and his vote today are hollow and no one will believe them.
Well, I have to say it's a bit rich for someone who may break the manifesto commitment to say that the vote today and the words today are hollow. But just to take that straight on, it is a false economy, I'm afraid. Cutting aid will increase costs and have a big impact on our economy. Development aid reduces, we all know this, it reduces conflict, it reduces disease and people fleeing from their homes. It is a false economy to pretend that this is some sort of cut that doesn't have consequences. I will give way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Gentleman is making a House of Commons speech, not a partisan speech. But can I ask him what I would have asked the Prime Minister if the Prime Minister had given way? First of all, will he confirm that the cut we are discussing today is 1% of the borrowing the Prime Minister described, which he quite rightly sanctioned last year? Secondly, will he underline the fact that this was an all-party promise that was made at the general election by every single one of us, and we really should not break our promises to the poorest in this terrible way.
Yes and yes. It was not ambivalent in the manifestos, and it wasn't conditional. It was clear. Mr. Speaker, on the first part of the argument, the national interest, British aid saves lives. It builds a more secure world, and it promotes democracy and British soft power. For the last 20 years, that has been the political consensus across this House. Tony Blair and Gordon Brown first set the goal of the UK reaching the 0.7% target. I'm making a speech to the House and for the House. David Cameron and the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead made it a reality, and we acknowledge that in the right way. It has been supported. All the chunterings, all very well. This has been a cross-party position for 20 years. Successive prime ministers have kept to the commitment. Every living prime minister thinks this is wrong. There's only one prime minister who's prepared to do this, and he's sitting there. I acknowledge what those opposite, the prime ministers sitting opposite the opposite party, did in relation to this. I'm openly acknowledging that it's been supported by all parties, and rightly so. As the 6th richest country in the world, Britain has a moral obligation to help the world's poorest. And our aid budget has done that with fantastic results. Providing education for women and girls, fighting poverty, providing sanitation, healthcare and vaccines, building resilience and infrastructure, an incredible post-conflict and reconstruction work where Britain does, I think, a better job than anyone else. So it has real results. And let's be clear what these cuts would mean. 1 million girls losing out on schooling. Nearly 3 million women and children going without life-saving nutrition. 5.6 million children left unvaccinated. An estimated 100,000 deaths worldwide. Mr. Speaker, he says rubbish. That is the human toll of the choices this government is making, and it's not rubbish. I will give way.
The case of the Right Honourable Gentleman is the Prime Minister is making a promise he will not keep. But what did Tony Blair and Gordon Brown do? They made a promise, but they never, ever spent 0.7% of GDP on aid, and therefore the Right Honourable Gentleman's speech lacks all moral force.
They more than doubled it. They set the goal, and then successive prime ministers implemented that goal. That is such a weak argument. 11 years into this government, that is such a weak argument. I've always found this argument particularly weak, Mr. Speaker. When I was Director of Public Prosecutions, which was a 5-year term, the very idea that I could turn round 4 or 5 years into the role and say it was somebody else's fault 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. This is such a bad argument that's used all of the time. They've been in power for 11 years. Either take responsibility for what you're doing or give up. Our overseas aid budget goes beyond that moral obligation. It also helps to build a more stable world and keeps us safer in the UK. Let's take Afghanistan, where aid has supported improvements in security, in governance, in economic development, in rights for women and girls. Yet despite all the challenges that that country now faces, and the security and terrorist threats that that poses to the UK, and we know about those, and the previous Prime Minister knows about those, UK aid to Afghanistan is being cut from 192.3 million to 38.2 million. That's Afghanistan. Prime Minister Chunter's there, actually the government figures. In Yemen, the biggest humanitarian crisis in the world, the UK aid has been cut by nearly 60%. In Syria, the government is slashing aid by around 50%. And for the Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh, there's a cut of 42%. All of those decisions will create more refugees, more instability, and more people having to flee their homes. I will give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Is he aware of the words that General James Mattis, the former Defence Secretary of the United States, gave to the former President Trump when he, President Trump, proposed cutting overseas aid. General Mattis says, fine, cut it, but you'll have to give me, the Defence Secretary, more money to buy more bullets.
I am aware of it, and that exposes the false economy argument in the Prime Minister's case. This cut will also reduce UK influence, Mr Speaker, just when it's needed most. And, of course, it risks leaving a vacuum which other countries, for example China and Russia, will fill. And at a time when Britain is hosting COP26 and, of course, hosted G7, we should be using every means at our disposal to create a fairer and safer world. But we are the only G7 country which is cutting our aid budget. The only G7 country. Mr Speaker, that is not the vision of global Britain we want to see on these benches, and I don't think it's the vision of global Britain that many on the opposite benches want to see either. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Leader of the Opposition, and all of us in this House long to see our aid commitments re-established at 0.7% of national income. But nevertheless, he will appreciate that we continue to be one of the most generous donors to foreign aid. And can he explain, he's making a good point about 0.7%, can he explain why in all of the Labour years of government they averaged 0.36% of national income on overseas aid?
Well, they doubled it, actually. Let me turn to my second point, which has already been debated. The economic argument behind the government's position. The economic argument behind the government's position, Chancellor. The Prime Minister and Chancellor say that these cuts are unavoidable because of the pandemic and the economic consequences that we now find ourselves in. But, Mr Speaker, the whole point of the 0.7% target is that it is relative to the UK's economic success or challenges. It rises when we grow, it falls when we experience economic shock like the pandemic. Nobody in this House is arguing for overseas aid to be maintained at the pre-pandemic levels during the downturn in strict terms. We all recognise that a contracting economy means a relative contraction in our aid budget. But what the Chancellor and Prime Minister are asking the House to agree goes beyond that, to impose a new target of 0.5% and to create entirely new criteria for ever returning to 0.7. And in effect, Mr Speaker, the Chancellor is today proposing a double lock against reverting to 0.7%. The written ministerial statement makes clear that Britain will only go back to 0.7% when public debt is falling as a percentage of GDP and there is a current budget surplus. Let me make this point, and the Prime Minister can intervene if he wants. On the former point, the OBR does not predict public debt falling as a percentage of GDP until 2024 or 25 at the earliest. Prime Minister, if you want to intervene, I'm ready. So that would mean it won't happen in any year in this Parliament. I'm clear about that. Anybody want to intervene? That's the OBR recommendation.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for allowing me to intervene on this. Perhaps he could help me in ascertaining when those targets would have been met in the last 20 years.
Well, it's a very good point that I'm going to come on to, because certainly I think it's once in the 20 years. But there are 2 points here, and if there's the contrary argument, the Prime Minister can make it. But the OBR, on point 1, does not predict a fall of debt as a percentage of GDP until 2024 to 2025. So anybody voting tonight, pretending to themselves that this is temporary and it's going to be changed in a year or two, is not looking at the facts. And if anybody wants to intervene and say the OBR's got it completely wrong, they've got better statistics, please do so, including yourself, Prime Minister. On the second point, the OBR does not forecast a current surplus for the entire forecast period, their entire forecast period. In fact, there's no expected timeline for that criterion to be met at all. So what the Chancellor is setting out today isn't a temporary cut in overseas aid, it's an indefinite cut. And on the very point, let me remind the House that there have only been, I think, 5 times in the last 30 years that a current budget surplus has been run. 4 of them, I might add, under a Labour government and 1 under the Conservatives. So the chances of these criteria being met under a Conservative Chancellor are remote at best. And the more so because This statement creates an artificial £4.3 billion fiscal penalty for any Chancellor who seeks to rebalance the budget. So this is an indefinite cut. It is not going to reverse next year or the year after, and there's no contrary argument, however much the Prime Minister shakes his head. Mr. Speaker, this is not just about economic necessity. It is a political choice that is being made, and it's a choice that is not only against our national interest, it further erodes trust in our politics. And that brings me to my third point, which is trust. That is a central divide now in British politics and across the world, between those who value truth, integrity and honesty and those who bask in breaking them. We were all elected on manifestos that commit to the 0.7% target. I'm proud to have stood on that commitment, and I know many honourable members across this House are as well. I will in just a moment. But let me quote the Conservative manifesto. We will proudly maintain our commitment to spend 0.7% of GNI on development. Page 53, Prime Minister. Don't shake your head. It's there in black and white. As members opposite have said, that is not equivocal, it's not conditional, it was a clear promise to the voters. It should be honoured. And if it's not, Mr. Speaker, where does that leave us? There are already countless examples of the Prime Minister breaking his promises. No hard border in the Irish Sea, no cuts to armed forces, an already prepared plan for social care. The list is endless. And this matters. It matters to the British people that they can trust a Prime Minister to honour a clear commitment. That matters. It matters to our reputation around the globe that the word of the British government will hold in good times and bad. And today, Mr. Speaker, the House has the chance to stand up for a better kind of politics, for the national interest, to do what we know is right and to honour our commitments to the world's poorest. When this division is called this evening, Labour MPs will do so, others opposite I'm sure will do so, and I'd urge all members to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can I just remind all members there is a 3-minute limit? Theresa May.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to you and the Government for enabling us to have this debate today. I stood on a manifesto to maintain international aid funding at 0.7% of GNI. Not just that, we said we will proudly maintain our commitment to spend 0.7% of GNI on development. Now, early last year, the pandemic hit. It had an immediate negative effect on the economy. Yet in September 2020, when that effect on the economy had been seen, when public spending was increasing, when the government was already borrowing hundreds of billions of pounds, the government confirmed, in its response to the fourth report of the International Development Select Committee, that it would honour that manifesto commitment, saying a commitment enshrined in law and one to which the new department, the FCDO, will honour its responsibilities. It went on to say that investing that 0.7% was at the heart of the vision of the government's integrated review for the UK as an active internationalist, problem-solving and burden-sharing nation. Where is that vision now, as the government turns its back on some of the poorest in the world? With GNI falling, our funding for aid was falling in any case. To reduce it from 0.7 to 0.5% is a double blow. This isn't about palaces for dictators and vanity projects. It's about what cuts to funding mean, that fewer girls will be educated, more girls and boys will become slaves, more children will go hungry, and more of the poorest people in the world will die. Now, the government has promised what they see as a compromise, and I'm grateful to the Chancellor for speaking to me last night. I asked how long it would take before the tests are met and we return to 0.7%. I was told 4 to 5 years, but it could be sooner because the economy is recovering so well. Now, if the motion is defeated tonight, it will be 0.7% from January next year. The government appears to be saying to us, we can't afford 0.7% next year because the economy is doing so badly, but actually the economy is doing so well that we could very well be able to restore 0.7% very soon. But the government can't have it both ways. And I certainly doubt whether the tests will ever be met in 5 years' time. Meeting them depends not only on a significant recovery in the economy, and the OBR is forecasting trend growth of less than 2%, but also on the government reining in its inclination to continue to increase public spending. We're told there will be dire consequences for tax and public spending if this motion is defeated tonight. We've borrowed £400 billion. Where are the dire warnings about that? It seems that £4 billion is really bad news. 400 billion, who cares? Now, finally, as has been pointed out, the two tests have only been met in one calendar year in the last 20. I have been in this House for nearly a quarter of a century. During that time, I have never voted against a three-line whip from my party. As Prime Minister, I suffered at the hands of rebels. I know what it is like to see party colleagues voting against their government. We made a promise to the poorest people in the world. The government has broken that promise. This motion means that promise may be broken for years to come. With deep regret, I will vote against the motion today.
I now come to SNP spokesperson Chris Law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's not a single nation on our planet that has escaped the devastation of this global pandemic, and there's not a single person that is pretending that the challenge of recovery from COVID is easy. We also know that it's been the poorest in our own society that have been hit the hardest over the past 18 months, and tragically this has been replicated across the globe. Inequality has widened, millions have been pushed into poverty, development gains have been reversed, and it is the poorest and most vulnerable in our societies that are dying. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we need a global recovery that builds forward better, creates a fairer, more inclusive and more sustainable world, and ultimately honours the millions who have lost or are losing their lives to this terrible pandemic. In order to do this, the wealthiest countries in the world, of which the UK is one, must step up to tackle the great challenges facing humanity, not step away. However, it is with the deepest regret this UK government's callous cut to the aid budget is not only jeopardising these efforts, it will also mean that the poorest and most vulnerable people in the world will pay the ultimate price. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, these cuts will cost lives. The UK government is making a desperate effort to stress the economic necessity of cutting aid from 0.7 to 0.5% of GNI. They are desperate to talk about fiscal tests, borrowing levels and tax receipts, but they do not want to address the questions that put them to shame. How many children will go without an education? How many girls will be forced into unwanted marriages and teenage pregnancies? Ultimately, how many individuals will die needlessly because of this government's decision? These are questions the government's been running away from, just as they've been running away from this debate and this vote for the past 6 months. It should simply never have come to this. This Parliament should have had a vote on the aid cut before it was implemented, but instead they pressed ahead with international austerity on the backs of the world's most poorest and vulnerable people. Without consultation with those most in need, without any impact assessment and without any debate in this Parliament, this government made their decision based on a Treasury spreadsheet and with the stroke of a pen signed a death sentence on a policy that will lead to 1 million excess children's deaths.
Hear, hear. Shade.
So for those who are considering voting in favour of this motion here today, reflect on this. Are you building forward and leaving no one behind in a global strategy against COVID? Are you honouring the millions who are losing their lives and many more millions who will lose their livelihoods as well as a result of this pandemic? Are you happy to sign that death sentence? So, Mr. Speaker, let's look at a few examples of the life-saving aid programmes that are being curtailed or cancelled with horrifying consequences right now. Yemen is the world's worst humanitarian disaster, with 20 million people suffering from hunger and malnutrition, and many of them are facing famine after years of war. Despite this, the UK government has slashed its humanitarian funding to the country by over 60%. The UN Secretary-General put it bluntly when he said, and I quote, "Millions of Yemeni children, women and men desperately need aid to live. Cutting aid is a death sentence. Given that 400,000 children under 5 might starve to death in Yemen alone this year, how on earth can this government defend itself?" I'm happy to give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, and he makes a very good point about Yemen, although it should be acknowledged that the amount of aid that the UK gave to Yemen was well in excess of what we'd budgeted for, and we've had a very generous record. But does he not agree that it's not only a question of emergency aid? If we are to find peace in that country, we will need to give aid for the reconstruction of that country to keep it out of civil war and famine again in the future. So it is entirely the wrong time not to be able to step up with that necessary money for a lasting peace.
I thank the Honourable Member for his comments, and I agree with every point he makes. It's in our national security and in our national interest to be stepping up, not stepping away at this point. Secondly, the UK government's funding to the UN's Population Fund which provides contraceptives and reproductive health supplies globally, has been cut by a staggering 85%. Yes, you heard that correctly, 85%. The UN stated that these cuts will be devastating for women and girls and their families across the world. The money that's been withheld by this government would have helped prevent 250,000 child and maternal deaths, preventing nearly 15 million unintended pregnancies and prevent over 4 million unsafe abortions. And just to show how ridiculous these cuts are, Mr Speaker, tens of thousands of people are likely to die needlessly due to the fact that nearly 300 million doses of medicine for the treatment of neglected diseases in Africa are at risk of expiring because the Foreign Office has announced it's withdrawing almost entirely its allocated funding. So far, the UK Government has not confirmed that expiring medicines will be distributed urgently rather than destroyed. What an utter folly, an absence of simple human decency. So for those voting in this motion today, tell this to your constituents, because these are the simple facts. Mr Speaker, there are just 3 examples that cover women's reproductive rights, disease prevention and urgent humanitarian assistance. These cuts are happening across the board with programmes to eradicate poverty, prevent conflict and even combating climate change in the year that we are hosting COP26 here in Glasgow, all suffering a similar fate. Each budget reduced, each project scaled back, each programme cancelled results in a loss of hard-fought progress, a loss of expertise and fundamentally, Mr Speaker, a loss of trust. This so-called temporary measure will inflict long-term damage and long-term pain and suffering, which is why this cut must be urgently reversed. Mr Speaker, the Government is pretending that there is no other option than to cut from 0.7 to 0.5, but we know this not to be the case. In fact, it's blatantly not the case. It must have been a complete humiliation for the UK Government when they were hosting the G7 summit in Cornwall last month, when it should have been a moment of pride in demonstrating our shared collective values. And this House may ask why. It is because every other G7 country has recognised the necessity of helping those in urgent need at this time of unprecedented volatility, as has increased their aid spending. Sadly, because of these brutal... yes, happy to give it.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I'm grateful for the honourable member giving way. But would he also acknowledge that they may have raised it from a much lower level, and we shall still be the 3rd highest in the G7?
Indeed.
I thank the honourable member for his comments. This isn't a question of pride that we're still giving very generously and we'll be the 3rd most. We're also the 6th wealthiest nation. And given the fact we keep talking about a global Britain, we're actually a shrinking Britain with these cuts. We're actually losing our soft power. You're going against national security. You're going against our collective national interest right across this House and with every party who is here today. Sadly, because of these brutal cuts by the UK Government, the massive increase in spending, to come back to your point, from Germany was effectively cancelled out by the UK's reduction. And within these islands, I should also add, the Scottish Government has increased its international aid budget by 50%. This puts this House, frankly, at shame with this motion. It is simply a matter of political priorities, and this Chancellor and his Prime Minister have shown what their priorities lie. Let's not kid ourselves to think this has been spent on health, welfare and education at home, because it clearly isn't. The Chancellor chose to take money away from preventing famine and malnutrition, on conflict prevention and on protecting our planet and marginalised communities from the devastating effects of climate change. Instead, and I'm glad to see the Chancellor in his position today, he chose to spend the money on enhanced cyber weapons, AI-enabled drones, and the biggest folly of all, increased stockpiles of nuclear weapons, weapons of mass destruction, after he delivered a windfall for the defence budget, the very same month that the cut from 0.7 to 0.5% was announced. And if this is not an act of national shame, let's look at the icing on the cake. The Prime Minister, who is no longer in his seat, and he should be embarrassed when I read this, believes that spending upwards of £200 million on a shiny, brand new Royal Yacht Britannia 2.0 is more important than using life-saving aid to deliver a more just, peaceful and secure world. This is despite the fact the royal family's complete displeasure And, Mr Speaker, how un-British could this be? Even every former living...
Order. Normally, we don't bring in the royal family into discussions or debates. They're outside of our debates. I know, but these are the rules of the House. Chris Law.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I only raise it because it's on the record elsewhere. Thank you. Even every former living Prime Minister has opposed this cut and continues to do so. Mr Speaker, the simple fact is aid spending has always been in the Prime Minister's sights ever since he described it, and I quote, spending huge sums of British taxpayers' money as though we are some independent Scandinavian NGO and shoving money out the door. He's now chosen to go against a decades-long cross-party consensus, breaking his own manifesto promise, and that of all his Conservative colleagues as he's dragged far right by UKIP and the Brexit Party and implementing their promises to cut aid instead. Mr Speaker, this will likely herald a new decade of austerity. Let's call it austerity 2.0. We all know what the first decade was like. There is nothing temporary about this motion. This isn't global Britain. This is a nasty, short, poor and brutish, and most of all, a very little Britain. Across this House, we all stood on a manifesto commitment to protect the 0.7% spend on international development. That is, for those of you not very good at maths, 7 pence in every £10. When I describe this to children in primary schools I visit and young people in my constituency, they're surprised at how little we spend as the 6th wealthiest nation in the world. And they're right to be so. So today, we have an opportunity to reaffirm our values, rather than be led into voting to balance the imaginary books on the backs of the world's poorest. We must all keep to our word to deliver on our promises to our fellow global citizens, who are the most marginalised and vulnerable people on earth. If COVID has taught us anything, it is that we all share in the same struggles and challenges, but also hopes and dreams of a better future, working together as one planet and one community. Now more than ever before, we must step up to support our global community, not step away. There is no honour for those who have suffered as a result of this pandemic and stepping away. There is no meaning in the phrase building back better if we turn our backs. And for those who decide to vote for this immoral motion today, there is no place for you to hide. When asked the question, why did you vote for this by your own children, your own friends, your family, and equally importantly, your constituents, it will be an indelible mark against your opportunity to do the right thing here today, and you will have to live with it for the rest of your time in this House. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Drew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I draw the House's attention to my interests in the register. Mr Speaker, the Government has done the right thing today in ensuring that this House has a vote on this matter, and thank you, Mr Speaker, for standing up for Parliament in that respect. And there is a straight choice, as outlined by the Leader of the House yesterday in his statement, and it is between rejecting this motion tonight, in which case the Government will restore the 0.7 from next year. That was the olive branch that I and my right honourable and honourable friends suggested, or accept this so-called Treasury compromise. But I tell the House this is no compromise at all. It is a fiscal trap for the unwary. First of all, it is quite possible that these conditions will never be met. And you don't need, Mr Speaker, to look in the crystal ball. You can read the book. It is indisputably the case that there have only been one occasion in the last 2 decades, in 2001, when these conditions would have been met. And if you look at what the OBR has said, it is very clear that the debt to GDP will not be falling until 2024-5, and the day-to-day debt won't fall from 25 to 26. So given that the 0.7 goes up and down with our economic performance, a very important point that the 0.7 policy protects us in that respect. Yes, thank you.
Very grateful to him for giving way, but does he not accept that the OBR have exaggerated the gloom on the debt and deficit, particularly in the last 2 years? They exaggerated it by 50 billion for last year between November and March. So why on earth does he believe their gloomy figures now? I'm sure we're going to get the deficit down.
But my right honourable friend is looking in the crystal ball. I've read in the book, in the last 20 years, there would have been just one occasion. So a vote for the Government tonight is a vote to end, in my submission, our point 7 commitment.
To that point?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt the right honourable gentleman, but does it say something when every single economic and political commentator has said that this new mechanism will not see the 0.7% returned in the way that it should, that it is a cop-out of the highest order?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. It is, as I said, a trap for the unwary and a tribute to the Chancellor of the Exchequer's silver tongue. So I shall certainly tonight, Mr. Speaker, be voting against this motion and against the government today. I shall do so with absolute conviction and a profound disappointment. This is only the third time, I think, since I was elected in 1987 that I have voted against the government, and one of those occasions was in the company, in the lobby of the Prime Minister. It's never easy to rebel, and I thank those who stood with us to support our manifesto. We should not be breaking our promise in the way. We should certainly not be seeking to balance the books on the backs of the poorest people in the world. I'm incredibly proud to have been a member of a Conservative administration which declined to do that, even with the austerity that we faced. And for goodness sake, Mr. Speaker, this is 1% of the borrowing that the Chancellor quite rightly made last year to shore up our country from COVID. It's 1%. It's a tiny figure, and it is the only cut that he has announced. And it will have an enormous impact on our role in the world and, above all, on the huge number of people who will be very severely damaged, maimed, often blinded, and indeed die as a result of these cuts. I remind the House that the cuts include 25% on girls' education, a top priority of our Prime Minister and this administration. For neglected tropical diseases, where, thank goodness, the philanthropists have stepped in for 1 year only to protect the British taxpayers' investment, we've cut it by 90%. And in the Yemen, as my right honourable friend said earlier, by 60%, which is literally the equivalent of taking food away from starving people. And this is what we are doing to the world's poorest. This is how we are trashing our international reputation. We are the only country in the G7 cutting in the middle of a pandemic. Everyone else is increasing. And this is a decision we do not need to make. Since we started this campaign, Mr. Speaker, there's been a 9% increase in support across our country for the government's policies. And it is, to coin a phrase, worse than a crime, it is a mistake. And may I say, Mr. Speaker, finally, in humble respect to my own party, some of us have seen this movie before. It took us 23 years until 2015 to achieve an overall majority by wiping out the Liberals, Democrat seats. And to achieve it, we secured the support of decent, internationalist, pro-development spending who saw from our time in austerity that we would stand by this promise. The former Brexit Secretary and I visited Chesham and Amersham, and may I say that our much-loved former colleague, Cheryl Gillan, would be voting with us on this issue tonight. Anyone who thinks this is not affecting our party's reputation is living in cloud cuckoo land. In Chesham and Amersham, they have the biggest Christian aid group in the country. There is an unpleasant odour wafting out from under my party's front door. This is not who we are. This is not what global Britain is. And I urge my right honourable and honourable friends tonight to vote against this motion.
We now go to the Chair of the Select Committee, Sarah Champion. Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't show respect for the House to ask us to take such a significant decision with little notice, little explanation and no clarity about the consequences of today's vote. It doesn't show respect for communities in the poorest parts of the world when this government is willing to play games with their lives and livelihoods in this way. The government presents a motion as giving Parliament an opportunity to have a say on when and how the UK will return to spending 0.7 of GNI on aid. But today isn't really about the 0.7 target or the cuts or livelihoods that are already being affected by our reduced spending. It's about exerting pressure on government backbenchers who have been brave enough to call out what the government is doing. Basically, back this or you'll be blamed when taxes rise or spending falls. Things that will likely happen because of the pandemic anyway. Today is yet another example of this government's complete lack of regard for parliamentary scrutiny, and they have form. There is a pattern of this government withholding information until the last minute and then only making the most basic details available. Let's be clear, the government hasn't brought forward a substantive motion for this debate. The motion they have tabled is made in neutral terms, a device that was intended to allow the House to debate an issue without coming to a view. They claim this debate is binding. It is not our procedures that make it binding. It is their political choice. This is a knee-jerk reaction dreamt up between last Thursday and yesterday in the face of growing criticism of this government. Talks of returning to 0.7. Yesterday's WMS talks of returning to 0.7 only when we are not borrowing for day-to-day spending and underlying debt is falling. Or on their own, each of these tests is a high hurdle. When combined, these conditions become incredibly strict. Since the 0.7 target was introduced in 2013, these tests have been met only once. They explicitly link ODA spending to policy decisions made by other government departments on tax and spending. This double lock could lead to an indefinite cut in aid spending. And of course, the tests do nothing to prevent them dropping lower than the 0.5%. The OBR has said the UK's economy is forecast to return to pre-pandemic levels in the second quarter of 2020, faster than originally thought. So if a return to economic normality is getting closer, then why the need to introduce these extra tests before returning to 0.7? They just added roadblocks, artfully placed by the Treasury, on the track back to the legally mandated level of 0.7. Fundamentally, this statement paints aid spending as an either-or choice. We're either spending on domestic public services or on international aid. It's an artificial choice MPs are being forced to make. This is a breathtakingly cynical manoeuvre, and the House must not fall for it.
David Dent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I consider myself an economic Thatcherite, and yet when I come to choose between money and lives, I always choose lives. So this House should remember that what should be at the forefront of every member's mind today is this is a vote where we are choosing whether or not to intervene to save lives. That's the key issue, not the monetary issue, which I'll come back to in a second. The government argues that this is a policy the United Kingdom can't afford. But we should remember, I mean, we've heard about this being a small fraction of borrowing. There's even an even smaller fraction of our spending. We spend in a non-COVID year at least £800 billion. So the £3.5 billion of saving we're talking about is less than 0.5% of that. That is what the Treasury tells us is the critical, overwhelming measure that forces us to do something which has such dramatic consequences as we are talking of today. And if the Chancellor says, as his press spokesman did in the course of last week, well, you find the money from somewhere else, asking that question of a past Public Accounts Committee chairman is very dangerous for a Chancellor, out of 800 million. But as my honourable friend said, we were in Cheshire and Amersham a week or two ago, and Cheryl Gillan would have said to the Chancellor, well, why don't you just cancel HS2? That's between 100 and 200 billion pounds. It would pay for 25 to 50 years of this shortfall. It's really that simple. So I don't really accept that what the Chancellor is saying, that this is the only place, indeed the best place for savings to be found, is cutting aid, which will cost lives. Such a choice is morally reprehensible. Let's be clear about it. Morally reprehensible. I'll give way to my friend.
My right honourable friend is making an incredibly good point, but has he also noticed that in the Chancellor's outstanding policy on spending announced last November, the cut he's referring to, this cut of 1% of the borrowing on COVID last year, is the only cut that has been announced, the only one?
Yeah, well, my right honourable friend is right. I mean, that makes the priority of this cut even more morally representative. But indeed, as I think the spokesman of the SNP said, at the same time, we're actually increasing spending on defence. Now, I happen to agree with increasing spending on defence, but I don't agree with cutting spending on things that will lead to need for more defence, namely migration, civil wars, and the rest of it. Now, as has been pointed out by my right honourable friend, by the honourable lady who's just spoke from Rotherham, by the Leader of the Opposition, the government's proposed double lock on returning to 0.7% is deceptive. It's designed to look reasonable. But in fact, none of the people who have spoken so far actually stated the full case. Because although it's only been met once since 1990 under a Conservative government, and never been met really once just about under the government since the policy, 0.7% policy was put in place, in fact it's never been met. It's actually never been met since 1970, because what the wording says is not a current budget surplus, but a sustainable current budget surplus. And all the current budget surplus we've been talking about so far have been 1 year. And frankly, the one under us in 2018 was 1 year for about 10 nanoseconds. It was a very, very tiny surplus. In practice, since the 1970s, we've not had a sustainable current surplus. So I'm afraid, under the actual wording in the statement, we're not looking at this for a very long time indeed. We've heard the leader of the opposition said years, possibly decades, possibly never, and I think he's right about that. Now, the proposal won't do anything, even if it were to be met, even if the condition was met, to deal with the crises that are caused by the policy already, right now. The government argues the cuts are temporary, but death is never temporary. And cause deaths.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Since ministers announced that the UK was going to be the only G7 country to cut its aid this year, despite all of those other countries facing the same fiscal pressures, there's not one member of this House who is not now aware of the consequences of the decision that ministers have taken. A cut of 85% in the support that we give to the United Nations Population Fund to prevent maternal child death and unwanted pregnancy. A cut of 95% to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative at the very moment when the world is closer than it has ever been to eradicating this dreadful disease. And a cut of 50% in the support we give to the Mine Humanitarian Action Programme, which stops people losing their arms, their legs and their lives to unexploded ordnance. It's a very long list. And every one of those things harms our reputation and doesn't help us to persuade others, because other countries judge us not by what we say, but by what we do. And therefore the choice before the House today is a very stark one. Do we act to put this right, or do we accept the double lock that has been proposed? And I urge the House to reject it, because there's a principle here. What is it about the level of government spending on helping the world's poorest people that it alone is going to be subject to these tests? No other area of government expenditure, just this one. If this is about protecting the public finances, then why is this area of government expenditure, which is the money we spend on getting children into school or vaccinating children so they don't die of diseases that our children do not die of, why is it being singled out? Now, I have great admiration for the OBR, but determining the level of our international aid spending is not part of its responsibility. It is the government's responsibility. It is a political responsibility, and ministers should not try and pass the buck on to someone else, especially when, if you read the latest OBR forecast, it is exceedingly unlikely that the two tests would be met in the next 5 years. I will give way, of course.
Can I just pick him up on that point about other areas of expenditure? It seems to me that the Treasury and the Chancellor, having set out these tests, which are in our manifesto, and we mean to keep them, is that the comprehensive spending review that's taking place this year, it seems to me we will be judging all other areas of government expenditure by these measures, and I see the Chancellor nodding. So it seems to me that we're being very consistent here, and I think it's important that we keep these promises about our fiscal responsibilities as well as getting back on track to meeting our aid responsibilities.
Well, I'm afraid, I say to the right honourable gentleman, I take a different view of the government's consistency, because it has chosen quite specifically and knowingly and deliberately to break a cast iron promise that was also contained in that manifesto to the world's poorest people. And as I said in my last contribution on this subject, most of them probably got no idea that this House had made that commitment together. But But the government has chosen to do that, and the choice we're making today is, do we think that's right, or do we think that is wrong? And I would say to the Chancellor, if he thinks the double lock is a way out of the political problem, I don't think it isn't, because the issue that is before us hasn't gone away. It's just the same as it was the day the original cut was announced. And the question is this: is it right morally, practically, politically to break our word to the world's poorest people? That's the question that is before us. Well, I would argue that it isn't. It's wrong in principle. It is harmful in practice, as we've heard from the excellent speeches on the benches opposite. It is not, I think, who we are. It is not the country that we should aspire to be. And I ask the House to reject the motion so we can restore aid to 0.7% and keep the promise that we made to the people of this country and the people of the world.
Paul Lindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise really very sadly today because I stood on a manifesto along with everybody else that we would honour that 0.7%, and I was there when we voted on it originally. The people that we are trying to protect have already been hit because our economy went down during the beginning of the COVID pandemic. They're going to be hit, or they continue to be hit, again with this reduction to 0.5%, because 0.7% of a figure is a lot more than 0.7%. So we've gone down a huge amount already. And the people are suffering. If we take just a random family with 2 parents and maybe 6 children, 4 of whom are boys and 2 are girls, the girls will be the ones who have less food and they would benefit from nutritional programmes that we provide, but we won't be providing those. The girls would normally get that because the boys are usually prioritised in many families and they would probably go to school, whereas the girls won't be able to go to school because they won't have the funding to be able to afford it. And the Prime Minister has stood so often on the promise that he will educate all girls with 12 years of quality education. Well, no matter how he protests, that is not going to happen now. And I feel that we are letting down the poorest people in the world. We are just devastating their futures for £4 billion, which we've heard is 1% of what's already been borrowed. It's not a lot of money, and we borrowed that money, and as has been said by many, those people who we should be benefiting will not benefit. They won't have the malaria treatments, they won't have all the neglected tropical disease treatments, they won't have all the help, and especially they will have earlier marriages, they will have younger pregnancies, because we are cutting devastating figures of 85% of the family planning budget and the abortion budget, and that is going to devastate many girls. Many girls will die in early childbirth because of this decision by this government. So I find it shocking that this government is doing that. We are a Conservative government. We decided to spend the 0.7%. We legislated for it, and we are letting those very poorest people down. And I don't see how anybody who has heard the speeches today could vote in all conscience to support what the government want to do with this double lock, because we will never get back to 0.7%.
Go to Wendy Chamberlain. Wendy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to you and members from across this House for their perseverance on this issue. Now, when the government announced last summer that DFID would merge with the then Foreign Commonwealth Office, I and my fellow Liberal Democrats warned of the risk to overseas development assistance and funding. I asked an urgent question to the Foreign Secretary, and I wrote to the DFID Secretary of State on these very issues. And the Secretary of State said at the time, and I quote, "We are committed to the 0.7% of GNI commitment. We want the aid budget and the development know-how and expertise that we have in DFID. It has done a fantastic job at the beating heart of our international decision-making processes." But here we are, Mr. Speaker, 1 year later, and having claimed just last week that the opportunity to vote on this cut to ODA spending had been lost by not being called in the recent Estimates Day debate, I wonder what has caused the government to change its mind and bring forward today's debate at such short notice. Economic circumstances caused by COVID are not the fault of the world's poorest, and we and the many, many charities and NGOs who have contacted me in advance of today's debate know that the poorest will be hardest hit by these cuts. The reality of the COVID pandemic is that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Part of this is sharing of urgently needed vaccines around the world, but it is not only this. We know that global inequalities, that poverty mean that people around the world cannot take the precautions to protect themselves. We can't expect those without access to clean water, 785 million at last count in 2017, to be able to wash their hands for 20 seconds. Slashing development spending is deeply harmful to the notion of global Britain and to us at home. And, Mr Speaker, it's that this cuts to these fundings also mean cuts to spending within the UK that I think is sometimes lost. ODA funding goes to many places, including our universities who are doing research into how best to tackle the entrenched causes of global inequality and how to support developing countries in order to be self-sufficient. St Andrews University in my own constituency is looking up to 50% cuts to some of their active projects, which will impact on the poorest today. These cuts harm not only those in need around the world, but our own research and innovation industries, vital in our response to Brexit and facing the climate crisis. Turning to the government's update, the fiscal tests for development spending presented today are the height of cynicism. They're designed never to be met. As others have said, we have only met these tests once in this century. Conservatives MPs must know that by supporting today's motion, it means not returning to 0.7 in this Parliament. And that means that every one of them that supports the government today will be breaking their manifesto promise for 5 years in a row. It's a straight choice. Do we return to 0.7 as we were all elected to this place to do, or do we fail to be the global leaders that the UK has been to this point on this issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm delighted to be called, and I pay enormous tribute to my right honourable friend who's sitting on the front bench today. The Chancellor demonstrated during his career before reaching this place that you can do well by doing good. In working for the Children Investment Fund Management, he proved that finance, that capitalism can support the world's poorest and can actually change lives. But he will also recognise that even an impressive fund like that, built off a stable platform created by governments, guaranteed by organisations, international bodies and others. And that's why I'm very sorry that I will not be able to support him today, because that platform today is what is so important. That confidence, that ability to rely on a stable platform for the future is absolutely essential. Instead of having that continuity, and instead of having that guarantee of an enduring future, we're going sadly back towards the yo-yo policy. Well, that's not just bad because of the variability. It's bad because it costs more and delivers less. It's frankly inefficient, it is an error, and it undermines our capability. Now, nobody in this House is more passionate about global Britain or Britain's place in the world than me. Nobody believes more that we should have a place at every table, that we should have a voice in every room. But we need to know that we are no longer buying that with gunboats, but with the aid and the effectiveness that we bring.
On that point, the honourable and gallant member is making a very impressive speech, and he talks about global Britain. The point of global Britain is about diplomacy, it is about trade, it is about aid, it is about defence. These four things are interconnected to one another. If you reduce one, you have an impact on all, and that is something that will be detrimental from everything from the integrated review to our outside approach.
My honourable member is completely correct. And of course, the reality is that we're not living in a vacuum here. We're not taking these decisions with nobody watching. The reality is that our friends are watching and our rivals are watching. As we make this decision and as we change our policy on Afghanistan, as we buy different seats at various UN tables through the diplomacy that we do in sub-Saharan Africa, in Asia and South America, we know that we are changing the rules by which we live. We are literally changing the standards of our modern world by how we buy support, how we develop allies, and how we partner around the world. This, and many people have already spoken about, is of course about the world's poorest, but it's not just about the world's poorest. It's fundamentally about Britain. It's how do we protect ourselves? How do we shape this world? How do we get the standards that make sure British businesses succeed, that make sure British finance shapes the world, that make sure that British rules are those the world lives by? And we do that We do that by making sure we win the votes at the UN, by making sure that we have the voices around the table, that we have the voices of the foreign ministers of countries around the world. Now, we can do it, and I can tell you why we can do it. I can tell you that I know we can do it, because we have done it. For 20 years, we have won debates, we have shaped arguments, and we have defended our position. And we have done it by doing well, by doing good, exactly as the Chancellor demonstrated in his pre-political career. Now, I can understand why the government might say that actually these targets, these ambitions are too high and that they wish to send a different spending limit. I can understand that. But that's not the argument the government's making. The argument the government's making is the Augustine argument. Lord, make me chaste, but not just yet. Well, if you wish to be holy, choose sanctity. If you wish not to be frank with what you are choosing.
We now go to Liam Byrne.
That was a great speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow it. The House doesn't need a former Chief Secretary to the Treasury to lay out that today's motion is a con job, but I'm going to explain that anyway. The Red Book, published in the last budget, shows that public sector net debt is not falling until 2024 at the earliest. But there's no way that a Chancellor, or a Chief Secretary, in fact, would ever make a judgment about whether it was falling sustainably on 1 year alone. That means that this cut is now forecast to stretch way into the next Parliament. And yet the sums we're talking about here are just 0.14% of the national debt stock. And they come at a time when we are putting up defence spending by £24 billion and yet entail a cut of £4 billion to aid spending. We are boasting about our soft power, superpower status and then slashing into the budget that actually delivers us that soft power. You judge a country's values by its budget, and this aid cut tells you everything you need to know about this government's priorities. The second point I want to make, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that this aid cut will cost lives and it will cost livelihoods. The Prime Minister sailed into the G7 very proud of his declaration that he wanted to jab the world and make sure that by the end of next year, the world was safe from COVID. But look, by the end of the G7, the IMF itself was saying that we're something like $23 billion short of what we need for a global vaccination program. This aid cut is not going to help that. It's going to hurt that effort to jab the world. But second, we have got a significant problem now getting the world back on its feet after this pandemic. The IMF thinks that we need something like $200 billion extra in spending to protect the world against COVID and $250 billion of extra investment in climate-friendly investment to help safeguard the recovery. How is this aid cut going to help with that great global project that we've now got to attend to for the years ahead? It's not. It's going to damage the world's efforts to get there, and it's going to damage our efforts to help persuade others to get to that big target. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is 36 years to the day when we celebrated Live Aid. It was an example of how we in this country set out to lead the world to help the world's poorest. On this day of all days, the government is now set to surrender that leadership. We cannot have a rules-based order if we have a Prime Minister who continues to shred the rules. This is a renegade act by a renegade government, and I'll be voting against this motion tonight.
Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are, I think, two primary arguments for opposing the government this afternoon. The first is that the 0.7% overseas aid target was a manifesto commitment, and that is a serious point, though I do think the electorate will appreciate the expectations on which those manifestos were based have changed substantially since COVID-19. But the second is that the target is in statute in the International Development Official Development Assistance Target Act of 2015. And that is true. But the Act also envisages and allows for circumstances in which the government might not meet the target in any given year, including the impact on public borrowing. And Parliament cannot stop the government doing so. The Act at Section 3, subsection 1 is very clear about that. We only have the right to be informed of how and why the target is to be missed. And as far as I can tell, Madam Deputy Speaker, nobody is proposing to amend the 2015 Act, so it will remain unchanged, whatever the vote this afternoon. Now, I welcome the Government's clarification that it is not seeking unilaterally to change the statutory target, but rather to miss it. Those are different things, and the former would, in my view, be both wrong and unlawful. But you either, Madam Deputy Speaker, trust the Government or you don't. If you don't trust the Government, and we are here because a large number of members do not, then why would you trust it to keep the 0.7% commitment beyond next year when the Act so clearly allows it to decide not to? Transparent, externally judged criteria, arguably at least, would leave those of us who want to see the preservation of aid spending in a stronger position than under the 2015 Act alone, which applies what are in truth fairly loose shackles to government on aid spending and leaves it entirely to government to decide when to escape them. And that cannot help provide the certainty that the aid sector rightly seeks. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe in the merits of overseas aid spending, and I've used many of the arguments made so eloquently by my right honourable friend for Sutton Coldfield, who deserves, in my view, huge credit for extracting the compromises the government has already made. But these arguments have, in the end, to persuade the public, whose money we are, after all, spending. As Conservatives, we also argue that high public debt is bad for our long-term capacity to support the vulnerable everywhere. And I think enduring public support for aid spending may well depend on the public recognising that we have apportioned the financial burden of the COVID crisis fairly and not protected aid spending to the detriment of other areas of spending they may find at least as deserving. Now, I think the government is now trying to strike that balance, and recognising, though I do, the strength of the arguments made by many on both sides of this House in the course of this debate, I think it important and necessary to give them credit for that effort.
Terry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government's decision to renege on its international obligations rides roughshod over those ring-fence commitments and puts at risk of millions across the globe. It's not in our national interest, and it's certainly not in our national security interest to do that, and that's before we even take into consideration our moral duty as a nation to alleviate global poverty. And damningly, several former Prime Ministers who themselves proudly upheld our country's aid commitments have also voiced their concerns about this government's handling of its international aid obligations. Indeed, you heard earlier today the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead has committed to voting against a three-line Conservative whip for the first time ever. So powerfully does she feel about this issue. And when the Right Honourable Member spoke in this debate, she was crystal clear what the aid cuts would mean when she said fewer girls will be educated, more boys and girls will become slaves, more children will go hungry, and more of the poorest people in the world will die. A damning indictment from a former Conservative Prime Minister. The UK has a long and proud track record of stepping up and supporting those in need. We cannot abandon our responsibilities to those around the world who are most poverty-stricken, least of all now in a global pandemic. The UK is currently the only G7 country to commit in legislation to spending 0.7% of gross national income on international development, a target set by the United Nations, and is the second largest international development donor behind only the US. And that is right and proper, that is a fact. The extended families of many of my Ilford South constituents directly benefit from UK aid, lifting millions of their extended families out of illiteracy, poverty, and providing so much support to some of the poorest communities around the globe, including Bangladesh, Pakistan, India and Sri Lanka. However, instead of leading by example, this government has now shamefully been the only G7 nation to cut its aid budget this year. There could be no clearer argument against cutting aid than the devastating impact of the COVID response. In April this year, the Delta variant was ravaging India. Vital coronavirus research centres, including a project tracking variants in India, had its funding reduced by up to 70%, leading its project lead to say the cut would not only make vitally important projects unviable, but in effect would kill it dead. Then in May, the Tropical Health and Education Trust criticised the UK government for slashing £48 million in global healthcare funding as part of its wider cuts. Indeed, those plans to donate 6 million items of PPE ordered by the British NHS to healthcare workers fighting new variants across the world were held up, yet again preventing a containment of the virus. We have a duty to act, Madam Deputy Speaker. We must do so now before it's too late for millions who rely on that direct aid. This is not about giving a man a fish to feed himself, but giving a net to provide for himself. It's about enabling, indeed, our historic obligation to lift up the global south using our nation's far greater resources. I welcome the actions of our colleagues on the opposite side of the House who will today vote with us in voting against this callous and awful manoeuvre by the government.
Bim Afalami.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a very difficult debate today, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we all on both sides of the House know what good UK aid spending does. We are all proud of what we've been able to achieve with our aid spending. And it doesn't just help in and of itself, it also helps the British taxpayer, it helps British people, because by investing in areas like education and vaccination and supporting local economies, we stop some of those problems washing up to British shores, and we understand that. But this debate is really about, when you get underneath all of it, it's really about competing political necessities, competing political choices. On the one hand, we have a real need as a responsible government in fiscal terms, as we come out of the COVID pandemic, of which we already know how many hundreds of billions has been spent. There's a need to make sure that we get our day-to-day spending, our current spending back in balance. There's a need to make sure that our debt ends up falling as a percentage of GDP, because that public spending that is only necessary, which is only possible when those things are there, is what supports all of the vulnerable people in this country, all British taxpayers everywhere, as much as poorest people in the world with aid spending. But at the same time, there is also a need to make sure we help the poorest people in the world, and that is the balance that we are trying to strike here, and I believe the government has struck the right one. Now, there have been some members have talked about the fiscal, these tests that the government has set, and somehow have suggested that they've only been met once in the last 20 years. I've actually taken a look at this. Both tests have been met the year 2000 to 2001, 2001 to 2002, 2018 to 2019. And if I'm right, though the Chancellor may correct me if I'm wrong, the underlying debt in the years before the pandemic fell for, I think, 4 years in a row. So it is not true that somehow these are impossible tests. But even if you didn't believe me, Madam Deputy Speaker, the key part of this, and why I respect and accept this compromise position, is that these are transparent and clear criteria. Everybody knows what it is. We can judge it independently, and the OBR, as we all know and trust, is an organisation perfectly capable of doing that. And the last thing I'll say is, it's not just important how much money we spend. It's also important how we spend it. What I'd like to see with our aid budget is more of that money, not just with multinationals, which does a lot of good work, but smaller charities working on the ground. Charities like Harpend and Spotlight on Africa, based in my constituency, that does fantastic work in rural Uganda, because having seen the work they do on the ground, working with bigger multinationals and the Ugandan government, can do fantastic things. And I'd like to see that spend that we have at 0.5% temporarily, that spend go more to some of those grassroots organisations, so we can spend our money even more effectively, so that we get more for what we're doing.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to say it's a pleasure to speak in this debate, but that would not be true, because I am appalled that we're having to vote on this proposal at all. This cut to our international aid budget reflects badly on us all, not just this government, and portrays the UK as inward-looking and self-serving. This is a Tory manifesto promise that is going to be broken, and broken very publicly, as the whole world is watching. I wonder how the Prime Minister will have the bottle to attend COP26 and call for other countries to raise finances for climate action when he's in charge of a government that's cutting its own contribution. Surely the ultimate act of hypocrisy. Madam Deputy Speaker, if this overseas aid funding was going to finance vanity projects, trips to the moon or high-flying, cutting-edge, dodgy ventures, then I could begin to understand the reasoning behind the decision. But none of the projects fall into those categories. They are basic health and social care projects that currently benefit millions of people across the poorer countries on our planet. The money funds basic projects like polio eradication, sexual health advice, the clearing of landmines, education programmes, the provision of clean water and sanitation, the prevention of sexual exploitation of women and girls. The money funds training programmes like the NHS Overseas Training Scheme, which trained 78,000 healthcare workers in Nepal, Uganda, Ethiopia, Bangladesh and Myanmar. Many projects will now come to an end and affect lives in countries such as Afghanistan, Syria, Somaliland, Nigeria, and so many more. So by cutting the funding to these numerous projects, this government is going to cause many unnecessary deaths. This is a scandal, and we need to highlight this callous approach taken today. And before members opposite say, oh, it's just Labour members whinging again, let's have a look at the people who are calling for a reversal of their cuts. Tory ministers such as Ruth Davidson, Baroness Sugg, who resigned from the government in November over these planned cuts, and Alok Sharma. There are other world leaders... Sorry, my apologies. And there are other world leaders condemning the cuts, including Samantha Power, head of USAID. Malala, who calls on the Prime Minister, to keep his promise of helping 40 million girls go to school, and the Archbishop of Canterbury, who describes the Chancellor's decision as shameful and wrong. Interestingly, every Prime Minister still alive is also opposed to the plan. These are big hitters, and their condemnation is very clear. So I would urge the current Prime Minister and the Chancellor to think again, go back to the drawing board and plan a different route, one that doesn't disadvantage millions of peoples in the countries less affluent than our own. So this isn't fair and it isn't right. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to be very clear. I will be voting against this government's plan to cut the overseas aid budget by £4 billion this year, and I would urge honourable members opposite to do the same, because the world is watching. Thank you.
David Warburton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased that the House has this opportunity both to debate and to determine this question. I've always defended our aid budget, and I do not think that we should search for economies at the expense of the most vulnerable globally and at the expense of our own reputation and influence globally. I don't need to rehearse the case for ODA spending. It's vaccination of 55 million people. It's saving of an incredible 10 million children from hunger. It's helping providing 50 million people with the means to climb out of poverty. And I don't need to describe the soft power benefits. Its influence for Britain culturally, diplomatically, politically, its symbolic significance and its demonstration of leadership. I could not, therefore, support the reduction of the spending when its return to 0.7% was effectively at the whim or under the control of the government. No matter how strong the intent might be to raise it again, events are always likely to overtake and overcome good intentions. So I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, for the conversations that we've had in recent days. And given the uncertainty in the economy, I entirely understand his reluctance to offer a date for the restoration of the 0.7. But a set of conditions, it seemed to me, would provide a solution that would provide a pathway governed by objective circumstances, and ceding control of that mechanism to the OBR and basing it on conditions which were met as recently as 2018-19 and forecasted by the OBR in 2018-19 and 20 to be met in the following financial year. These conditions do provide that pathway back to both our manifesto commitment and our duty to the poorest in the world. The Treasury is effectively outsourcing its spending decisions to the OBR and to the state of the public finances, something which I don't believe has happened before. And this, I think, does provide us with the certainty that we need to know that the cut is temporary and our commitment for 0.7% will be upheld, and it ensures that our public finances are protected. And this not only provides us with a route back, but ensures that the current position is transitory. So I will be supporting this motion because the worth of a commitment is whether or not it's upheld in the face of challenges, and this allows us to meet our challenges and meet our commitments.
We now go to Geraint Davis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's no economic or moral justification for cutting overseas aid from the richest to the poorest at this most desperate time in the eye of the pandemic storm that spreads death, disease and hunger like a wildfire through developing nations. Imagine looking at your children starving in front of you, huddled in a tent in the blistering heat of Afghanistan, Yemen or Syria. Or as you think about the cars and the houses and the fridges and Netflix of people in the West. Or looking at your daughter who could help create a better world with an education who won't get one. Or your parents who've just died from COVID. This poverty, this ignorance, this disease can be helped by us by reinstating the aid budget. And as host of the G7 and COP26, we should be taking moral leadership. Let's be clear. we can afford those to help those in greatest need more, not less, because the cost of UK borrowing is down, not up since the pandemic. Why? Because the global interest rates are down, so our borrowing costs are down from 37 billion in 2019-20 to 23 billion in 2021. That's a £14 billion saving in spending on debt interest for the UK, but aid spending is still being cut by 4.4 billion. And the Prime Minister's just said every pound we spend in aid has to be borrowed. But we can afford more aid now because our borrowing costs, our costs on savings on debt interest are massively down. Now is the time to invest, to build back better in the developing world out of the pandemic, to invest in climate change adaptation with new green industries that will help all our environments. Now in a low interest world is the time to borrow and invest. £1 million cut in aid could instead be reinstated and service a debt of £100 million investment. But only the G7 can borrow at such low interest rates. Developing nations cannot. And so it's no use saying we can't afford it this year due to the pandemic. So maybe we'll reinstate money in future years. We can afford it this year. And now is when it's needed most. If savings were needed, and they're not, they should be made after the pandemic, when the poorest are back on their feet, not in their darkest hour of need. And we know the politics of popular nationalism. We know 7.6 million people in the UK are now in hunger. So of course people are saying charity begins at home, but that hunger is unnecessary too. And we shouldn't give other G7 nations the excuse to cut their aid. We need more aid, not less. Britain is better than this. Let's make the world better. Let's reinstate our aid budget now.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to see the Chancellor in his place. I've got a couple of specific questions for him on science policy. But in the context of the debates in which were taking place in today, I'm very proud of our leadership and our contribution to supporting people right across the world, and I voted enthusiastically for the Act of Parliament that brought in the 0.7 commitment into law, and pay tribute to my right honourable friend for his work in that. But he will know that in so doing, the Act of Parliament specifically anticipated circumstances in which temporarily the 0.7% target may not be made, including, and I quote from the Act, any substantial change in gross national income, and fiscal circumstances, in particular the likely impact of the target on taxation and public spending and public borrowing. It's hard, Madam Deputy Speaker, not to consider that the circumstances that we are experiencing fall plumb into line with what the framers of the legislation and those who supported it had in mind. Of course, I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend. I was involved in the drafting of the Act, and I do not believe that that is what we intended with those clauses. But let me also say this to him. Has he noticed that the Governor of the Bank of England has said that the economy will have been restored to pre-COVID levels, I think, next month? Doesn't he think that's a very significant indicator of why we shouldn't be doing what the government would like us to do today?
Well, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and I quite agree that that is an encouraging assessment, not least for the prospects of our returning to the 0.7%. I studied very carefully the Hansard transcripts of the debate, and indeed some of the criticism was that the criteria might be insufficiently precise. And so I do think that the innovation of establishing in advance and giving to the OBR the trigger for the return is a sensible course, and indeed they mirror more or less the fiscal rules that were once called the fiscal mandate that were in place at the time that the Act of Parliament was originally adopted. So I want it back, and I hope, as the Governor does, that will be sooner rather than later, and that the Chancellor will be able to confirm that is his firm intention, as I think is clear from what he said in the written statement. But my questions on science are twofold. The science budget is very importantly increasing from around 9 billion a year in 2017 to 22 billion a year from 2024-5. And that includes, as it always has done, ODA, includes overseas development assistance. Will the Chancellor specifically reiterate the commitment to achieving that £22 billion by 2024-25? And secondly, will he reassure me that a report that I read, that the 0.5% limit on ODA could somehow prevent us engaging in international scientific research projects that we were perfectly willing to fund because they are excellent and are justified as part of that budget that is rising to £22 billion. Because we all know that science is inherently international. The best science is global, and the best teams are often international teams. And it will be a concern, a grave concern, if that 0.5% target would in any way be a cap on international collaboration. Knowing my right honourable friend, the Chancellor's commitment to science and technology, I can't believe that that is his intention. So his commitment to the 22 billion budget and his reassurance that this will not be a cap will be very important in establishing that the science aspects can continue, and that is in effect the removal of a ring fence rather than the limitation of international scientific research.
Speaker, the Prime Minister told the House earlier that there was common ground in the House. I think he's right, but I suspect he's not standing on that common ground, listening to contributions from across the way. And I pay tribute to the Right Honourable Gentleman from Sutton Coldfield for the courage that he and other fellow Honourable and Right Honourable members on the other side have shown in standing up for this issue consistently, but also, I have to say, standing up for their manifesto along with the rest of us. And the government has a good story to tell on this issue, if it wanted to, on Gavi, for example, on their support for education for women and girls. And I do wonder why they don't want to tell this story to the country. I think because too many of them are ashamed of it, and because, as the Right Honourable Gentleman from Sutton Coldfield said before, they're playing to a gallery, but they're playing to the wrong gallery, and it is a dangerous game that they are playing. The proposals before the House today, they are myopic and they are mean-minded. Mean-minded because we see that this is a trick, it's a fiscal trap. We were promised a straight up and down vote, we weren't given one, instead we were given this little twisting mechanism. Mean-minded too because, as we've heard, it will cost lives to make this cut, and because it is already a smaller cut to what would have been a smaller cake anyway. The amount of money had already gone down. To cut it further is simply mean. And you can't, with any of these programmes, you can't simply turn the taps on, turn the taps off and turn the taps back on again. The damage that will be done to British overseas aid programmes will carry on much longer after we restore the 0.7%, if under this proposed mechanism we ever did restore it. It'll set programmes back, it'll set research and development back, including, incidentally, for my constituents. I have a constituent who works in water purification, I have a constituent who works in energy, localised energy matters. These cuts will have an effect overseas. Let's be clear, they'll have cut effects in this country as well, in terms of innovation and our ability to take technologies across the world. It will have effects in areas such as the polio eradication programme, where, as my right honourable friend from Leeds has said, we've got to cuts of 95% will put that programme back. And it's myopic for the reasons that have already been said by my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, honourable gentleman from Tonbridge and Melling, because it will damage British soft power. The British Council tell me that they will lose 15 to 20% of staff and unable to carry out the programmes in the countries abroad where we need to be influencing. And also because it will affect our strategic position, as Leader of the Opposition has said. And let's put it in this, I think that overseas aid is a moral issue. But if we can't look at it like that, let's be clear. Our enemies and our adversaries, our Russia and China for our adversaries, our enemies IQ and IS, will fill the gap if we don't. And it will simply make matters worse in the long run. This is a short-sighted, short-termist cut. It's mean-minded. And I pay tribute to the Right Honourable Gentleman for his leadership, but I have to tell you, I won't be accepting it tonight.
We now go to Saki Bharti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by acknowledging the excellent speeches by a number of honourable members who've so passionately set out the case for overseas development assistance. In particular, my right honourable friend, the member for Sutton Coldfield, very eloquently and characteristically passionately has made the case for the ODA budget. And in normal times, I would be with him in this debate. However, today I support the government's decision. And I'm a big believer in the role of international aid and how it shows the world what we stand for as a nation. Through our role on the global stage is amplified by our magnanimity through international aid. And in a world with ever increasing threats, our overseas development assistance budget represents a tool through which the United Kingdom can demonstrate its generosity, its moral strength, its friendship, and its nobility. When considering this, one can understand why it evokes so much passion from all sides of the House. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, many of my constituents have spoken to me about the importance they place on the ODA budget. But time and time again, they have said to me, we know it's been a difficult time. We know we must manage the economy. We know we must pay the bills. And as my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has already laid out, we cannot ignore the state our economy is in after the worst crisis since the last two world wars. To have borrowed over £300 billion, the equivalent of 14.3% of our GDP, well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's clear that difficult decisions have to be made. And in this context, I do understand why the government has had to make this temporary cut. But in my view, it must be temporary. And with the clarity offered by the Treasury, I believe it will be. Of course, we must repair our economy. This is not a controversial thing. It is simply what is expected of us by the British people. We also continue to spend almost £10 billion as part of the overseas development assistance budget if this cut is to go through. But the British people also expect strong public services and efficiency from government. And so difficult decisions are inevitable and they obviously have to be made. And we also continue to demonstrate our soft power through other means. The distribution of the vaccine is an excellent example of this. Due to the government's investment, there were 500 million doses available to 168 countries, all distributed at no profit. By the end of the year, we will have distributed 3 billion doses. British ingenuity and British generosity. Finally, in a world of finite resources and increasing strains on our economy, we must make sure that our ODA budget is being deployed effectively and projects should be subject to the highest levels of scrutiny. In other words, it should not just be important how much we spend, but how we spend that money. Outcomes matter. The effectiveness of the budget should not be measured purely in monetary terms, but against robust targets, which are set to achieve our objectives and ultimately make the world a better place.
22 has withdrawn, so we go to Alicia Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm enormously proud of our record on supporting the most vulnerable and using aid to make our people and those around the world safer. But we have suffered the biggest recession in 300 years, and that's not a situation that we could have predicted when I fought the election on our manifesto promises. And yet the International Development Act 2015 explicitly anticipated this sort of crisis where a departure from targets is necessary. Now, if you'd asked me during the election whether I would have reconsidered this commitment to 0.7%, I would have said yes, but only in the very darkest of times. And if the last year or so has not been the darkest of times, then what is? Since my election, we've had to make an enormously large amount of difficult choices. And those difficult choices and dark times, in Rutland and Melton, they look like the government having to support 17,900 jobs through furlough, 4,500 individuals, underwrite nearly £123 million in loans. That's almost half of all jobs, employee jobs in Rutland and Melton that we had to save. And that support was necessary, but the costs pose real risks for the future too. Now, even with the reduction in UK aid, we remain the second largest donor in the G7. The taxes of residents of Rutland and Melton will continue to go towards saving lives, disaster relief, peacekeeping and climate. And we should be proud of that. And I hope the reorganisation of the FCDO can augment our capacity to respond to crises outside of the ODA budget through the new conflict centre. But today in the Chamber, honourable members have criticised the government, arguing that other G7 countries are not temporarily reducing their ODA budget. But in 2020, we were one of only 2 G7 countries to meet that target, and the only one to do it since 2013 every year. Perhaps it's because those countries have not met their commitments in normal times, but they do not now need to make a temporary reduction. Indeed, they had no plans in the first place to meet the 0.7% they promised. With this temporary reduction, we will still exceed the funding provided by every country bar one. We will remain one of the most generous countries in the world. This is a temporary measure. It is one that recognises the fiscal duty we have to our children. It recognises that we will still stand by those most in need. And the government has defined the fiscal circumstances under which we will return to 0.7%. This does not diminish us as a country. And whilst this is a difficult decision, it is the right one for now because we have faced the darkest of times. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The SNP opposes these cuts, as my good friend from Dundee West eloquently outlined. We are committed to our 0.7% manifesto commitment. 98.2% of the votes cast in the Stirling election in 2019 went to parties committed to the 0.7%. I am representing my party and my constituency in taking the stance that we have. Now, we would pay tribute and warmly praise a number of the members on the government benches. We've really seen some refreshing blasts of integrity throughout this discussion, and this is too important for Punch and Judy politics. Now, there's 3 points I'd make, because this has been a well-trodden path by this point in the debate. Firstly, 0.7% for the government is a manifesto commitment that was made barely 18 months ago. Yes, point 2, COVID has changed everything. It has, of course. It's changed everything for everybody else as well. And to use COVID as a pretext for this cut, when the developing world is also dealing with COVID and the effects of the economic impact, is reprehensible, to my mind. The cut is, thirdly, out of step with the rest of the world. The UK is the outlier in this. Other countries are increasing their aid spending, not decreasing it. Now, the UK remains, as we've heard, a significant donor of international aid. I applaud that, I welcome that, I acknowledge that. But this is a broken promise to the poorest people in the world at the worst possible time. And as I say, it flies in the face of the global consensus. Canada is increasing their spend by 28%, where the UK is decreasing it by 25%. France increasing theirs by 36%, Italy by 13%, the US by 39.4%, Germany by 6%. It is the UK that is out of step. Now, Global Britain is clearly not the SNP's project, but we are engaged in this because we don't want to see the poorest in the world let down, and we want to try and rectify a mistake to see Scottish taxes, or more realistically Scottish debt, go to effective purposes rather than where this government might take it. We are entirely unconvinced by the government's compromise proposal. We think to present this as an arithmetic formula is to misrepresent this issue entirely. It's been acknowledged throughout this debate, and estimates, of course, on numbers can be arguable, but only once in the last 20 years have the criteria foreseen within the government's mechanism been met. We fear this is a formula to entrench the cuts, not to bring them back. Now, the books do need to be balanced, of course they do, and I feel for the government in that task. But the difference we're talking about between 0.5 and 0.7 is barely 1% of the global sum. So for the government that has spent money on increasing defence spend, increasing nuclear capacity, blowing £1.3 billion on a needless stamp duty freeze, and yet worse, is talking about a royal yacht, I think the priorities are wrong, and I do hope a significant number of the members opposite will join the coalition to put this right. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for Stirling. I've been speaking to my constituents in Derbyshire Dales about this. They are, by and large, a very generous and kindly-spirited people. I've listened carefully to their views today. Following those discussions, I will be voting for today's motion, as it will provide certainty and a path for international spending, clearly outlining that path back to our 0.7 manifesto commitment, while delivering responsible public finances and allowing us to maintain a high level of spending on other priorities at home, such as the NHS, schools and the police. It is also delivering our manifesto promises for responsible public finances. At 0.5%, the UK is spending over £10 billion in overseas aid this year. This is a phenomenal amount of money. We are one of the most generous and kindest and biggest spenders in the world. Let's not forget that. And I would like to remind those who wish to unfairly characterise this Conservative government as somehow being mean or uncaring on overseas aid, that Conservative governments have consistently spent more on international aid than Labour. Between 1997 and 2009, under Labour governments, the average spend on overseas aid was just 0.36%. So the opposition are hardly in a position to lecture this government on overseas spending. The leader of the opposition may find it helpful in court, but those arguments don't work here. Once again, the opposition is totally out of tune with the British population. We believe, on balance, we have to balance the spending of this unusual time that the government's had with the COVID pandemic spending. The government has spent over £400 billion on keeping this nation safe, keeping our families secure, preserving jobs and livelihoods. This has given the people of my constituency in Derbyshire Dales a way forward in very frightening and worrying times. On behalf of the people of Derbyshire Dales, I do thank the government for this support, and it is kind and it is not mean. We must not forget that every pound we spend in international aid is borrowed. My adult sons remind me of this regularly. This money is borrowed from our future generations. As a mother of 4 adult children and representing many, many families in Derbyshire Dales, I feel I have a duty to restore and help restore the public finances to some sort of responsible level. It's for these reasons I have no hesitation in supporting this sound motion today.
We now go to Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've had a 20-year cross-party consensus on aid that we should meet the 0.7% of GNI, the UN target. I very much regret that that consensus has been lost. Of course, when GDP goes down, our aid budget will go down. But the pandemic is no justification for reducing the proportion of national income committed to international aid. In a fine speech, the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield referred to the strength of Christian aid in Chesham and Amersham. As a Treasury Minister in the late 90s, I saw the churches play the key role in securing that cross-party consensus. They were the instigators of Jubilee 2000, ahead of the millennium, and the key supporters of Make Poverty History afterwards. And those campaigns led on to the historic 2005 Gleneagles deal, writing off $40 billion worth of debts owed by 18 highly indebted poor countries. The idea of cancelling unpayable debts inspired people and drew people together. Rooted in teaching in the Bible, it had a dramatic impact on government policy and on the lives of millions. Last month, I joined a number of MPs on a virtual trip to Togo, organised by the Christian charity Compassion UK. We visited their UK aid-funded child survival project. The situation in Togo is desperate. Under 5 mortality is among the worst in the world. 1 in 25 babies don't reach the age of 1. Women have a 1 in 58 chance of dying in pregnancy or childbirth. Compassion's work, supported by UK aid, is starting to change things. In the first year, the project reached over 4,000 people in extreme poverty. The number of full-term healthy babies delivered was 24% above target. UK development aid helps save lives amongst the world's poorest people. We met somebody called Amma. She registered in the programme when she was 7 months pregnant. She was struggling to feed her existing children. When she reached full term, her husband left suddenly. She also had malaria. Her baby and her own life were at risk. The Child Survival Project provided food and hygiene support. Her expenses were paid. She gave birth to a son, and she's since been able to set up a business of her own. Even a small amount of aid saves lives. The cuts to UK aid put thousands of projects like those run by Compassion UK in Togo at risk. I really hope Parliament will reject this motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to be called in this debate this afternoon. I recognise that the Chancellor of the Exchequer has probably the most difficult job of anybody in the government, perhaps in the whole country, bar none. He's the only person employed to say no and make difficult choices about all of the different spending demands that all of us present at the door of the Treasury. But nevertheless, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do share the concerns and the fears of those colleagues who this afternoon have expressed doubt and concern that the cuts that we are debating will become permanent, and that I also share the fear that 0.5% spending becomes the default setting for our overseas aid spending, and the cuts become locked in. They become permanent, a permanent withdrawal, a permanent stepping back of the level of commitment that Britain has given overseas amongst the poorest countries on earth. And the reason that I share these fears is for some of the reasons that have already been outlined this afternoon, but also, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I think we're in danger of overlooking just how enormous was the effort that got us to the point where we as a House, as the House of Commons, were united on making that commitment to 0.7. And the member for East Ham has just reminded us of it then. I was perhaps one of the few members here this afternoon who was in the House in 2005, and I recall the enormous lobbying efforts that were being made, not just by the churches, but by trade unions, women's institutes, groups in all of our constituencies. There was demand for this. And it required opposition front benches to work with government front benches. It required opposition backbenchers to work with government backbenches. And for me, it represented a really high watermark of what can be achieved from this House of Commons when people choose to bury some of their political differences and work together for a cause that's much bigger than our most immediate political needs.
Thank my right honourable very much for giving way. He's making a wonderful speech. Does he remember, he referred to his longevity in the House, does he remember with me Make Poverty History and the way it galvanised national opinion? And does he accept that Beat the Crises, Crack the Crises, which is the current successor to that generation, reinforced by younger people, once COVID is over and they are able to show what they feel, they will make very clear their opposition to this foolish decision that the government has made?
My right honourable friend makes a very strong point. And he's right, there was this popular movement behind it. But nevertheless, Madam Deputy Speaker, it wasn't universally popular. There were staunch critics inside this House, critics outside the House, sections of the press absolutely hated it. And as we went through the financial crisis of 2009-2010, the criticisms became louder. And as the ripples from that crisis have kind of moved through our politics over the last 11 years, it's become increasingly difficult to keep making that case for investing 0.7% of our GNI in helping the world's poorest people. But I'm proud of the fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we chose to stick to that. Even when we were making very difficult decisions and choices about other aspects of public spending, we took a decision that actually spending more on the people with the very least globally was the right thing to do. And it was the right thing to do then, in the wake of the last financial crisis, and I believe it's still the right thing to do now as we're going through this awful pandemic. And yes, we face a moment in our politics where we have enormous pressures on our public finances, and I made those remarks about the Chancellor of the Exchequer very sincerely at the start. But what is a difficult moment for us fiscally and politically, it's an absolutely tragic, devastating moment for the poorest people around the world, for whom the pandemic has been the cause of another wave of dire poverty and suffering. And that's what we're really debating here this afternoon. These are not difficult issues, and there have been sincere speeches being made on either side of the argument. And I'm very sad, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I won't be able to support my government this afternoon. But as I said, I think that 0.7% commitment we made all those years ago was the right thing to do, and I pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the member for Sutton Coldfield, for the role that he played. But sticking to it now is still the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister brought a very sombre tone to the dispatch box this afternoon, trying to convince us that this decision was all a regrettable consequence of the economic output of the pandemic. But that rings hollow when we remember the glee with which he stood at the dispatch box this time last year and announced the abolition of DFID. when he described aid and DFID as a giant cash point in the sky, when, as Foreign Secretary, we remember that he quoted Kipling in a Buddhist temple in Myanmar, or when he was a journalist and he used the language of Pekingese and watermelon smiles. This is a Prime Minister and a government who know little and care less about the struggles of poverty, whether at home or abroad, and the life-saving, life-changing difference that aid can and does make around the world. A bit like the evil standing orders that we're debating later today, the aid budget to them is just another part of David Cameron's legacy that they seem so keen to bury. I think the Prime Minister likes the fact that he's the only living Prime Minister that supports the cut in the aid budget. It's part of this year zero hard rain approach to the UK consensus that has existed for so long, a consensus that saw every single member, as we've said, of this House elected to the commitment of 0.7%, a consensus that has existed for 20 years, a target that has been met consistently since 2013. 0.5% is completely arbitrary. 0.7% was calculated by international organisations when it was set in the 1970s. 0.5% is completely arbitrary. We've not heard why it's not 0.4% or 0.6% or 0.3%. It's simply, it sounds good. It sounds like the government is taking decisive action, and that seems to be their attitude to so many aspects of government just now. Never mind the impact or the feasibility. Yes.
I'm grateful to him, and he's making some very serious points, but does he accept that, in fact, it's the UK who set out 0.7% in law? Many countries around the world also commit to 0.7%, but always fall short and don't bother to have a discussion about it.
But the UK is now resigning from that. The government is resigning. It won't even give us a legally binding vote on the decision to resign from that commitment that was agreed by the entire House. And what we consistently hear from the dispatch box is soft power, superpower is about global leadership. And in a year when the UK should be taking leadership, it's taking a step backwards. And of course, the decision to cut aid is being shown to be doubly problematic because aid was due to fall anyway. GNI was falling as a result of pandemic-related economic contraction anyway, and there would have been tough decisions and funding squeezes, but these would have been predictable and manageable. And this notion that it's all being paid for by debt, well, you could say that about all kinds of aspects of government savings. All governments around the world run debts and deficits, and they invest for the future. And aid is an investment in all of our collective futures. But what is happening now in real time is that drastic sweeping cuts have already been made to get down to this completely arbitrary target of 0.5%, and these will be massively difficult to undo. And despite today's attempt to bounce the House into a decision, the government's own rhetoric and all these other shenanigans, the government's own rhetoric doesn't add up. The Prime Minister repeatedly says that the COVID investment it's making is going to be additional. Well, if it's going to be additional, then how can the government spend 0.5%? It must be spending more than 0.5%. And if it's not additional, then what else is going to be cut? It doesn't make any sense. And I didn't get an answer in the last debate either about the concerns raised about UK aid match. The public have been donating in good faith £1 to certain charities on the basis that the UK government would match that, and those charities have now been told, such as Mary's Meals, have now been told this funding would be delayed, and they'll be wondering whether it will ever appear at all. Hundreds of constituents in Glasgow North have contacted me about this since the cut was first announced, and that speaks to thousands of activists and organisations across the country. Aid works best when it is stable and predictable in the long term. There will be no undoing some of the damage caused by the UK government's cuts that have been hastily and in some cases disastrously implemented. A return to 0.7% ASAP will at least mitigate some of that damage, and I hope some of the Tories who have been opposed to the government's decision so far will continue to show resilience so that they vote tonight to restore our aid commitment to our poorest brothers and sisters around the world.
Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I didn't come into this House to reduce overseas aid. But then I also didn't come here to tell people that they can't see their parents or their grandchildren, that they had to close the business they've spent years building up, or that they couldn't get married with their friends and family there to support them. These are just some of the soul-searching choices that COVID has forced on all of us in the last 18 months. And today's choice is no different. Voting for the government's motion will take £5 billion out of the overseas aid budget. Voting against it will cut £5 billion out of our public services here in the UK, or necessitate tax rises on our constituents, many of whom have been living on restrained incomes over the pandemic. It's important
that we're honest with our constituents, especially at a time when the NHS has got a huge task to get a backlog of millions of operations and treatments down, when so many children have had their education so badly disrupted, and when the police are dealing with a chilling rise in crimes like domestic violence. Now, there have been some suggestions in this debate here today. My right honourable friend, the member for Halton Price and Howden, has suggested cutting HS2. No doubt very popular in some places, but something that many of my business leaders throughout the East Midlands has made clear will significantly degrade the ability to grow the economy there. The right honourable gentleman, the member for Dundee West, has suggested degrading our cyber capabilities at a time when our public services, when our businesses, when our society is increasingly reliant on digital infrastructure and digital services. So there are no easy choices here. There are no cost-free options. The second point I want to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the definition of ODA is very narrow. It excludes much of the support the UK provides overseas from being included in it. £85 million invested to help develop the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, which is now being distributed without profit across the world. We are the largest donor to Gavi, immunising 300 million children against infectious diseases, and we provide £350 million a year to the UN's peacekeeping budget on top of our ODA contributions. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, even with the reduction to 0.5%, the UK will spend more as a percentage of GNI than almost any other major economy, more than the US, Canada, Japan, and well above the OECD average. We will still be the third largest bilateral humanitarian donor in the world. So to talk about Britain as if it's withdrawing from the world or turning its back on people is, in my view, divorced from reality.
Fiscal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I, first of all, like others, would wish to pay tribute to individuals on the government benches who have brought us here because of their tenacity, who have shown the courage of their convictions. Convictions that the government claimed to hold, but despite the obfuscation of the Prime Minister, are seeking to renege on, which is why I think this debate, as I say, is so welcome. It is an opportunity to rehearse the arguments that we've had before and others have said today. They remain. The principles still remain and the arguments still apply. It still is a situation that it is in our own economic self-interest to ensure that we remain committed to point 7. It is environmentally necessary, especially with the spectre of COP26 arising. It is also the case that international aid is a right, not a charity given by us. It's something that we need to repay for historical acts. But there are two primary arguments, two twin imperatives that I think apply, and they're the arguments I wish to make. First of all, there's the moral imperative that this is for humanity. We are all part of the human race and we require to look after our sisters and brothers wherever they are, whatever nationality or passport they hold, even whatever colour that passport may be. Equally, it's a necessity of public health, which is in fact the corollary of that, because it's in our own self-interest that we carry out these actions. Dealing first of all with the moral argument, it's been made quite clear by many others, quite eloquently, that this will be catastrophic. And it's not enough for the Prime Minister to say that this is a once-in-a-century event. It will be repeated, as we have seen with variants, and indeed we will face other health challenges if the Third World continues to face the problems that it does. That is why we have to address it. They are unable to deal as we are, despite the challenges that we're already facing. We've seen what happened in Africa with AIDS. The consequences for Africa of coronavirus are horrendous. It's therefore a moral imperative that we take actions to ensure that we protect them as well as protecting us, because that takes us on to the public health argument. Because if we do not address this issue there, then it will come here. We've already mentioned, as I said earlier in the speech, we've had Delta variants, we'll have other variants. We'll have even other variants that won't be capable of protecting us by the vaccinations that we've had. If it isn't the coronavirus outbreak, it will be some other form of ill health that will challenge humanity. And therefore we have to ensure that we take every step possible to ensure that not only do we protect ourselves, but we protect everybody. Because by protecting everybody, we do protect ourselves. People will march, people will come, people will ill, and people will be infected. If the border force can't keep out drugs, they won't be able to keep out individuals and an illness. It's therefore in our own interest to ensure that we carry out that moral imperative which is quite right for the benefit of society, for all of us, and equally for our own individual benefit in our own land and indeed individually, we protect the public health of this country.
Peter Bone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to follow the honourable member for East Lothian, who speaks with passion. I don't accept his arguments, but I do accept that those people that will vote against the government tonight do so in genuine concern. And I also welcome the fact that we've got a lot of SNP members here, we've got the DUP here, we've got Liberal Democrats. But only 2 Labour backbenchers are bothered to stay in the debate, and only one has just arrived. So I'm not so sure about the concerns expressed from the Labour benches. But I do welcome one thing that the honourable gentleman said, is the fact that this Parliament is having a vote and a debate on this issue. And that is to the great credit of the government. And they are bringing forward a motion that they may well lose tonight. And that's to their credit to let this Parliament decide on this very important issue. And I do think this debate isn't particularly about the merits of overseas aid and point 7. It's about the state the economy is in. Now, I can't tell from sitting here, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether the Chancellor is his happy self, but he's very popular at the moment because he's been giving money away and helping people. But there is an economic crisis coming down the line. And certainly on these benches, we should recognise that, which is the reason we should support the cut of £4 billion in overseas aid. Because if we don't do that, the Chancellor either has to borrow £4 billion more, or he has to tax more, or he has to cut public expenditure. So that's actually what the issue is about, and that's why I will be supporting the government tonight. But can I just touch on what I think is more important with overseas aid is outcome, not the amount of money we're spending. And this was something the Labour government used to say, we're spending record amounts of money. It didn't mean they were having record outcomes. And when I was chairman of the all-party group against human trafficking, it was often the small charities without state money that were doing the best outcomes. And the great thing about this government, Madam Deputy Speaker, is what they've done with the vaccine and AstraZeneca. The fact that we've given this to the world, and there'll be 3 billion doses across the world by the end of next year, is a tremendous testament to what this government has done. It's world-leading and it's changing the world, and it's saving millions of people from being seriously ill and dying. That's the sort of thing we should be proud about. We shouldn't be worried about a figure.
Lawrence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And many honourable and right honourable members have already spoken about the different areas that will be impacted by our proposed cut to international aid budget. And I want to focus my remarks on a subject which is really important. Last month marked 40 years since the first reported AIDS case and the subsequent discovery of HIV. And although we've made big progress in fighting HIV in the UK and across the world, AIDS remains a leading cause of death for women of reproductive age. And although preventable, over 1.5 million people acquired HIV last year, and 690,000 people lost their lives to an AIDS-related illness. The HIV epidemic continues to devastate communities right across the world. And yet screening has fallen by 40% in Africa and Asia over the past year. Ending new HIV transmissions in the UK is a global effort. And yet, shamefully, our funding to the UN AIDS project has been dropped by a staggering 83%. And as we only know too well, pandemics can only be beaten together. Up to now, the UK has been instrumental in reducing the stigma of this really terrible disease and helping to save the lives of millions of people. And I want to pay tribute to the Terence Higgins Trust for their new campaign launched today called Life Really Changed, celebrating people who live with HIV. I represent Vauxhall, a constituency with a large migrant population, and one of the highest rates of HIV prevalence in the country. Now more than ever, it is so important, if we are truly committed to global Britain, to step up in our responsibilities, not step back. The UK should be taking a leading global step to help reverse the devastating spread of HIV and AIDS. Otherwise, how are we supposed to meet our target of zero transmissions by 2030? I hope members will reflect on that. And it's not just about the issues that happen in our country here, but right across the world. And I hope that they will be joining me in voting against this motion. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Tim Loden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the fact that the Government have brought this motion here today, but I'm afraid I'm going to vote against it and to restore the 0.7% commitment. I am worried that the new criteria would only have been met in one of the last 7 years, and goodness knows when it will be met again, and effectively we're locking in 0.5% for the foreseeable future. I acknowledge absolutely the huge generosity of the UK taxpayer and the contribution by COVAX and others. But we cannot stop now. I voted for, I campaigned for, I was really proud that a Conservative-led government brought in, enshrined in law, that 0.7% commitment. I stood on a manifesto to keep it in 2015, 2017 and 2019, proudly doing so. Our manifesto in 2019 said, "We are proud of our peace-building and humanitarian efforts around the world, particularly in war-torn and divided societies, and of our record in helping to reduce global poverty, and we pledge to proudly maintain our commitment to spend 0.7% of GNI on development." No riders that it was dependent on the state of finances, whether debt's going up or down, or how much the Treasury is bringing in revenue. No small print, no ifs, no buts. And I believe in standing by manifesto pledges. And it would have been even more unsatisfactory if we'd not at least had this vote here today. Everyone's talked about difficult decisions. It was specifically to avoid short-term difficult decisions that we enshrined that commitment in law and crafted a careful formula so the money went up in good times and went down in bad times, as is happening. But this will be a double whammy, as everyone has said. It's going to go down because the economy has contracted, and it's going to go down further because the formula is being reduced as well. And of course, COVID has impacted severely on many countries whose health systems are far less resilient than ours in dealing with the pandemic. And as we know, global pandemics need globally coordinated action, as well as all facing the challenges of the new strains mutating in far-flung corners of the world. And the UK plays a key part in that and must continue playing a key part in that, not just with vaccines. But this is also a false economy. Abruptly pulling projects part-way through makes no financial sense and increases uncertainty. Pulling the malaria programme funding in Nigeria, which is supposed to go on to 2024, cutting 48 million from the NHS Overseas Training Scheme when people are being trained in important posts in developing countries, the 80 million cut to water sanitation in the middle of a pandemic, and the circumstances in Yemen that I mentioned earlier. Global Britain is about projecting not just military and diplomatic influence, not just about pursuing new trading and investment partnerships beyond this continent, but complementary to this is the exercise of soft power. Hugely important, and it's proved highly influential and effective for UK PLC, and our world-leading commitment to 0.7% enshrined in law is an important, and I have to say, very cost-effective part of that. Climate change is a major focus of it. We're chairing COP, for goodness sake. What message does that send to the rest of the world? This is a false economy at the wrong time.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to speak in this very important debate, and I draw the attention of members to my register of interests. The choice we face here today is clear. Are we global Britain or little Britain? This is a trap for the unwary and, in fact, goes further than that. This is a deliberate cut of aid, which the party opposite has been wanting to do for a long time, and I share the concern of many parties, members opposite, in not wanting to be seen as the nasty party. We're the only G7 country to be cutting our aid, so it simply doesn't have to be done. We don't have to shrug our shoulders and say, we're in the middle of the pandemic, this is another cost of COVID, we just have to get on and do this. No, this is a deliberate choice about what we do to retain our promises to the world's poorest people at the time when we're all suffering around the world together. It's not only how much we're cutting as well, but how these cuts are being made. Not very strategically, very fast for many of the smallest projects which have the best outcomes, and without any impact assessment being done. 0.7 is not some arbitrary figure dreamt up by a Treasury civil servant. One of the most memorable days of my life was standing on a stage in Edinburgh introducing Eddie Izzard to a massive crowd of people. Why would I bring this up now? Because it was a Make Poverty History rally. People had come in coaches from across the whole country. They'd got up the night before and they travelled overnight. They'd come from communities all over the country. They were of all ages, all backgrounds, with one mission: that we wanted to make poverty history, and we wanted to see the 0.7% prescribed in law. And it was many years after that, so it's been many, many years of campaigning that brought the 0.7% into reality. And it's not something that we can lose so easily, because I share the concerns of many members that if we lose this today, it will be many, many years until we see the return, if ever, of that 0.7%, which the British public, Madam Deputy Speaker, do want to see. People from across my constituency have written to me about the aid cuts, saying they do not agree with these cuts. It's a small amount in the whole scale of government spending, just 1% of our borrowing. And it's very good value for money. So it's false economy, and it's wrong to cut the South Sudanese peace project, which has been built up over many years, based in trust, and will result in a devastating results in South Sudan. It's been called a crushing blow to the people of South Sudan. So today is an opportunity to restore the cross-party agreement on aid, restore our ambition and our influential place in the world, to do the right thing and to vote against these cuts.
We now go to Catherine West. We don't seem to have any voice for Catherine West, so I'm going to go to Tobias Elwood and come back to Catherine West. Tobias Elwood.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a vote about our soft power, a vote on the definition of global Britain, a test of our political courage to see the bigger international picture and stay committed to our international obligations, even when we face difficulties at home. I will not tire of telling this House just how dangerous and complex our world is becoming. A simple question I put to the Prime Minister, the National Security Advisor, the Defence Secretary and all the respective heads of the armed forces: is global instability over the next 5 to 10 years going to increase or decrease? And in every single case, the answer was increase. We face a very unpredictable, uncertain decade, with growing authoritarianism, extremism on the rise, an ever-assertive China and Russia, and of course climate change, increasingly wreaking havoc across the world. The government acknowledges this in its own integrated review, but hard and soft power are two sides of the same coin, as we learnt to our peril in Afghanistan. And to cut our soft power will have operational, strategic and reputational consequences. The sheer scale of global challenges was acknowledged at the G7 summit, yet here we are debating the reduction in our soft power profile, the only G7 nation to do so. In contrast, China is using its aid programmes as a part of a long-term strategy to advance its own global reach. Look at what's happening across Africa and Asia. There is a new global soft power war taking place. This, to me, is the face of a Cold War that is slowly emerging, but we in the West have yet to wake up to its reality. China is weaponising its immense soft power to significantly advance its influence and reach and to promote its own interpretation of the international rules-based order. And it ensnares dozens and dozens of countries into its sphere of influence. This is why we should not be diminishing our own soft power. I suspect the government may succeed today in winning the argument, but it will lose the moral high ground. We claim to be a problem-solving and burden-sharing nation with a global perspective. It is simply not a good look to promote a global Britain agenda emphasising leadership, responsibility and resolve, but then cut our overseas aid budget. I urge the government to ask what Churchill might say to the House now, given the 1930s feel to the world. Why not articulate to the nation the wider geopolitical uncertainty that we face, the urgency for the West to regroup, and the influential role that Britain could play if we retain our soft power commitments, so we can begin to address the progressively dangerous trajectory our world is now on. I have no doubt if the government did this, the nation would be fully in support.
O'Hara.
Deputy Speaker, may I begin by saying how pleased I am that the Government has finally bowed to pressure and we in this House are having the vote that we were promised in cutting money to the world's poorest people. And it's absolutely right that we have that vote, because every member of this House must declare his or her position. I fear that without a meaningful vote, the members opposite could continue to hide behind crocodile tears or meaningless words of regret without ever having to display the courage of their conviction and stand up and tell this Government that the decision to take £5 billion away from the world's poorest people is fundamentally wrong and morally repugnant. So at the end of this debate, we will all have to declare where we stand, and no one can continue in the hope that by choosing to stay silent, that he or she will not be asked to come off the fence. And although this vote has been a long time coming, it does mean that we are all in this House well rehearsed of the arguments, and absolutely no one can pretend that he or she does not know what they are voting for this evening, or they do not understand the consequences of their actions when they vote. And they now know that if they do support this motion, that money is not coming back. Madam Deputy Speaker, I find it utterly incomprehensible that the government of one of the richest countries in the world appears hell-bent on making the poorest people on this planet even poorer and more susceptible and vulnerable to disease, hunger and a lack of clean water. And for them to push this as vigorously as they have done, despite every single analysis telling them and us that millions of people will die, simply beggars belief. And it is shameful that if this motion is agreed tonight, it will mark a new low point for a country that pretends or boasts about being a beacon for tolerance, decency and humanity. This is the test of that vote. As I've said before, this country has a moral obligation to help those and now what we call the developing world, not least because this country is in no small way responsible for the situation that they now find themselves in. The UK, Great Britain, grew rich, powerful on the backs of the world's poor. We invaded, conquered, divided and plundered, leaving behind an impoverished wasteland. And it's about time this country woke up to its moral responsibility to assist those we abandoned to live with the consequences of British imperialism, and we should not be running away from that responsibility. And those on the benches opposite have to accept that as a consequence of their action tonight.
We now go back to Catherine West.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And could I say what a pleasure it is to follow the member for Argyll and Bute, who's wearing a navy suit and a navy tie with white dots on it, just like our favourite football manager, Mr Southgate. I'm very proud to stand on my promise today, laid out in the manifesto of each of the political parties in the House, for the UK government to spend 0.7% of gross national income on the world's poorest. The UK's economy and health have been ravaged by COVID, and in my local authority area alone, COVID has led to many, many deaths and the loss of jobs. Haringey Borough has one of the highest numbers of workers on furlough and at risk of joblessness in the autumn, and child poverty is on the increase. However, my constituents care deeply about the work the UK does across the globe, especially in Africa. They do not wish to see so many girls lacking in education. They do not wish to see more infants die from malaria. And they do not wish to see Daesh prosper from the withdrawal of important civil society programs promoting stability across North Africa. This decision today will affect the UK's regional universities as well. For example, it could inhibit the important work that is done to strengthen health systems across the globe by working with doctors and nurses through the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine, or the important scientific work carried out to make insecticide-treated anti-malarial bed nets through Durham University research capacity. The Prime Minister claims to support British science, but this motion suggests the opposite. We know that in 2021, there were 23 more billionaires who reached the Times Rich list. Inequality is worsening day by day, and this proposal fails to address the grotesque inequality across the globe. If I thought by agreeing with the government today it would instead fund summer schools for children in my constituency, or would mean reinstating the 5,000 mental health beds withdrawn since 2010, or it would fund the capital needed on social homes to fund home housing services for those in housing need, I would change my mind. Instead, this motion is the beginning of more austerity, the £20 cut to universal credit recipients, the potential breaking of the triple lock for pensioners, and further cuts to local government. The last 10 years has brought the country to its knees and weakened health systems and society. So when COVID reached our shores, we fell like flies. When will we learn that the government must act to protect and build defences, or else we will suffer even more?
Mangnall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by thanking the government, because they have been courteous in having the Prime Minister and indeed the Chancellor both present and respond to this debate. They have been courteous in holding a vote at long last. But I'm afraid that is where my thanks end. As we have heard in the course of this debate, this was not only a manifesto commitment by every political party in this place, it was also a commitment to the world's poorest. It was a commitment to join in force with other nations around the world. And many members in this House have said that we didn't do anything, no other country followed us. But Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Luxembourg all now fulfil the 0.7% target. France next year is set to hit the 0.7% target. The United States of America has uplifted its spending by $16 billion. And we say that we didn't have influence, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I beg to differ. What we are debating today is really about the fight for parliamentary engagement. What this House voted on in 2015 in the Development Act, which enshrined the right to make sure that we weren't making short-term decisions, to make sure that when the good years were good, the spending went up, and when the bad years were bad, the spending went down, something that we should have kept in mind before we made today's decision. Instead, Madam Deputy Speaker, what we have been offered is a mirage. What looks like a compromise is something that will never be reached. It is an issue that, despite the arbiters of the OBR, the spending decisions will still be made by the Treasury. And this announcement comes before a spending review. So we don't know how much is going to be spent on social care, on health, on education. We don't know what the financial commitments will be of the government in the years to come. And therefore we are being led down the garden path. And for that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am appalled. Like Gordon Brown's checklist to join the euro, we will never meet these targets. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a short-termist approach. I have seen the value, as has many of members in this House, of what we spend in foreign aid, whether it is women's education, whether it is on AIDS programmes, whether it is de-radicalisation, whether it is on climate change. I believe passionately that the UK leads by example in these areas. And for that, I will not apologise for voting against the government tonight. I will not apologise for the fact that I will be standing up on behalf of the NGOs and the experts who are based in the UK, who operate around the world, who lead by example and help other organisations follow suit. For that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I offer no apology. But I remind members of this House that we make an extraordinary impact in the world. And to shirk it for a short-term decision is something that we should all be appalled by.
Jardine.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the honourable member for excellent speech. Madam Deputy Speaker, 22 years ago I visited a hospital in sub-Saharan Africa where a woman who was about the same age as I was then was being treated for AIDS. When I say treated, I'm stretching the definition to breaking point. She was receiving aspirin and I felt totally helpless. That visit was part of a professional trip to write about the work being done by an international Christian charity. But it was part of a much more important journey for me. My once carefully protected eyes had long before been open to the poverty in the world. But on that trip and others, I came to realise the significance of the international aid the UK government provides, both in creating a stable international community and making a real difference to the lives of the people who need it most. The Prime Minister earlier highlighted the work that this government is doing as part of the global response to the pandemic, and yes, we are. But these cuts are being made at a time when ministers have often cited that no country is safe until the virus is under control in every country. The same applies to international aid. The world is in the grip of insecurity and democracies are under threat. Long-term strategic support is key to building resilience and capacity in places like Myanmar. By reducing our support, power vacuums will be filled by countries like Russia and China with very different agendas to ours. China has their 500 Confucius Institutes across 140 countries with plans for 1,000 more, and they are increasing their global presence through education and culture as part of a strategy of having boots on the ground, their boots on the ground, education and soft power. And where are we? Withdrawing from the international stage, cutting the international aid budget, leaves the British Council some £10 million short. It's led to 20 offices being closed. Global Britain? How? If we blunt the very tool which delivers and embodies that ideal. So instead of saying, look, what we're doing isn't that great, what we see in the world around us should be driving us on to do more, underline how important it is, make us determined to fight to save children from starving and girls being abused, to help protect and enhance their health, their rights and their democracies, because we do have the ability. And the government reassures us this is a temporary measure. But the definition of that measure is, frankly, the height of cynicism and heartlessness. I certainly will.
I thank her for giving way, and she will have spent time knocking on doors in Cheshire and Amersham as I did. Is that characterisation of the new Tory party exactly what many of those voters were saying was why they were turning away from the Tories in that election and voted Lib Dem instead?
I thank the honourable member for a comment, and yes, it was, as we have heard from other honourable members today. And those same people will know that more than 2 billion people in this world do not have access to clean water, and that cutting aid will make it more difficult to change that. The rate of HIV infection across the world remains at 1.7 million people in 2019 alone. The leading killer of women of reproductive age is AIDS. When I visited that hospital 22 years ago, I felt helpless. I feel the same today. But my government can help. This government can help. And tonight, I will be voting to remind them that they should.
Mark Harper.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. I listened very carefully to many of the speeches that have been made today, and many of them focus on the promise that was in our manifesto about aid spending. That's entirely correct, Madam Deputy Speaker. But as I said in one of my interventions, we also made commitments to not borrow money for day-to-day spending. We also made commitments to reduce our debt burden. All of those commitments have been made more challenging by the global pandemic that we have faced. And what the Treasury has put forward today, which I will be supporting, and I hope all of my colleagues will, is an attempt to deal with the challenge from the pandemic and deliver on all of our manifesto commitments in the way that we're now going to have to reflect the reality of what's happened over the last year. Now, I've also heard many members talk about the borrowing that we've had to make over the last year. And I know the Chancellor, and I am very proud of that borrowing because it's helped us get through what has been an incredibly difficult year. But one-off borrowing for a crisis isn't the same as ongoing day-to-day spending. And I have to say I'm surprised by many of my colleagues who talk about the £5 billion a year that it would cost to replace this spending as if £5 billion wasn't a lot of money. I can remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, many difficult conversations when I was a minister and indeed when I was Government Chief Whip about far smaller sums of money, sometimes involving many of the colleagues that I've heard talk about £5 billion as if it were nothing. And I'm afraid we are going to have to get used to the fact that there are certain realities in the world that money that we spend has to be paid for. It's either got to be borrowed or financed from taxation. And one of the problems we've now got with the borrowing we've had to make over the last year is we're now very vulnerable to increases in inflation or interest rates. I heard someone say we're living in an era of low interest rates. Well, we don't know how long that's going to last. And a 1% rise in inflation and interest rates would cost us £25,000 million, which would be 5 times the level of amount of money we're arguing about today. And those are the realities that not just the Chancellor has to grapple with, but all of us in this Parliament, and particularly those of us in the governing party. My final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is just to say to my colleagues, this debate, I fear, is going to be repeated many times as we move through the comprehensive spending route. We're all going to have to face very difficult challenges. Yep. Governing is about choosing. It's about setting priorities about what we think is important. This is important, but so is keeping the fiscal measures on balance, and all of them are important, and I'm glad the Chancellor's brought forward the measures he has today.
I'm sorry we haven't been able to get more speakers in, but we now have to move to the roundups. Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government says global Britain is at the heart of how we engage with the world. But this move to unilaterally cut overseas aid is a direct attack on what it means to be global Britain. It is a decision that will reduce our power, it will reduce our influence in the world, and it will undermine our security here at home. At this moment, perhaps more than at any other, we should be looking to project our power and influence for good around the world, to create change in our national interest, but in the global interest too. I am proud, we should all be proud, in this House and across our great nations, of what we've achieved together through overseas aid. Because together we have pushed polio to the verge of eradication. Together we have improved water and sanitation for more than 1.5 million people. Together we have reduced maternal and infant mortality, as my right honourable friend, the member for East Ham, spoke of. And together we have ensured that girls in the poorest places in the world can go to school, as we all take for granted that our daughters and granddaughters can go to school. Yet today the government seeks to undo that great progress. Instead of being a global leader, this government seeks to retreat on the international stage. And I can see the understandable discomfort that this is causing for honourable and right honourable members on the benches opposite, who know that the consequences of this decision and the short-sightedness of what the Prime Minister has said and what the Chancellor, I fear, will go on to say today will mean. In particular, I want to commend the contributions today of the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield, who advised colleagues to beware the traps set for the unwary. My right honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central, who said that this motion today is just not who we are as a people. And the right honourable member for Houghton, Price and Howden, who says, when it is a choice between lives and money, I choose lives. And the reason that there has been a consensus from 5 previous Prime Ministers, including the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Maidenhead, across both parties, on the importance of the 0.7% commitment, is because the case for overseas aid expresses both our moral responsibilities that we have and because it is firmly in the national interest too. I'll give way briefly.
Thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. One of the NGOs and trusts that I would be involved with is the Halo Trust. They're the organisation who clear mines, unexploded ordnance and IEDs. If it comes to giving money to one group, there's a group that saves lives, as the Honourable Lady refers to.
Yeah. I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention, and he speaks powerfully of what he has seen. What has guided former Prime Ministers and Ministers is a moral compass. And I ask honestly to the Chancellor, what moral compass guides the Prime Minister and government ministers today as we cut those lifelines of support, and in the midst of a global pandemic as well? Now, for several decades, we have recognised that the world is increasingly interdependent, that overseas aid helps tackle poverty and infectious diseases, it helps tackle climate change, reduces conflict and terrorism, and the need for people to flee their own countries and seek refuge elsewhere. A point that the Chancellor himself made in 2015, arguing that the government's commitment to international aid is a tangible example of leadership. Well, Mr. Speaker, where is that leadership today? Because, crucially, overseas aid helps us respond to pandemics. COVID cannot be eliminated anywhere if it is not eliminated everywhere. And these cuts will impede the ability for some of the poorest countries in the world to mobilise their public health systems and roll out this vaccine effectively. What good does that do any of us here? Until COVID is under control globally, the risk is that this virus mutates and it comes back to Britain and threatens all of us, including those who have already been double vaccinated. Now, the Chancellor knows full well that our country's commitments are as a proportion of our gross national income, and that is right. And it means that as our economy grows, our generosity as a country grows. But as our economy shrinks, so does our generosity to those in the poorest parts of the world. That is right, and it happens automatically without the cuts that are being proposed on top of that. As the Right Honourable Gentleman for East Worthing and Shoreham puts it, the simplicity of the 0.7% commitment is built into the formula. Our payments go up in times of plenty and they fall back when the economy is more stretched. But with a 30% reduction, that's what we're talking of today, a 30% reduction in just 1 year. Never has our aid budget been cut so savagely, so suddenly and by so much. And let us be very clear about the tests for returning to 0.7% of GNI spent on overseas aid. The second test that the Chancellor has set out is around our debt-to-GDP ratio falling. Now, the OBR forecasts that this won't be met next year or the year after. At the very earliest, it will be met in the financial year 24-25. But let's look at the first test. In the last 30 years, the current budget balance test being proposed by the Chancellor today has only been met 5 times, and only for 1 year under a Conservative government. But the test proposed by the Chancellor, it goes further than that, because it doesn't just say a current budget balance, it says a sustainable current budget balance. And that is something that has only been met in the last 30 years under a Labour government. So if the Chancellor's small print conditions are applied to the latest OBR forecasts, then we will not be achieving a current budget surplus in the whole of the forecast period. These aren't tests to go back to 0.7% of GNI spent on overseas aid, but to stop that ever happening under a Conservative government again. So let us be clear about what we are voting for this evening. If we vote for the Chancellor's proposal today, this won't just be for a year. It will hang over us for as long as the Conservatives are in government. Mr. Speaker, if the Chancellor is serious about saving money, and I believe in value for money in every pound of taxpayers' money spent, then why, Mr. Speaker, did the Chancellor happily sign off cheques? £2.6 million on a media briefing room that won't be properly used. £200 million on a vanity yacht project to sell global Britain around the world. Well, why not invest that money on overseas aid instead? £37 billion on a test and trace system that doesn't even work. And £2 billion on crony contracts for friends and donors of the Conservative Party. What exactly does it say about the priorities of this government? And why is the overseas aid budget being singled out for cuts by this government? Because it is ideological, it is not about value for money. If this is what goes through this evening, and this is what the House votes for, it will diminish Britain. It will reduce our power and influence for good in the world. And it will undermine our security here at home too. This isn't just about how much aid we give overseas. It's about the country that we are and the country that we want to be. Whether you're a government or a football team, when you're on the world stage, how you conduct yourself and whether you lead by example really matters. Many honourable and right honourable members on this side and opposite too know in their hearts, but in their heads too, that what the government is proposing is profoundly wrong. And they also know full well that it breaks the proud promises that we all made at the last election just 18 months ago, not just for the crisis, but for as long as the Conservatives are in government. So I urge honourable and right honourable members to reject this motion today and do what they know is right for the poorest people in the world and to honour those proud commitments that we all made in the national interest.
Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to members on all sides for their passionate and principled contributions to today's debate. And given the short time available, let me just highlight some of the powerful speeches we've heard in support of the government's motion today, including from the honourable members for Somerton and Frome, Hitchin and Harpenden, Rutland, Derbyshire Dales, Rushcliffe and Wellingborough. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed that not all of my colleagues feel able to support the government today, including the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, and of course nobody can doubt the sincere commitment to this cause by the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield. And I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for Tonbridge and Malling for his kind words about my career before being in this place. There were particularly thoughtful speeches, Mr. Speaker, from the members, or the Right Honourable Members for Tunbridge Wells and Kenilworth and Southam, both of whom highlighted the explicit provisions in the 2015 Act that envisaged these circumstances happening. I can give the Right Honourable Member for Tunbridge Wells my commitment to the £22 billion, which I believe very strongly in, as does the Prime Minister. We are determined to create a science superpower in this country. As ever, my Right Honourable friend, the member for Forest of Dean, made a powerful speech about our promises, Mr. Speaker, all our promises, not just some. And whilst the party opposite may not be concerned with promises about managing the public finances and responsibly looking after people's money, people on this side of the House always will, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, may I also pay tribute to those members who have worked with the government. And I'm grateful for their constructive cooperation over the past few weeks in finding what I believe is a genuine compromise to bring this House together so that we can support a policy which commands, I think, the broad acceptance not just of this place, but of the British people. Those Right Honourable Members and Honourable Members include the members for Stafford, Bromley and Chislehurst, Milton Keynes North, South Northamptonshire and Bexhill and Battle. I am very grateful to them for all their engagement. Mr. Speaker, what we are asking the House to vote for today is a roadmap for returning to 0.7%. This roadmap reaffirms our values whilst recognising the reality that COVID has caused severe damage to our public finances. It puts beyond doubt that the reduction in the aid budget is temporary. It defines a reasonable set of tests for when we will return to 0.7, and it makes those tests objective and verifiable based on data, not dates, measured not by the government ourselves, but by the independent OBR. I'm happy to give way.
Grateful for the Chancellor giving way. Does he accept that in areas of instability and potential social decline, when you withdraw aid and you withdraw support, they are more likely to end up needing the support of our military? We know this for fact because we've had to do it a lot in the past. Does he not accept the principle that in areas that are extremely volatile, it is much, much cheaper to the British purse to support via aid workers than to send the military in with hardware and to put our soldiers in the front line, often in danger?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is not either or. This government is doing both. We are one of the largest donors to the UN peacekeeping operations, and is why we are making a difference in countries across the globe, not just through our ODA budget, but through all the other ways we express global leadership.
I'm extremely grateful to the Right Honourable for giving way. He's right. The countries with big hearts also need clear heads. So will he confirm that with the roadmap he set out today and the proposals before this House, we will still be spending 20% more than we were when the party opposite was last in government on overseas aid?
If my numbers are right, Mr. Speaker, as a percentage of GDP, we were for the last few years spending double what the party opposite ever spent when they were in office, and he is right about what we will be doing even at this reduced level. But, Mr. Speaker, let me make some progress. Today's approach is a pragmatic approach to meet our commitments to the world's poorest today and have the secure fiscal foundations we need to meet those commitments for decades to come. Mr. Speaker, we should be proud of what UK overseas aid means to millions of the world's poorest people. It means tens of millions of girls around the world getting a better education. It means food parcels stamped with a Union Jack arriving in famine-stricken countries like Syria and Somalia. It means wind turbines, solar panels and hydroelectric dams generating clean energy in developing countries. And I am proud, as I know the whole House will be proud, of the extraordinary good this country is doing around the world.
Grateful to the Chancellor, and would he remind the House, who rightly very keen that we save as many lives as possible, that this country has given a great gift to the world with many free vaccines and pioneering the cheapest and one of the best vaccines to save lives all around the world.
I completely agree with my right honourable friend, and I will come on to that in a minute. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud too of our response to last year's economic crisis, the deepest recession this country has ever seen. In total, we've provided hundreds of billions of pounds to protect jobs, keep businesses afloat and help families get by. That was the right approach, but we should be clear-eyed. COVID has severely damaged our public finances. The highest level of borrowing since World War II. National debt of £2 trillion and rising, debt expected to peak at 100% of GDP. And if we want to continue to meet our commitments in the future, both at home and overseas, we must act now to rebuild our fiscal resilience. And in spite of... I'll give way one last time.
Also, the Chancellor are giving way. All of this is all well and good, but they'd already taken the decision to scrap the Department for International Development before COVID came along. That's how committed they were to international aid.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, this government has brought a coherence, a strategic symmetry to our approach to international development and foreign policy, which is improving how we project our influence and effectiveness around the world. But I must make progress, Mr. Speaker. I've heard that this is the only difficult thing that we are apparently doing. That is simply not true. We have had to build fiscal resilience and have asked businesses to pay more tax. We have frozen the personal income tax allowance, taken a targeted approach to public sector pay, and yes, we also had to take the difficult decision to temporarily reduce our aid budget. And this decision follows a path Parliament explicitly envisaged when it enshrined the 0.7% target in law. Section 2, subsection 3 of the 2015 Act clearly foresaw the fiscal circumstances that might mean the target could not be met. And, Mr. Speaker, let us be honest. If that test is not being met in the aftermath of the worst economic shock in 300 years, surely it never will. This decision, Mr. Speaker, is categorically not a rejection of our global responsibilities. The UK will spend over £10 billion this year on overseas development. According to the latest figures, that's more as a proportion of our national income than all but 2 of the G7 countries, more than Japan, Canada, Italy and the United States, and much more than the average of the 29 countries in the OECD's Development Assistance Committee. But our spending on humanitarian causes goes far beyond just our ODA budget. We have the 4th biggest defence and security budget in the world, the 3rd largest diplomatic network. On average, we contribute nearly £500 million a year to the UN peacekeeping budget. We use our trade policy to reduce poverty, with developing countries benefiting from tariff savings of up to £1 billion a year. It's why we're working with the G7 to deliver the Clean and Green Infrastructure Financing Initiative, and with UK government support, this year 1.5 billion people around the world will be vaccinated with the Oxford AstraZeneca jab, provided at no profit whatsoever. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no question of our commitment to overseas aid. The only question is when we return to the 0.7% target. The motion before the House puts beyond all doubt that we will do so once 2 clear objective tests have been met. Our national debt is falling and we are no longer borrowing for day-to-day spending. These tests are in line with the approach set out in our manifesto and at budget. They are practical and realistic. Mr. Speaker, if the House votes against the motion today, this is an effective vote. We will return, irrespective of the circumstances, to point 7 next year. Instead of voting for responsibility, the House would, in effect, be voting to say no circumstances could ever justify a move. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I know a deep sense of conscience underpins the view that the amount we spend on overseas aid is a moral issue. Many in this House will know the words, charity is patient, is kind. I think of those words and I share that sense of conscience. That is why we are maintaining the target, not abolishing it. It's why we are setting out the conditions, not obscuring.
Is that ready?
We are basing the conditions independently.
Order, order. The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Aye. Division, clear the lobbies. Are you both ready? Quick one. Okay. The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion... Order. Let's sit down, please. The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are David Rutley and Maria Coalfield. For the noes, I've got it the wrong way round. For the tellers for the ayes are Jessica Morden and Anthony Magdal. For the noes are David Rutley... No, the ayes. I was right first time. I was right first time. Somebody said I wasn't. I was. Right. For the ayes are David Rutley and Maria Coalfield. For the noes, Jessica Morden and Anthony Magdal. Thank you. Lock the doors. Order.
The ayes to the right, 333. The noes to the left, 298.
The ayes to the right, 333. The noes to the left, 298. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. A lock. Chancellor, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I recognise the passion and conviction with which many members spoke today in favour of the 0.7% target, members who voted both for and against the government's motion, in fact. And to me, that is the salient point, Mr. Speaker. Whilst not every member felt able to vote for the government's compromise, the substantive matter of whether we remain committed to the 0.7% target, not just now, but for decades to come, is clearly a point of significant unity in this House. Today's vote has made that commitment more secure for the long term, whilst helping the government to fix the problems with our public finances and continue to deliver for our constituents today. I want to commit to the House, Mr. Speaker, that both I and the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary will continue to work with all honourable members on how we can continue to be a global leader helping the world's poorest, on how to improve our aid spending, target it most effectively, and ensure that it is getting to those who need it most. And, Mr. Speaker, having now provided the House with an effective vote on this matter, the government will move forward with its planned approach.
I now suspend the House for 2 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order.
Order. Order. Point of order, Sir Christopher Chope.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope you can help us, because in the debate after this one, we are discussing the regulations which the government has brought forward, which will deprive thousands of people who work in our care homes of the right to work and not give them any compensation. The government said on the 22nd of June that alongside the statutory instrument, it was laying an explanatory memorandum together with an impact assessment. The impact assessment has not been laid. Yesterday I raised this as an issue, and I referred to the fact that the department had written to the library and said the impact assessment has not been laid yet. We will be laying it at the earliest opportunity. That was midday yesterday. I've recently spoken to people in the vote office, and they say that they've now been informed by the department that this impact assessment will not be laid before the debate. So either it doesn't exist, and there was a falsehood when it asserted that it did exist, or it's been suppressed because it doesn't fit in with the government's agenda. But in any event, Madam Deputy Speaker, is it open to you to put pressure on the government to withdraw that item of business until we have got an impact assessment?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order and for giving me advance notice of it. No, I can't ask the government to withdraw the motion, and the business statement has been agreed to. But I do share the honourable gentleman's disappointment that this document has not been made available for the debate after this one, and I hope it will be fed back from the Treasury bench that the Minister will address the issue in her remarks in the debate. Thank you. Further to that point of order, William Ragg.
That point of order, having recently been on a all-colleague call with the Care Minister, she confirmed to us that the said impact assessments would not be made available until after the vote. That strikes me as a rather back-to-front approach. So just to provide that clarity to the House.
Well, I'm grateful for to the honourable member for that clarity. It is what we rather suspected. Which I was trying to hint at, that it wasn't going to be ready, but that the Minister would address it in her remarks when she opens the debate. Thank you. Sir Christopher.
What my honourable friend has said, that this is available. It could be made available immediately, but the government is choosing not to make it available until after the event.
Well, the honourable gentleman has reinforced his point that if it is available, could it be made available before the debate? We understand it is not going to be, but as I say, we will pass back the very strong feeling that the Minister should address why that is the case in her opening remarks. Right, we now move on to the Armed Forces Bill Programme number 3 motion. Programme motion, Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is the Armed Forces Bill Programme number 3 motion as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Armed Forces Bill as amended in committee to be considered.
Now.
Now.
Thank you. We begin with new clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the other selected new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper, and I call Shadow Minister Stephanie Peacock to move new clause 1.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Labour stands firmly behind our armed forces and our brave service personnel who serve our country. It is a privilege to be speaking on behalf of Her Majesty's opposition on this important piece of legislation. From their work across the country on the front line of the pandemic to operations around the world, Britain's armed forces deserve our admiration and gratitude. My granddad, who would have been 100 this year, served with the RAF during the Second World War. Nearly all of us will have loved ones whose service we look back upon with pride, and I'm sure that we would all hope that they were given the support that they needed and which they deserved during their service and afterwards. Labour supports our armed forces and the principles behind this bill. It is a once-in-a-Parliament opportunity to bring about meaningful improvements to the lives of our service personnel, veterans and their families. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all the organisations who have contributed to this piece of legislation: local authorities, service charities and voluntary organisations. It is the duty of any and every government to look after its people. And there are welcome steps within this bill which we are supportive of: the creation of a legal duty to the principles of the Covenant and the implementation of key elements of the Lyons Review. But we believe the government can and should go further. Our forces communities cannot afford for this bill to become a missed opportunity. And that's why Labour have put forward our amendments in good faith, to strengthen this bill and offer support and protection that are needed by many of our service personnel. So turning firstly to Amendment 1. Currently, serious crimes, including murder, manslaughter, domestic violence, child abuse and rape cases that are committed in the UK by service personnel are prosecuted in the service justice system, the SJS, and not the civilian courts. Victims and their families often don't get the justice they deserve, and quite often sexual abuse cases are tried as disgraceful conduct and other service offences, meaning that those who commit the offences are not put on the sex offenders register. I will give way, yes.
Grateful for the Shadow Minister for giving way, and very much welcome her commitment to the rule of law in Amendment 1. Almost 50 years ago, 14 unarmed civil rights marchers were murdered on the streets of Derry by the Parachute Regiment. 5 of those victims were shot by David Cleary, otherwise known as Soldier F. For 50 years, he's been granted anonymity. Now the government want to give him an amnesty. Does the Shadow Minister agree with me that none of the perpetrators involved in murder during our Troubles should be granted an amnesty?
Well, the Labour Party is committed to the Stormont House Agreement, and the leader of the Labour Party, the member for Holborn and St Pancras, made clear in Northern Ireland last week that the rule of law must be central to our approach to legacy in Northern Ireland. Returning now to Amendment number 1. Last week I met with the charity Saluta at Forward Assist, who shared with me statistics that show up to 6 out of 10 women serving in the military have experienced some form of sexual harassment or abuse. This is an issue that disproportionately affects women of lower ranks. It is a harrowing issue, and these women deserve real justice. This amendment would ensure that the Armed Forces Bill provides appropriate support, protection and access to justice for our forces. Serious crimes will be tried in the civilian courts when committed in the UK unless the Attorney-General has consented for such crimes to be tried under courts-martial. I would now like to move to Amendment 2. A significant part of this bill relates to the Armed Forces Covenant and the introduction of legal duty for public bodies to have regard to its principles. I'm proud that my own local authority, Barnsley Council, are not only one of the leading signatories of the Covenant, but have also achieved the Gold Award in the Defence Employer Recognition Scheme. More needs to be done to end the postcode lottery support, and introducing the legal duty in this bill is a welcome step. But we believe it can go further, not only in the duties themselves, currently limited to healthcare, housing and education, but whom they apply to as well. Whilst this bill creates new responsibilities for a wide range of public bodies, from school governors to local authorities, central government is not included. The government is notable by its omission from these legal responsibilities. They should show leadership in at least holding themselves to the same standard that they are asking others to follow. Our amendment would place the same legal responsibilities to the Armed Forces Covenant on central government as their current drafting requires of local authorities. 12 of the UK's leading military charities wrote an open letter to MPs last week, sharing their concern that the new legal duties in the bill do not cover the full range of issues currently affecting our armed forces community. They are urging the government to widen the bill's scope to make sure greater protections are given in areas such as employment, pensions, social care and immigration. I hope the government will today listen to those charities and support our amendment. Through new Clause 1, we are calling on the Ministry of Defence to recognise its duty of care to British service personnel who are subject to legal action arising from overseas operations. It simply cannot be right that so many families have been put through the trauma of long-running investigations with little to no legal or welfare support from the Ministry of Defence. Labour repeatedly attempted to resolve this issue with amendments to the Overseas Operations Bill, but ministers did not accept this important duty as part of the bill. We are asking the government again to reconsider this issue and ensure they deliver on their responsibilities to members of our armed forces. New Clause 2 would establish a comprehensive review of the number of people who were dismissed or forced to resign from the armed forces due to their sexuality and consider appropriate forms of compensation. The institutional and cultural discrimination against the LGBT+ community is frankly a shameful feature of our not-so-distant past and remains a serious issue today. I am proud that the last Labour government abolished the ban on homosexuality in the armed forces in 2000, and I believe the government's new policy of medal restoration for those veterans is a very welcome first step. But it simply cannot be right that so little further work has been undertaken to seek to right this wrong. So we ask ministers to now consider the restoration of ranks, pensions and other form of compensation to appropriately honour those who have served our country with courage and distinction, irrespective of their sexuality. New Clause 3 is calling on the government to create a representative body for our armed forces. It has been clear for some time now that the armed forces need independent advice. There are many issues where members of the armed forces need representation in matters such as welfare and pay, which is why Labour are calling for a representative body for the armed forces to work with the Ministry of Defence to further support service personnel. The US and Australia already have similar models embedded into military command structures, and the model is used successfully in this country in the police force through the Police Federation. Our armed forces give their lives for us. Ministers should seize this opportunity to give them a real voice. And finally, I will turn to New Clause 4, which calls on the government to conduct a formal review of the standards of mental health care available for service personnel. The government is currently missing a range of targets for mental health care for people who have served. Forces personnel face a wait of 37 days for a face-to-face appointment to be offered through the Transition, Intervention and Liaison Service, against a target of 14 days. That is a wait of more than double the target time period. They then face another unacceptable wait for treatment. The latest figures available to us show an average wait time for treatment of 70 days, and that is a jump up from 57 days in 2018-19. After 6 months of having left the service, veterans then access mental health support through the responsibilities of the NHS, which of course themselves face serious pressures and considerable waiting times. Ministers cannot ignore this issue or seek to outsource accountability and responsibility on matters such as these. Action needs to be taken nationally to deliver this, and we believe the review established by New Clause 4 would form a key basis for turning around the crisis in mental health services. So there are welcome steps in this bill, but in delivering on the special responsibility that we have to our armed forces personnel, we believe the government can and should go further with this legislation. Labour believes the Armed Forces Covenant represents a binding moral commitment between the government and our service communities, and this legislation is an opportunity to strengthen and improve it, and through Labour's amendments to go further and to ensure we tackle all areas of disadvantage. Thank you.
Duty of care to service personnel.
The question is that New Clause 1 be read a second time. James Sunderland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to follow the new Shadow Minister, and I wish her well in her new role. I also empathise with much of what she said this afternoon, but of course the government position is quite different, and I'll explain why. As chair of the Armed Forces Bill Select Committee, I'm probably more familiar with this bill than most, and it is a good bill. And as before with the Armed Forces Covenant, I welcome the fact that it places a due regard on the placeholder, that it recognises rightful outcomes, accurately reflects unique sacrifices and obligations on HM forces, and it places a legal obligation on the delivery of health, accommodation and local support from councils. It provides examples of good practice and pragmatic guidelines for how this is to be provided. I note, and with the Minister in his place, that prescriptive performance targets are still absent from the statutory guidance, but it may just be impossible to apply any meaningful metrics and tools to this area, and I just do not believe that councils are in any doubt of what is expected of them after 10 years. But it may be that guidance is still needed on how they will be held to account if they do not meet their obligations. So I do await that with interest. On to the amendments, if I may, and I just want to talk to a handful. New Clause 1, as mentioned, the duty of care new clause, would require the Secretary of State to establish a duty of care standard in relation to legal, pastoral and mental health support provided to service personnel involved in investigations or litigation arising from overseas operations. While this duty of care is one of the most important aspects of the bill, and the armed forces, of course, applying a one-size-fits-all approach could lead to difficulties in the future, tailored welfare and mental support for those who have served is already very effective and already offered to all personnel. On to new clause 2, dismissal for sexuality. This requires the government to conduct a comprehensive review of the number of people who were dismissed or forced to resign from the armed forces due to their sexuality or perceived sexuality, and to make recommendations on appropriate forms of compensation. Well, as before, while there is no validation to this practice and the government does see it as an absolute wrong, the government has resisted this clause at this point in time, and indeed at the committee stage, due to it complicating the MOD's efforts to address at pace this injustice. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the record, this does need to be done in due course, and I believe that the government will do it. On to new clause 3, representative armed forces body. This would create a representative body for the armed forces akin to a police federation, which would represent their members in matters such as welfare, pay and efficiency. But, once again, the government has not been persuaded that there is a requirement or a groundswell of support for a federation along the lines that have been suggested. The interests of armed forces personnel, of which I was one, are already represented ably through a range of mechanisms, not least the chain of command. Furthermore, the Service Complaints Ombudsman provides independent and impartial scrutiny of all service complaints. I want to talk to some of the amendments if I can, but actually my opinion on all of them is the same as it is for the new clauses. Whilst they are laudable on their own, there is good reason why the government is resisting every one, for reasons that have been outlined at length during both the committee stage and indeed during the select committee stage. So, Mr Speaker, in the interest of time, this bill has been subject to repeated scrutiny at various stages. It is a good bill, remains fit for purpose in terms of what can be achieved now, and I'll be voting it through tonight. Thank you.
We now go to the SNP spokesperson, Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wish to start my comments this afternoon by paying tribute to members of the armed forces, both in ordinary times, the work they do in ordinary times, but also the work they have done over the last 15, 16 months in their support for services during the pandemic. I also want to pay tribute to organisations who have taken time to engage with members during the passage of this bill to ensure that we are fully informed in as many areas and as wide a range of issues as possible. This bill started its passage with members on all sides keen to see real change for personnel in the armed forces. And from that start, with the very best of intentions, we've ended up with a disappointing conclusion, with non-controversial amendments being rejected without, I believe, any real attempt to make meaningful progress. Therefore, we find ourselves with a bill now at the stage that will make very little, if any, practical difference to those who serve. Of course, I do hope that I'm proved wrong in this, but I have my suspicions that in a year's time, if we were to ask personnel, do they know of any difference that this has made, the answer, unfortunately, would be negative. So I've made it clear throughout the passage of this bill, it lacks the punch required. The bill's commitment to the Armed Forces Covenant falls far short of what it ought to be. Many stakeholders, including the Royal British Legion, have argued that the bill should go further in strengthening the Covenant and law. But many other areas have been missed out, such as visas for Commonwealth personnel, pay, DWP issues and proper representation for serving personnel. The veterans who've suffered humiliation, dismissal and loss of pensions because of their sexuality. This bill simply does not deliver. And I know the Armed Forces Minister has previously spoken of his intention to make real progress in this area. I look forward to working with him to deliver a just outcome for those individuals that have been affected in this way. Because this is a real example of an issue that this bill fails to address. And SNP will be supporting Labour's new clause 2 on this. Armed Forces Minister has previously given us assurances on service accommodation, but accommodation issues are raised year on year by serving personnel. And the recent National Audit Office report on single living accommodation describes a litany of neglect, and accommodation for families also falls far short of the standards we would expect. So it is disappointing that the bill as it stands will not strengthen the accommodation offer. The SNP series of modest amendments, that's Amendments 3 to 6, asks that service accommodation matches the standards set for civilian housing. This should be a matter of straightforward agreement across the House. We should not be asking service personnel or indeed their families to put up with accommodation that would be deemed unacceptable to non-military families. If we're talking about non-detriment, basic housing standards should be a good place to start. I'm not expecting the government to accept SNP amendments on this today, but I hope this issue can be properly considered in the weeks and months ahead. The SNP has for a long time advocated a far more comprehensive way of representing the interests of the armed forces, and we look to examples from many of our NATO allies which benefit from armed forces representative bodies. We're used to hearing arguments from members of the government benches on how this could not possibly work because it could undermine a chain of command or encourage strike action. However, an armed forces representative body would be a federation like, for example, the Police Federation. It wouldn't allow strikes, wouldn't impact the chain of command, but it would give a voice to our personnel that at the moment is sadly lacking. So I'm pleased to see Labour bringing this amendment forward again. If we're looking at ensuring the covenant is properly fulfilled, such an organisation would substantively carry out that role. It would advocate on pay, housing, terms and conditions, etc. However, I think the government's real reason for resistance to this is that it would actually give our armed forces and veterans a voice. The time spent on this bill should have been an opportunity to significantly improve our offerings to the armed forces, but I am doubtful. And without the ability to enforce and without the teeth this bill needs, it will fall sadly short. This is a once-in-a-parliament opportunity. Many of us will be disappointed, but the SNP will continue to engage with the government and the Armed Forces Minister in the hope that we can make a real change for those who are serving. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
We now go to David Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The substance of the bill before the House today is access to justice and the welfare and our wider responsibilities in the context of the military covenant. And in supporting this bill, I would like to draw the House's attention to the excellent work of some local authorities in supporting our service personnel and our veterans, including the many who reside in Russet, Northwood and Pinner as a consequence of the numerous nearby military bases, including HMS Northwood, RAF Northolt and some of the historic ones in the area. I very much commend the Honourable Member for Bracknell Forest for the work that he has done. I know he was a resident of my constituency during his army career. And I'm sure that, like me, he would commend the work of the London Borough of Hillingdon, led by our Armed Forces champion, Chancellor Sir Ray Puddifoot. For many service personnel, access to housing and ensuring school places for their children can be a challenge. And Hillingdon has, through its approach to the military covenant, sought to make this as straightforward as possible. Its housing allocations policy enables returning service personnel to be treated as though they had never been away from their home area, absent in service when it comes to applying for social housing. And targeted support has enabled a Gurkha community to settle and play a fantastic part in the life of the local area. And support to enable the children of service families to secure school places quickly is also prioritised, ensuring that those who serve their country do not face sacrificing their family interest. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I very much encourage the government and all those involved in the debate about this bill to highlight these examples and many others of best practice within the military covenant to ensure that our service personnel are treated with the priority that they deserve and which are entirely in line with the aspirations that are set out in the bill. And it seems very clear to me that many of these things are not so much matters of law, nor matters of government targets, so much as ensuring that we have the relationships at a local level and the political will and the effective management so that the expectations set out in the military covenant, set out with local authorities, health bodies and others, are fulfilled. And I strongly encourage the government in supporting this bill to publicise the work of the best as an example that others may aspire to ensure that we all fulfil our obligations.
Kevin Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I join other members and thank the committee clerks that have supported this Armed Forces Bill and pay tribute to all the members who have taken part in it. We're on the final stage now. I was going to say then also pay tribute to the Minister's predecessor, but again, I don't think I can. He's absent again today. He's taken such an interest in this bill and stand up for veterans. He can't even be bothered to get off his beach from Devon to come and speak on their behalf when he has an opportunity to do so, but we'll leave that there, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support as I think I've said on a previous occasion, Madam Speaker, I think I've been on every single Armed Forces Bill in the last 20 years, either as a minister or a backbencher, and as just been said by the Honourable Lady who speaks on behalf of the SNP, these come around every 5 years. The department is not a department which deals with much legislation, so it's very important, I think, that when we do have these 5-yearly Armed Forces Acts or bills, that we ensure we try and address all the issues that we can. And I've got to say, I'm very sad to say I don't think we have with this. It's been partly, I think, as I've said on the previous occasions, to the intransigence and attitude of the previous Armed Forces Minister, and I think the new Minister has been left to pick up the pieces at the end. And one of the issues which is still not going to be, and I was tempted to put amendments down on it again today, but I thought not, was the issue around investigations, which we still are going to have outside the scope of this bill, the improvements that can be made, and outside the scope of the Overseas Operations Bill. And, you know, I would just like to ask the Minister, when the review is complete, which I understand is going to be complete later this summer, is when will that time for those amendments and changes that need to be put in place, when will it be happening? Because I don't think we can wait another 5 years for next Armed Forces Bill. And I've used the word before, members, it's a missed opportunity which would have improved this bill and certainly would have vastly improved the Overseas Operations Bill, which is a disappointment, to say the least, in terms of promising a lot and delivering little and actually taking away rights from veterans, which is disappointing. I'd like to just speak to some of the amendments before. And can I just begin with new clause 2? One of the great things about the Armed Forces bill, the way it's constructed, we can take evidence from a wide range of individuals. And can I pay tribute to Fighting with Pride for their evidence that they gave to the Select Committee, because you know, they demonstrated, and I think they shone a light on something which has not been highlighted, and that's the way and the effects of those people, individuals who were dismissed from service because of their sexuality. I think many of us thought, well, because the ban was overturned, somehow that was the end of the issue, and somehow things had moved on. But what shocked me, and I think many of the committee, was the fact that those individuals who served their country with dignity and bravery, who were then dismissed because of their sexuality, are still suffering the legacies of that, including an individual we heard evidence from who, because it was classed as a sexual offence, is on the sex offenders register, which is still today, 20 years afterwards, still affecting his ability to get a job, for example, as a school caretaker. This urgently needs to be addressed, and I don't, I think, doubt that the Minister is committed to look at this area, but I think without this new clause in, the MOD will go into its usual mode of thinking, well, we don't need to bother about this for the next few years and how we're going to do it. But what clearly needs to be done, that study does need to be done in terms of the effects, and clearly the issue around the criminal records just needs to be addressed straight away. There's no justification at all for these individuals who have got a criminal record that if they'd, in quote, committed the same offence in same acts in civilian life, would not have had a criminal record. That can't be right. Those individuals are still being. I note the government's change in terms of asking issues in terms of medals and making sure that people are being able to apply for the medals that they were stripped from them when they were dismissed from service. But I think again we need clear guidance on this. I think people have to apply. I think some people have asked about, well, why can't the MOD take a proactive stance and actually offer these medals out? And for some unknown reason, the data is not there. It makes you wonder, Madam Speaker, whether or not a hard enough job is being looked at in terms of trying to address and find out these individuals. There must be records in all three services of the individuals that were dismissed. And I think it is important that those medals are actually reported. So, as I say, I don't question the commitment of the Minister, but I think without this, he will come up against what we all do, as you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, in terms of the civil service system. This will just get pushed back, and we've got to make sure it isn't. The only way I think we can do that is by doing this. New Clause 3, in terms of the Armed Forces Federation, I know this always sets off the end of the world notions in terms of some in the military and some on the Conservative backbenches, as though somehow that if we had this, the world would stop. Well, if it's good enough for our main allies in terms of the United States, in terms of Australia, and in terms of the many European countries, then I think it's good enough to me. Now, people ask the question, well, are you arguing here for a trade union? I think the Honourable Lady for Glasgow North West was correct. This is not about having a trade union for the armed forces. And, I've got to say, I understand the conservative nature of the small c of the military. But this is now coming to a point where it's going to have to come in sooner rather than later. I've, just along with other members of the Defence Select Committee, undertaken an inquiry ably chaired by the Honourable Lady for Wrexham into women in the armed forces. I'm not going to say what's in it, but when it is published, I think it's next week, I think people will be utterly shocked at the way and some of the evidence and things we've found. And one of the key points there that comes loud and clear in that report is the reluctance for people to come forward to make complaints, the reluctance in terms of the chain of command to take some of those, we're not talking here, disputes in terms of employment. We're talking in some cases, serious cases of sexual assault and other issues which are just not being addressed. And what I consider this being is a pressure cooker in the system. You need you need something in the system to let the steam out. There's no system there at the moment. All it does, it builds up because people in the chain of command are ignoring in some cases, and there's a cultural issue which is I think still there, particularly in the army, which means that these issues and people are not being addressed. I don't see any other way of changing it rather than what would seem as a radical change. I would not support anything which meant that any type of federation would affect the operational effectiveness of our armed forces in terms of strikes. I would not go there. But what the ordinary man and woman in our armed forces today need is a voice. And frankly, I don't think they have a voice. And as I say, I think people ought to read that report, and it saddened me, frankly, that after all the changes in wider society have taken, that some of those attitudes and things are still going on. It will come around this, whether it's in the next Armed Forces Act or not, I'm not sure. But those people do need to have representation. Now, can I turn on to new clause 4, and it's around provision of mental health. And can I say is that has a lot of progress been made in this area? Quite clearly, yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. But what is happening now is the same thing that I came up when I was dealing with in the Ministry of Defence, and it's that transition and disconnect between the Ministry of Defence and the Department of Health. Now, I know the present government, and I certainly tried in terms of making sure you have a joined up seamless service, but it's still not working. You know, veterans are still falling through the gaps in terms of provision. And the only way I think we can do that is to ensure that we actually have a seamless joined up service. Now, that's got to be patient-led, it's got to be about the individuals. And I would also just like to reiterate, I think some of the ministers said on numerous occasions, is that, you know, I don't want to portray the average veteran as a victim, because they're not. Most of them are very active, constructive members of society who've got no problems whatsoever. But we do have that duty to actually care for individuals that don't have that positive service, positive life post-service. So what I would say in terms of these individuals is how we actually break down those barriers. And I think in terms of the proposals put forward, without having that joined up service, I don't think we're going to have a proper system, which I think we all want across the House, which is actually the best for our veterans. Can I come on to Amendment 1? People saw this morning's Times. I mean, these figures are not pretty in terms of rape and serious sexual assault. Is that an issue around lack of commitment in terms of resources? Possibly it is. I've got to say, having sat with colleagues on the Defence Select Committee in terms of the report we've just done, what saddens me that it's actually some of it's down to cultural attitudes which have no place in a modern society and do need radical change. I think the other issue here relates back to my earlier comments in terms of investigations. You know, in terms of serious sexual assault and things like domestic violence, you can't expect the military police to actually have the level of expertise which most forces would have because the volume of cases. If you're dealing with one case a year, then your level of expertise in terms of being able to make it a priority in terms that you're actually gathering evidence and actually making sure you've got the strongest case possible is not going to be there. So I think, I'm sorry, this has got to be taken out of the actual military justice system. Now, in terms of other things I'd just like to touch on, I think the issue which I think has been throughout this is into the jurisdiction of where the Armed Forces Covenant, and I think in terms of the areas which have been excluded, the obvious ones that really I think for many veterans are pensions, employment, compensation, social care, criminal justice, others, which are completely excluded from this. Now, we tried in committee to work out why the government had wanted to just stick to quite a prescribed area, and I've got to say I'm not really sure. Apart from it was a good way of limiting that. But I think if we actually really want to make the covenant meaningful in practice, it's got to go wider. The other thing which I'm still not happy with this bill with is the fact that the redress system, the idea that people can take a judicial review if they're not satisfied. Now, what we needed in this bill, and which would have been the obvious thing, was actually we took evidence from the local ombudsman, the Ombudsman Service that suggested it, is people should have had the right to be able to take complaints if they've not actually got what they think is redress to the Ombudsman. Because without any redress, I think this is going to be pretty meaningless. And what I wouldn't want, Madam Deputy Speaker, to see is the Armed Forces Covenant just being seen as a label which is thrown around, but actually doesn't actually do anything in practice for our veterans community. So with those remarks, Madam Speaker, I'll draw my remarks to a conclusion. But to say, is this a good bill? No, it's not really. We've missed opportunities. There were things in that I think, and to be honest, I think I'll perhaps start where I'll end where I started. I think if we'd had the present minister throughout the passage of that bill, we'd have had a lot more changes. Ministers can't be in a situation whereby they just will not accept anything and frankly treat committee members and colleagues with contempt. And that's not just in the opposition, that's on their own benches as well. So it's an opportunity missed. I look forward to the Minister replying. And if we've missed these opportunities now, if we have to wait another 5 years for the next bill, if I'm still a member of the House, and no doubt beyond the committee, I look forward to some of those things being put in. But in the meantime, there are opportunities missed there which will affect veterans and our armed forces community.
Number 6 is withdrawn. So, Jamie Stone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I find myself making the mental note to be fairly worried if the Madam Member for North Durham was to praise me. We'll gloss over that. I too would like to extend my thanks to the Minister. I was delighted to receive a telephone call from him to discuss this a few days ago. I would have been much more surprised had I received a telephone call from his predecessor. I give credit where it's due. In our conversation, we discussed the fact that I would be very pleased, on sort of forgetting political boundaries, if he would, or one of his colleagues would care to come and witness the NATO exercise Joint Warrior, which takes place off the northwest of my constituency and in other parts of Scotland. I think it would be a tremendous shot in the arm for our military personnel to see a ministerial presence. And I don't think we've actually seen a government minister there, certainly in the lifetime of this government. I can't speak for previous governments, I was not here. It would also be churlish of me not to express my thanks to all the organisations who have been in touch with me during the whole process of this bill. We are rather short of time. I'm going to keep my comments very brief. I want to talk about two things, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first is to say that my party will be supporting Amendments 1 and 2. And I would like to talk about Amendment number 1, further to my colleague behind me. The general public doesn't really understand why, if a member of the armed forces commits a truly terrible crime, murder or rape, why that should be tried and dealt with in a different manner to the way that they would be dealt with, someone who's not in uniform, i.e. in a civil court. And as an MP, if I commit a crime, I don't have the right to be tried by my peers in here, not at all. I'm up in court, in the dock, as the same as any other citizen of this country. So there does seem to be an impeccable logic in that amendment. And further to what the member for North Durham said, he is absolutely correct in that the military police do not have the resources to investigate in the depth that would get to the bottom of some of the most serious allegations that can be made in this land. And finally, on amendment number 1, let me turn it the other way round. If the government cannot support this amendment, then is the government saying that, in fact, the civil courts are in some way inferior to the military courts? Why would you not trust the civil courts and the civil police to get this right? I leave it at that. The second point, and I don't want to weary the Chamber on this, but it's one I have made a number of times before, and for the sake of the record, I repeat it again. I have talked in some length about my concern that reduction in the size of the army will lead to the army and possibly other armed services being seen as a not terribly desirable career option for young people. And we do have a massive recruitment problem. Going about the Highlands of Scotland, going around Scotland, going to the Black Isle show, going to the Dornoch show, going to my Tain local Highland Games, in years gone by, you would see a stall set up by the Army, the Navy or the Air Force, or perhaps 2 or 3 of them. They were very popular. They were actually an attraction to the general public, and it's one of the reasons, amongst many others, that they would go to these events, because they'd like to see some of the weapons on display. They'd like to meet some of the armed forces personnel. And they were really excellent in terms of recruitment. I leave you with one final thought. My thanks again to Minister of Defence. I and others, the Shadow Minister sitting in front of me here, went through to the Minister of Defence to debriefed on what we have been doing with the United Nations in Mali. And that was the most interesting briefing we had. But the one message that came out to me is this, is that if a young person in my constituency said, well, I'm thinking about joining the Scots Guards, or the Royal Regiment of Scotland, or the Royal Air Force, or the Royal Navy, if I can say, well, you might, if you do that, if you opt for that career option, you might get yourself involved in something like the peacekeeping effort in Mali. And I guarantee you that that would be a tremendous attraction. It would be something that would be very different for doing a job, an ordinary job. I don't do down ordinary jobs, but a non-services job. It could be, I would say that to the government as a one way of augmenting recruitment. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think all of us in this place, regardless of our political persuasion, if we care about the defence of the realm, if we care about our armed forces, which I'm sure everyone here most certainly does, then I think we have a duty as members of Parliament to do everything we can to encourage recruitment in talking to our constituents and going to talk to what we call modern studies in Scottish schools and saying, well, here's a career option you might like to think about. I'll leave it with that. Madam Deputy Speaker.
Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I say a few words, I want to maybe associate myself with my honourable friend, the member for North Durham, in some of his comments, especially about the honourable member for Wrexham, especially, in the work that they have been doing in the Subcommittee on Women in the Armed Forces. I suppose as we bring this bill through its final stages today, we're somewhat unfortunate to reflect that at no point in its journey has it ever really received the attention, at least I think, that we'd hope for an important piece of legislation such as this, especially in a week such as this, we see the inevitability, I suppose, of external factors that will always pop up and seem to push armed forces welfare down the pecking order. Now today, unfortunately, it's international aid, and I often wonder sometimes if there are some in the defence establishment, at least, who saw the aid budget as a kind of golden goose whose slaughter would provide some sort of bounty for the armed forces and solve any sort of funding crisis in the equipment budget. And though I don't want to say it, even if we were to cut the entirety of the aid budget, defence would still need reform. But anyway, here we are. It's something which is particularly pertinent when it comes to the lack of progress on service justice we see in the bill itself. And I've seen throughout my time on the Defence Select Committee, especially each year when we hear from the Ombudsperson for the Armed Forces about how their role is stymied by a lack of investment, by a lack of interest and by Byzantine regulation. And now, indeed, while there is excellent work being done across the board by a plethora of armed forces charities, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't help but feel that each time a hugely divergent range of lived experience of the 170,000 people in uniform, their geographical spread and divergent socio-economic circumstances means that charity, however well-intentioned, often does not reach those who need it most. So in both those cases, service justice and access to services, which are included in amendments this afternoon, for those in need, we see a continuation, at least from my perspective and from my party's, of a two-tier system that enshrines class and social privilege and ensures that the organisation itself will be unable to ever realise its full potential. Now, the deficit in both service justice and access to services brings us to the case of Lance Corporal Bernard Monaghan. Now, this week, the Army report into his death in January 2020 was brought to a wider attention, admitting failings in the proper management of personnel, meaning that Bernard lay dead, undiscovered, in his bed, in his room, in his barracks, for 3 weeks. Now, I wrote to the Secretary of State about this case last year, and I have no doubt that the Ministry and Army feel his death was indeed acceptable and profoundly regrettable. However, there are other unsettling aspects of the case that I think speak to some of the challenges we face today in this bill. Lance Corporal Monaghan came from a traveller background, and while I would not want to go into whether this was a contributing factor to the bullying which may or may not have led to Bernard's death, we must ask ourselves why it is, time and time again, that those from our most marginalised communities are failed in this appalling fashion. This is precisely the moment when we should be ensuring the equality of opportunity and an armed forces which is representative of all communities on these islands becomes a reality, and I can only sadly come to the conclusion that that's an opportunity which has been missed. Quite simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, while enshrining the Armed Forces Covenant into law is, I have to say to the Minister, a welcome progress, a real legislative framework for armed forces personnel in this political state is long overdue. Now, you can call it a Bill of Rights for the Armed Forces, an Armed Forces representative body, which has been my party's policy for many years. I mean, I could even call it a trade union. I don't have a problem with the words trade union. We could even start at least by giving members of the Armed Forces a contract which clearly states the obligations their employer has to them and vice versa. Now, until we do, it's unlikely, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we'll be able to address the underlying issues which so many armed forces personnel face. Now, finally, I feel I should touch upon something that is, in a way, connected to the legislation today, but illustrates the knots the UK government ties itself into to keep up appearances. Now, I'm currently chairing a Defence Select subcommittee into the Defence Select Committee into the subcontracting of MOD staff, which held its first evidence session yesterday. Now, so just as we will hear ministers and others today make references to things like defence family, defence people, and the whole force, the demonstrable experience of many, including my own constituents, of those who make up the whole force is one of worsening conditions, a lack of security and increasing alienation with the picture that is painted by those, I'm afraid, including the Minister, who comes to the dispatch box opposite. So while we will undoubtedly hear all about the increase in the capital budget today from the government benches, I only wish we might hear something about the day-to-day spend that is to remain stagnant over the next 5 years, and what the government intends to do to make sure it is not the poorest paid in the armed forces who bear the brunt of this fiscal restraint. Now, finally, I've always believed in life, just as in politics, the key measure of our character and our beliefs is how we treat those with the least power and agency. It is high time that we enshrine the rights and responsibilities of all members of the armed forces, indeed all of those who support them. And I'll never tire of saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, in these debates, let's speak less of them as heroes and more like you and me, entitled to everything that you and I would expect It's the very least we can do.
Number 9 is withdrawn, so we go straight to Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak in this debate and hear such welcome contributions from right honourable members that have spoken so far. This bill is something that is close to my heart as a former Ulster Defence Regiment soldier and also as a TA soldier as well, and as an elected representative that has seen the way in which some of our troops have fared after service. And I want to make some comments, if I can, in relation to the regular force. The honourable gentleman for Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross referred to recruitment issues, and I mentioned the last time we spoke on this in the House the last time, and he has mentioned it again, and I just want to reiterate some of those comments if I can. I believe we must improve when it comes to recruiting and retention. Each time that numbers are cut, morale is dealt a blow. Recruiting drops and the three services become undermanned, and that has a detrimental effect upon those who are serving and those who perhaps maybe would wish to. I make these comments very, very gracefully, and I try to do it in a respectful fashion. But we have 2 aircraft carriers, yet we only have crew for 1. Less tanks in most third world countries, and a few highly complex fighter jets, but little ability to conduct expeditionary air warfare other than reliance on Cyprus as a base. So future investment must be about growing the capability and the capacity of the regular force. I know that the Minister in place is keen to do that, and we're keen that he should be supported to do that from this side of the House and from his own side as well. And if our regular forces can no longer punch at or above our new weight as an independent post-Brexit global player, then I believe we must reinvest in soft power. The last debate we had on overseas aid was about soft power. It's about how we use it better to influence and help countries where the potential for terrorism and extremists abounds. And we get a reasonable level of GDP pushed in there in order to ensure that we can still bring some influence to bear in places where we cannot put boots on the ground or indeed jets in the air. When it comes to the reserve forces, I make a plea, if I can, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the Minister directly. I know he's interested in this matter, and I know that he would be wishing to respond. But we continue to be concerned that Northern Ireland could make greater contributions to the whole force concept through greater opportunities in reserve forces. And again, I would urge the Minister to review the current reserve forces footprint in Northern Ireland and consider expanding it to recruit a greater number of reservists from a wider footprint. For example, Enniskillen uniquely gave its name to the 2 very fine British Army regiments, the Enniskillen Dragoons and the Enniskillen Fusiliers, both formed in the Williamite Wars of the 1690s to defend the town against Jacobite rebels. Today, that loyal town has only been asked to provide a few medics and an infantry company. Northern Ireland is able to and wants to provide more reservists. So how can we make that happen? And it goes back to the issue of recruitment, which the Honourable Gentleman referred to, and which I referred to today in particular for Northern Ireland. Can I remind the Minister very gently, because I know that the Minister, honourable and gallant member that he is, at the height of the Cold War and in the midst of the so-called Troubles, there were 11 UDR battalions, 2 TA infantry battalions, an artillery regiment which I belonged to as a part-time soldier, signal regiment, engineer regiment, logistics regiments, medical regiments, yeomanry regiments, military police, etc. Today we have been asked for a small fraction of that, yet the world is still a dangerous place. If we have the potential, Madam Deputy Speaker, to recruit in Northern Ireland, then I believe we should be taking every step, every action to make sure that that happens. I'd like to very quickly refer to veterans. I want to put on record and thank the work of Danny Kinahan, the Northern Ireland Veterans Commissioner, and the impact that the post will no doubt have in due course. However, Northern Ireland remains, for some veterans, well, there is still precious little evidence of the impact of the Armed Forces Covenant. And other initiatives for veterans, such as rail cards, guaranteed interview schemes, and the Veterans ID cards. So can I remind the Minister again that this is a far cry from the desire to make UK the best place in the world to be a veteran. I say this respectively, but I make the point. Westminster can impose abortion laws and Irish language acts from Westminster, but a real lack of pressure from London on Belfast when it comes to supporting our veterans. I would love to see more emphasis put onto that if at all possible. I remain concerned about the scrutiny of the delivery outputs that flow from the Armed Forces Covenant. So can the Minister be sure that all the promised action is being taken, that veterans are being housed, getting treatment with the priority that they need, getting access to jobs and training, being supported by local and regional councils, and getting the recognition that they are due? Who are the eyes and ears at local and regional levels, ensuring that all can be done is being done? So I'd urge the Minister to increase the assistance and help and get on with empowering the Veterans Advisory and Pensions Committees in order that they can fulfil the remit of ensuring that the Armed Forces Covenant has been delivered across the whole of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland in its entirety. I can appreciate the sentiment behind new clause 4 that the Honourable Member for North Durham referred to earlier on, regarding the duty of care for mental health, because I think it's vitally important. Never has it been more important. I work very closely with a charity in Northern Ireland called Beyond the Battlefield, who provide counselling as well as practical aid for veterans. And they have recently just leased a property in my constituency, in the village of Portavogie, in my constituency of Strangford, which provides en-suite accommodation for 10 people, which they intend to use as a respite facility for veterans throughout the province. It will be the first of its kind in the whole of the province. And after the closure of the British Legion facility in Portrush, we have no dedicated facilities available for our veterans. This venue will provide space for individual reflection as well as communal areas and therapy rooms as well. The charity have fundraised and did so much work, and there is much more to be done in this facility, which has in the past been targeted by vandals. So there's some refurbishment work to do. I know that the Minister will be keen to hear more, and I will be anxious to see how the MOD can sew into this facility that is designed to pick up the slack left by the department. And I would, on behalf of that Beyond the Battlefield, extend an invitation to the Minister whenever the refurbishment is completed, that perhaps maybe he might visit, and would be very, very pleased to have him over for that purpose, and we'll do that if he's able to do so at a time that's convenient to him and us. A further clause that has struck me is that of the Armed Forces Federation. I know the Honourable Gentleman for West Dumbartonshire has referred to this regularly. It's one of his subjects that he never misses on. He didn't miss on it today either. But there is, I believe, a principle at stake there which should be considered. And currently I work with a wonderful charity called the Soldiers, Sailors and Airmen's Family Association, probably known to everyone in this House, who are often called to step into scenarios that an Armed Forces Federation would be designed to step into. And I do believe that in this bill is aimed at addressing the years of neglect, then this is an important aspect of this. I would also commend my honourable friend for Belfast East for the work that he's put into this Armed Forces Bill, and thank him for that. I think it's vitally important that we, and our party will be supporting Amendment 1 and 2 if they're put forward tonight to be considered. Madam Deputy Speaker, I conclude with this comment. The bill has many pros and many cons, and one is the fact that soldiers who served in Northern Ireland are treated differently, and this must be made right, and I believe made right now. I know the Minister wishes to do that. It would be good to hear it in his response that will be the case. So I anxiously await government holding to their word to ensure that every service personnel member, regardless of where they have served, deserve the same treatment. And I still believe that we miss out on this today. This bill is to be welcomed, but I do believe that improvements can and indeed must still happen. So I look forward to hearing from government, and from the Minister in particular, who I look upon as a friend, if these clauses and amendments which enhance the bill will be acceptable. Thank you very much.
Mr Leo Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank all members today, right honourable members, for their contributions, particularly the honourable member for Barnsley East, and I'm grateful for her sincere and constructive tone. And I think the whole House is united in our desire to support our armed forces. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm confident that this bill delivers for our armed forces. It renews the Armed Forces Act 2006, it improves the service justice system, and it delivers on the government's commitment to further enshrine the Armed Forces Covenant into law. Turning firstly, Madam Deputy Speaker, to new Clause 1. As I have said in committee, the Government takes very seriously our duty of care for service personnel and veterans under investigation. This amendment has been debated at length in the other place during the passage of the Overseas Operations Bill. Our service people are entitled to receive comprehensive legal support, and a full range of welfare and mental health support is offered to all our people, as laid out in the Defence Secretary's written ministerial statement of 13th of April 2021. We have made it clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, our intent to provide a gold standard of care, and we will not deviate from this. We resist this amendment because a one-size-fits-all approach is not appropriate. People have different needs, and we want to ensure bespoke provision, the right support at the right time. Furthermore, the difficulties of drafting such a duty of care would inevitably mean the involvement of the court and additional litigation. Turning now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to new clause 2. I am very pleased to remind this House that the Government accepts entirely that the historic policy prohibiting homosexuality in the armed forces was absolutely wrong, and there was historic injustice suffered by members of the LGBT+ community as a consequence. We are committed entirely to addressing this with urgency and humility, and our priority now is to understand the full impact of the pre-millennium ban. We are committed to finding an appropriate mechanism to address this injustice, but we resist this amendment because it may complicate or constrain the work already underway to address this. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to... Yes, delighted to briefly give way.
As I said in my contribution, I don't doubt the honourable gentleman's commitment to right this wrong. But can I just say to him, he's going to come up with a lot of resistance from his department in terms when it comes to issues around compensation, in terms of pensions and everything else. Can I just stress with him, push back hard on it.
I'm grateful for the Right Honourable Gentleman's encouragement. I hear it, and I reassure him that we will address this with absolute resolve, and it will be at the heart of the veteran strategy which I will announce this winter. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning now to new clause 3, let me reassure the House that the interests of armed forces personnel are already represented and protected through a range of mechanisms, including the Service Complaints Ombudsman, pay review bodies, the annual Continuous Attitude Survey, and more than 50 diversity networks operating within Defence at various levels, run mostly by volunteer members, with senior officer advocates and champions. And last, but actually most importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is the chain of command, and we therefore resist this amendment. Turning now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to new clause 4. In June 2021, the annual UK Armed Forces Mental Health Bulletin showed that the overall rate of mental ill health is actually lower for service personnel than that of the general population. But of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are never complacent, and we are constantly striving to improve our mental health care support for service personnel and indeed veterans. We are resisting this amendment because it would lack utility and merely add to the administrative burden of those seeking to support our service personnel. Indeed, a duty on the Secretary of State to report annually on healthcare provision already exists as part of the Armed Forces Covenant. We therefore resist this amendment. Turning now, Madam Speaker, to Amendment 1. This would give the Attorney-General the role of deciding whether the most serious crimes are prosecuted in the service court. We have already considered this issue carefully as a recommendation of the Lyons Review, but we believe enhancing the prosecutor's protocol is the most effective way to improve decisions on concurrent jurisdiction. This is because it allows decisions to be made early on by independent prosecutors who have close working relationships with civilian and service police. Madam Deputy Speaker, if the AG had to give consent, this would be a slower process. That would mean the AG would effectively be asked to endorse decisions that have been made very early on in an investigation, and it's hard to see in that case what the AG would be adding. However, if the AG was to disagree with those earlier decisions and veto a case being tried in the service justice system, there is no easy way to transfer that case to the civilian system. This may have the undesired effect of making it difficult or impossible to prosecute the case in either system. So for this reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, we resist the amendment, and we have a more pragmatic approach because we want a workable, transparent and rigorous process for decisions on jurisdiction. We want cases to be heard in the right system, and we are confident that the service justice system is capable of dealing with all offences, whatever their seriousness and wherever they occur. And we must bear in mind, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the civilian prosecutor will always have the final say. Turning now to Amendments 2 to 8, the covenant duty covers public bodies delivering healthcare, housing and education, because these are the key areas of concern for our armed forces community. We are ensuring this legislation can adapt to the needs of the armed forces community in the future by making provision to allow the government to widen the scope of the covenant by way of affirmative regulations. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is evergreen, and if we need to expand it in the future, we will. Turning now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Amendments 3 to 6, these seek again to ensure that all service housing is regulated in line with the local minimum quality standard. This is unnecessary because, as I've said previously, 96.7% of MOD provided service family accommodation meets or exceeds the MHCLG decent home standard, and these amendments would therefore introduce an unhelpful disparity across the UK and would not achieve the intended effect, as local authorities who fall within the scope of the covenant duty are not responsible for the provision of service accommodation. We therefore resist this amendment, but let me reassure the House that the provision of high-quality subsidised accommodation remains a fundamental part of the overall MOD offer to service personnel and their families. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to thank the magnificent and delighted to take an intervention from my meeting.
Thank you, Minister, for giving me the chance to come in again. Minister, I asked in relation specifically about the recruitment in Northern Ireland, what we could do with the reserve forces. Can I have an assurance that the recruitment that is necessary in Northern Ireland to fill the gap for those soldiers who can help the British Army? If we can do it in Northern Ireland, let's make it happen.
Happy to give my honourable friend that reassurance and put that on the record. I would like to thank, Madam Deputy Speaker, the team of magnificently resolute and tenacious MOD civil servants in the bill team. That's Jane Shear, John Chivas, Karen Tassell, Tim Payne and Ben Bridges. I call on the House to reject the amendments before us this afternoon. Madam Deputy Speaker, the armed forces always stand up for us. We must stand up for armed forces, and I commend this bill to the House.
Shadow Minister Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been an incredibly thoughtful debate, and I want to thank all honourable members who have taken part, including the Minister. Having listened carefully to what he says, I would like to formally withdraw new Clause 1, but I will be seeking a vote on new Clause 4 and on Amendments 1 and 2.
Thank you. Is it your pleasure that new Clause 1 be withdrawn? New Clause 1 by leave withdrawn. New Clause 4 has been selected for separate decision. I call Stephanie Peacock to move new Clause 4 formally. The question is that new Clause 4 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that new Clause 4 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. Aye. Tell us for the ayes, Jess Morden and Mary Glindon. Tell us for the noes, Maria Caulfield and Scott Mann. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 272. The noes to the left, 361.
The ayes to the right, 272. The noes to the left, 361. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Amendment 1 has been selected for separate decision. I now call Stephanie Peacock to move Amendment 1 formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment 1 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes are Jess Morden and Mary Glindon. Tellers for the noes, Maria Caulfield and Scott Mann. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 274. The noes to the left, 360.
Ayes to the right, 274. The noes to the left, 360. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Order. Amendment 2 has been selected for separate decision. I now call Stephanie Peacock to move Amendment 2 formally.
I move formally.
The question is that Amendment 2 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Jess Morden and Mary Glindon. Tell us for the noes, Maria Caulfield and Scott Mann. The doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 272. The noes to the left, 358.
Ayes to the right, 272. The noes to the left, 358. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Consideration completed. Third reading? No. Minister Leo Doherty to move for third reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to reiterate my thanks to all honourable and right honourable members for their thoughtful and constructive contributions today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been honoured to lead this bill that further enshrines the Armed Forces Covenant into law. Ultimately, this bill is for the Armed Forces, its serving personnel, veterans and their families, and I pay tribute to them for their bravery, stoicism and unflinching professionalism. We owe them an enormous debt of gratitude, and this bill is for them. Madam Deputy Speaker, our armed forces stand up for us, and we must always stand up for them, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Shadow Minister Stephen Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Labour has said from the start that this bill offered a once-in-a-Parliament opportunity to make meaningful changes to the day-to-day lives of our forces personnel, veterans and their families. During Armed Forces Week, I had the privilege to bring together veterans of D-Day, the Falklands and the Gulf War with Royal Navy and Royal Marine cadets from across Portsmouth. This celebration of service, past and present, was a powerful reminder of our collective responsibility to keep society's promises to our nation's service personnel. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is why Labour worked with service charities, veterans and personnel and colleagues from across this House to get the very best for our armed forces from this legislation. The increased scrutiny this bill has received means the government has had many opportunities to listen to the fundamental concerns that have been raised, but ministers have steadfastly refused to do so at every turn. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has let itself off the hook on delivering for Her Majesty's forces. The provisions of the bill do not apply to government departments, including, laughably, the Ministry of Defence itself. So while the government claims that this bill will enshrine the armed forces into law, the reality is that they have outsourced the delivery of its important promises to others, and without any extra resource with which to do it. Service charities continue to raise concerns about the bill's narrow scope, which risks creating a two-tier covenant and a race to the bottom on standards in service areas left out. In practice, this means long-standing issues facing forces communities and frequently raised by service charities won't be addressed. Employment, pensions, compensation, social care, criminal justice and immigration are all on the long list of areas we know won't be covered. Labour's amendments force ministers to take responsibility and widen the scope of the bill. 12 of the UK's largest service charities, including the Royal British Legion, Help for Heroes, COBSIO and SAFA all wrote to ministers last week backing these proposals, but the government still voted them down. On service justice, we welcome the creation of an independent service police complaints commissioner, and we hope to see ministers get on with implementing this to ensure greater oversight and fairness in service justice cases. But the government refuses to improve access to justice for service personnel by trying rape and serious offences in civilian courts when they are committed in the UK. Madam Deputy Speaker, these proposals are backed by the deep-cut families. They have used their powerful and first-hand experiences of poor service justice investigations to call out the double standard of sudden deaths being handled by civilian police, while rape and other serious offences are not. Almost 3/4 of sexual offences in the armed forces in 2020 took place in the UK. Between 2015 and 2020, the conviction rate for rape cases tried under courts-martial was just 9%. The latest data available suggests the conviction rate was 59% in the civilian courts, with considerably more cases being tried each year. This is an issue that is disproportionately affecting women of junior ranks. More than 3/4 of the victims were women. 7 in 10 victims held the rank of private. Ministers have refused to recognise the weight of evidence from these figures, the experts and campaigners, and instead they've relentlessly backed a fudge that will leave personnel vulnerable. That will be on their watch, Madam Deputy Speaker. Finally, the government has rejected a golden opportunity provided by Labour to end the shameful scandal of eye-watering visa fees for non-UK service personnel. Ministers cynically cite their long-awaited and underwhelming plans, currently under consultation, as proof of progress on this disgraceful injustice. But we know that they will help just 1 in 10 of those affected. The truth is ministers are content with making these decisions, but personnel will pay twice to stay in the country that they have fought for. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in summary, this is an armed forces bill that provides absolutely nothing for actively serving personnel. It fails to address long-standing and well-known issues facing service communities. It willingly ignores the recommendations of a judge-led review on the service justice system. It reduces appeal time limits for serving personnel brave enough to make a complaint. And it does nothing to end the shameful scandal of eye-watering visa fees for non-UK veterans. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Tories will talk up this as a manifesto promise fulfilled. But by any measure, this bill does not match the high standards of our armed forces display in their service and demand of themselves. Tonight, personnel, veterans and their families will rightly be questioning whether this government really is on their side. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is Labour that has been working in the interests of service communities. The Tories have dogmatically opposed these efforts, and we will continue to support this bill despite its many faults, as the intentions and principles underpinning it are positive. But we will do so knowing that this government has fallen far short of delivering the very best for service personnel. This will not be the end of Labour's efforts to secure improvements for our armed forces communities. We will continue to champion it and work with others in the other place to ensure that the government delivers on the covenant and in full for every member of our armed forces, veterans and their families. Madam Deputy Speaker, they deserve nothing else. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'm now suspending the House for 2 minutes to make the necessary arrangements for the next business.
Order. Order. We now come to the motion on the National Health Service, and I call the Minister to move motion number 6. Helen Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As we head towards a winter where care homes may have to battle with COVID and flu, the question we should ask ourselves is, what more can we do? Over the last year and a half, COVID-19 has sadly taken many thousands of lives, particularly the lives of older people and the lives of those with underlying health conditions, particularly the lives of those who need the kind of care you receive in a care home. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there have been more than 40,000 deaths among care home residents. They were mothers and fathers, grands and granddads, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. And sadly, we've lost some of our dedicated care workers too. Despite all the efforts that have been made by care homes and their staff, local authorities and by us in government to keep COVID out, despite PPE, despite testing, despite isolation. Throughout the second wave, care homes used 26 million tests and 1.2...
Order. Sir Christopher Cho.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I raised a point of order earlier about the lack of an impact assessment before the House this afternoon, despite it having been referred to on the 22nd of June as having been made available. And I was informed during the course of that point of order that pressure was going to be put upon the government to explain why there was no impact assessment, and it is therefore a source of great disappointment that the Minister hasn't started off her speech with such an apology and explanation.
I'd like to thank Sir Christopher Chope for that point of order. Clearly the Minister is on her feet and she looks as if she may indicate that she may give a response to that point of order herself, as it's not a point for the Chair. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was indeed intending to come to make that point. I was commencing my speech to give some further context. But what I can do to respond to the specific point by the Honourable Gentleman is to say this, that the impact assessment is being worked on. And I will be clear with honourable members that one of the challenges here is that there is significant uncertainty about the level of behavioural change that we may see in weeks ahead from this and from other measures. For instance, the requirement for vaccination to travel to some countries which we anticipate will lead to further vaccination uptake. Now, I know that some honourable members, if you will let me, I am covering this exact point. I know that some honourable members may wish to delay this debate because they wish to review...
Point of order. Point of order.
Point of order, William Ragg.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it states in the explanatory note that a full impact assessment has been prepared. If it has been prepared, it can't currently be in preparation, so where is it?
Yeah, that's not a point of order for me, but it could have been an intervention upon the Minister. So let's allow the Minister to give the full response to the points that have been made, and perhaps you can include that one from William Ragg. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I said, the impact assessment is being worked on. That is the current situation. And what I was explaining was one of the challenges in coming to an impact assessment that I feel we can share with colleagues to inform them accurately, and I know, and I really hear that honourable members want to have the full set of information for this debate. What I will say here is that we face a dilemma, that the clock is ticking. Each day, one moment, each day we are moving closer to winter. I'm going to come on to it in the detail of my speech. But one important feature of this proposed legislation is that it gives staff a grace period in which to get vaccinated. The longer we take on this, the more risk there is to having that grace period. What I will say, though, on this specific point, so one thing I can share, which is evidence that we have on how this kind of policy is working in practice, is from a large care home provider that is already implementing a requirement for their staff to be vaccinated has seen the vast, vast majority of staff get vaccinated, with less than 1% of their workforce choosing not to be vaccinated. What I will say is one more thing, is that we have committed, and my honourable friend, the Vaccines Minister, committed this earlier to the Scrutiny Committee, that we will publish an impact statement setting out the evidence we have in advance of the Lord's debate. If my honourable friends would let me make a little more progress, I will absolutely take more interventions, but I am conscious of wanting to set out the context and the thinking behind this piece of legislation, and I may well indeed answer many of my honourable friends' questions as I proceed. So if you would just let me make a little progress, I assure my right honourable friend I will take interventions. As I was saying, throughout the second wave, care homes used 26 million tests and 1.2 billion items of PPE, yet still we saw outbreaks in many care homes during the winter, and 14,000 deaths from COVID among care home residents. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is one thing now making a huge and crucial difference, a major advance which is unequivocally saving the lives of care home residents and staff from this cruel and pernicious virus, and that is vaccination. I've spoken to residents who were in tears as they were vaccinated, tears of joy and relief that they at last had their own defence against this virus. So far, the vaccine rollout to residents and staff in care homes has been a big success story. JCVI made residents and staff in older age care homes the highest priority as soon as vaccines were available, and the NHS hit their target of offering the first dose to all care homes by the end of January. A fantastic effort.
Will my honourable friend give way?
In one moment. Vaccination teams have made multiple visits to care homes since then, and as a result, 96% of those living in older age care homes have had their first dose, 93% have had their second dose, 92% of residents living in working age care homes have had their first dose, 87% their second dose. Take-up amongst staff has also been strong. 86% of staff in older age care homes have had their first dose and 75% their second dose. 83% of staff in working age care homes have received their first dose and 72% their second dose. And our vaccination teams have gone to great lengths to support and encourage those who've been worried about the vaccination, along with care home managers and care colleagues. And I'm sure my honourable members will join me in thanking everyone in the NHS, local authorities and care homes who've worked so hard together to achieve these levels of vaccination. I will take a notion from my right honourable friend to the Forest of Dean and then my...
I'm grateful. I'm grateful to the Minister. Can I just say to the Minister, coming back to this point about the impact assessment, in the document prepared for the House, it says a full impact assessment has been prepared. Now, ministers need to give accurate information to the House. If that is not correct, and it's misleading, it should be corrected immediately. And it's not good enough to say something's going to be coming along afterwards. We're going to be asked to vote on this today. There is no urgency here. These regulations do not come into force for 16 weeks until November. So it's perfectly reasonable for them to be taken away, for that impact assessment which has been prepared to be published. If there's uncertainty, share the uncertainty with the House. It isn't good enough to expect us to vote on something that is difficult and controversial and complicated and not share the information with the House that the Minister has at her disposal. It is an abuse. It's not good enough.
Well, during the course of this speech, I will share as much information as I can with my right honourable friend on the rationale behind this. But what I will say to him on the point about the timing of it, and why he says, well, it could be done later. The problem is that if you do it later, are you then suggesting that care home staff who have not yet been vaccinated, then it's too late? The point is to give care home staff the time between this being legislated upon and it becoming implemented in time for the winter when we know that there is this greater risk of the combination of COVID and flu, to have the time to get vaccinated, knowing, for instance, that we're generally seeing an 8-week period between doses. I will take an answer to my right on the phone.
She will appreciate that the provisions before us extend well beyond care home staff. But with respect to those staff, the 1% that she spoke of, in the absence of the impact assessment, if their failure to be vaccinated results in dismissal, who will be responsible for the compensation?
Well, my right friend asks an important question about the process of how this would work in practice, although I think he's presuming that there is a question of compensation here. So what I'm expecting to see is that care home managers will be able to, care homes will be able to follow a process, and so long as they follow a fair process, there should be no need for compensation, as he suggests. We will set out guidance on this, but the point is that there is a fair process in which, for instance, a care home can discuss vaccination with their staff member. They can indeed look to whether there might be an alternative role that individual could do if they really don't want to be vaccinated, although I'm realistic that there are not that many roles for staff in care homes that don't involve being within the care home. And after that, they must, if there still is a situation where the staff member does not wish to be vaccinated, then follow a notice period and make sure they follow a fair process. I know that the honourable member opposite wished to intervene.
I want to thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to help the Minister. We're having to make a decision in the House this evening on the balance of risk, and therefore we haven't been given the data because the impact assessment hasn't come forward. So the Minister is, in effect, asking us to make a decision on information which we have not yet been able to see. And therefore, wouldn't it be more sensible to withdraw this statutory instrument, ensure that we have got the right data in front of us, and then we can make an informed choice?
Well, I mean, what I would say to her is we live in an uncertain world, but we know that COVID is a killer. We know that COVID is a killer for people living in care homes. And we know that the winter ahead of us is going to be challenging, both because of COVID ongoing in circulation and flu. And the question we should put to ourselves today is, what are the steps that we can take to make people safer in the months ahead? And what I say, this time last year, last summer, infection rates were low. But we didn't sit back and say, well, in that case, it's going to be okay for the winter. We in government, working with local authorities, working with care homes, made preparations for the winter ahead. And I say, thank goodness we did make those preparations, because although there were sadly many deaths, without having put in place the PPE distribution system we had, without the level of regular testing that was going on care homes through the winter, without the support with infection prevention and control, I fear that last winter would have been much, much worse. And that is why, looking ahead to the winter ahead, we know that it's going to be another challenging one, and we must prepare for it. As the Prime Minister, I will just make some progress. As the Prime Minister and our Chief Medical Officer have said, even when we are no longer in a pandemic, the virus will remain in some shape or form, and we will have to learn to live with it. It will continue to circulate, potentially evolving new variants, and there is a serious risk of resurgence of flu and other seasonal infections. A combination of COVID and flu may be unpleasant for many of us, but it will be life-threatening for those most vulnerable. So we must ask ourselves, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what more can we do? What more can we do to protect those who will be most vulnerable?
Since the debate, Mr. Speaker, there was a discrepancy between the explanatory memorandum and the explanatory note at the back of the instrument. The note states that a full impact assessment of the costs and benefits of this instrument is available from the Department of Health, giving its address, and indeed the website upon which it is supposedly published. So is the explanatory note in the body of the instrument correct or not, sir?
There again, this is not a matter for the Chair, but it is certainly a point for the Minister to address. And I think it would be helpful if the Minister could directly address this particular issue that many members are now raising.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There's not a great deal more I can say on this point. As I've said, that the impact assessment is being worked upon and will be shared with colleagues as soon as we can. That is what I can say on this particular point.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Sir Christopher Chuck.
Yesterday I asked the House of Commons Library to inquire of the department where this impact assessment was. And the department informed the House of Commons Library that they were about to present the impact assessment. They did not say the impact assessment was still under preparation. The implication was that it was ready to be given to the House, and it was just a matter of time, and they said they'd do it as soon as possible.
There again, I can only say what I've heard during this particular debate, and apparently the impact assessment is simply not available. This clearly is not the best situation. We can see exactly what it is, but it is what it is. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. SAGE recommends that 80% of staff and 90% of residents should be vaccinated in any care home at a minimum, to provide protection against outbreaks of COVID. While the majority of care home workers have now been vaccinated, our most recent data has told us that only 65% of older age care homes in England were meeting this safe minimum level. And this figure fell to 44% in London. And that is why this instrument is being brought forward today. This instrument means that by November, subject to parliamentary approval and a subsequent 16-week grace period, anyone entering a CQC-registered care home in England must be vaccinated unless an exemption applies. This will apply to all workers employed by the care home, those employed by an agency and volunteers in the care home. Those entering care homes to undertake other work, for example, healthcare workers, tradespeople, hairdressers and CQC inspectors, will all have to follow the new regulations. The introduction of this policy has not been taken lightly. We consulted extensively, including with a wide range of valued stakeholders, and used their feedback to inform this legislation. We recognise some people feel workers should have freedom of choice about vaccination, while others do this as a duty of care to protect people most at risk. And I know from speaking directly to people who receive care, and also those who have relatives living in care homes, that while they might not be sure about requiring all care workers to be vaccinated, they are sure that they individually want to be cared for by someone who is fully vaccinated. And many people have little choice about who cares for them. I'm happy to give way to...
But she mentioned on feedback, and in the explanatory memorandum, it says that a majority, i.e. 57% of respondents, did not support this proposal. How, therefore, does the feedback show their support for this proposal?
We have reviewed the huge number of responses we had to the consultation, and indeed, not everybody responding, as he said, 7% was not in support of it. Although one thing that was interesting was that there was a fairly even picture between care homes for those who were in support about it and those who were concerned. And one thing that we are already seeing is that some care homes are bringing in this policy themselves. However, well, I may preempt his point perhaps. I know that honourable friends have said to me, well, as some care homes are doing that, why does government need to do it? The problem is we then risk a situation where if you are fortunate enough to be living in a care home where they have required it for all their workers, then you are highly protected against a vaccine. But if you are less fortunate or in a care home where far fewer staff are vaccinated, you are unfortunately at much greater risk. And that is not a situation, that inequality, which I think any of us should be comfortable with. I'll give way to my...
Minister, giving way, Minister, tonight this will set the trend, will set the marker, will set the pointer for direction for not just for this place, if the vote's taken, but indeed for the whole of the United Kingdom. And in particular, can I mention for Northern Ireland? So can I ask the Minister, before we make this decision, has the Minister had any opportunity to talk to the regional devolved Minister, Robin Swan, in this particular instance, to gauge his opinion and where he feels this legislation would affect us? Thank you.
I thank the honourable member, and he's right, and I know that other parts of the United Kingdom are watching what we are doing here in England, and there are regular conversations between the Department of Health and Social Care in England and the other administrations. Also relevant to this is the situation internationally, where there are other countries which have either done this or looking very hard at this. In fact, France has just announced that they are going to require vaccination for health and social care workers, and indeed on a faster timeline than the one that we are proposing here. Mr. Deputy Speaker, never again do we want to be back in a situation where we have COVID outbreaks across hundreds of care homes, with those living and working in them losing their lives to this virus. Vaccination is a safe and effective way of preventing the spread of COVID. The majority of care home workers have already taken up the vaccine, and it's essential that all care home workers who can have the vaccine do so in order to protect those in their care. The original scope of the consultation proposed applying this to only those care homes who look after older people, but following the consultation, it became clear that there was a compelling case to extend the obligation to all care homes providing care to the most vulnerable, for example, young adults with learning disabilities. And there was also significant support for broadening the scope of the policy to include all those coming into contact with residents, and support to include all those entering care home residents in any capacity. We listened to this. I will just proceed, and I may indeed answer my honourable question as I go, but we listened to this and made the decision to apply the policy to all people working inside care homes unless they have a medical exemption or are not eligible for vaccination, for instance under 18s. There are further exemptions, including people providing emergency assistance or undertaking urgent maintenance work, and family or friends visiting. And guidance will be published giving more detail about the exemptions, which will reflect the Green Book on immunisation and clinical advice from the JCVI. I will give way to my right hand.
Grateful to the Minister. Can she explain why the statutory instrument doesn't differentiate between those workers who actually come into contact with residents and those that don't?
My right honourable friend answers an absolutely reasonable question, and indeed we consulted on exactly this point. There are two reasons which are relevant to why there's the breadth of this to cover not only, for instance, care workers, but others coming into the care home. As I've mentioned, that includes, for instance, hairdressers, other health professionals, and also, for instance, tradespeople. So one thing is that when you have somebody coming into the care home, including a tradesperson, they may be spending significant time in the care home. They may be moving around within it. They may be moving from room to room. So they may actually be a significant infection risk to the care home. They may also move between one care home and another, if they are particularly sort of specialised and serve multiple care homes. So we know there is a risk when individuals are moving between care homes. So there's a clinical case for it. Also, we heard from providers responding to the consultation that they wanted a consistent approach for people who are entering the care home to do a job of work, and that would make it more straightforward for them to implement. Madam, I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful for the Minister for giving way. I wonder if, on that balance of what she's just said, making sure there's equity, where she believes the duty of care falls, given the legislation that's being put in place.
Well, I mean, I think he makes a really important point. I mean, I know I felt it, and the government has felt this through the pandemic, that our responsibility to those who are living in care homes to protect them as best they can from this pandemic, from COVID. And this is something that we can do to try and extend the protection of being cared for by people who are doubly vaccinated to residents in care homes, knowing as we do now with the increasing evidence that being vaccinated not only protects the individual, but also reduces the risk of transmission. Madam Deputy Speaker, I tend to sum up, as I know that there are other colleagues who wish to make speeches, but I want to put on record my sincere thanks to care workers across the country, not just for their work throughout the pandemic, but for all they bring to our health and care services. People working in care homes have played an incredibly important role caring for those most at risk from this terrible virus. The vaccine is working, with over 14,000 lives saved so far. It's only right that we take every possible step to protect those most at risk. As I said at the outset of the speech, we must all ask ourselves, what more can we do to protect care home residents? And this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is what we can do.
Question is motion number 6 as on the order paper. Point of order, Mark Jenkins.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I seek your advice on whether figures that were just used by the Minister that were more than a month out of date for vaccination figures might have inadvertently misled the House. Her own earlier figures on vaccination status of care home staff and residents suggested that it simply isn't possible for the figures to have reached both SAGE thresholds to be as low as the House was informed.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for that point of order. I obviously cannot comment on figures the Minister may or may not have used. I'm sure the Minister will have heard what the honourable gentleman says, and if there's anything that needs correcting, would do so in her summing up. Right. The motion is number 6 as on the order paper. Shadow Health Minister Rosanna Allen-Khan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the start of the pandemic, our lives have all been so deeply affected. For our key workers, they have experienced more than their fair share of grief, strife and sacrifice. Our care staff have truly been the best of us during the last 16 months, nursing our loved ones at the end of their lives, being the person who holds our relatives when they are scared and confused, and facilitating greetings through windows, fences and across roads. They have been the family to our vulnerable relatives over the last year, and for that I'll be forever grateful, and I don't think we'll ever be able to repay that debt. These aren't the words of a politician or even a doctor. They're the words of a daughter who's had to say goodbye to her father during the pandemic. And I'm eternally grateful for the care that my father received that went above and beyond what I could have expected. Carers who showed my family and I what humanity truly was. Changing their shifts to be with him, being on the end of the phone whenever we needed them, and facilitating whatever they could in order for us to be with him in his last moments. And I can never repay my father's carers for the humanity that they showed him as his condition worsened, while my family couldn't be by his bedside. Carers were scared, and many still are. The idea of passing a deadly virus onto the people in their care tormented them. And that is why we're here today. The idea that care workers do not think about the day-to-day safety of the people they care about is an insult. From my own experience, I know that their residents are of utmost importance. So often poorly paid, they put in the gruelling work because they truly care. To argue that they don't neglects their fears. We want everyone working in a care home to take up the vaccine. The vaccine is safe and effective, but we aren't inclined to support these proposals or the case for compulsory vaccination. There are serious warnings from the care sector that the government's plan could lead to staff shortages in already understaffed care homes. This would have disastrous consequences on the quality of care. And it's vital that we examine the current reality of life on the front line in care settings. In fact, Unison surveyed their members during the pandemic who shared that they were feeling more anxious and depressed than before, owing to the fear of passing the virus on to their relatives and those under their care. Many felt that their management was not equipped to support their needs, and resoundingly the care workers just wanted people to listen. listen to their experiences and the challenges they were experiencing without. And I quote, fear of being singled out as a troublemaker. Let's listen to our care workers today. Yes, I'll give way.
I'm really grateful to the speech that my honourable friend is making, and obviously pass on my condolences to her. But does she not agree with me, after all that our care workers have been through, that what they need at this time is a supported conversation about how they can progress with their own vaccination or not, but also just to have the right people in that place giving them that supported conversation?
My honourable member, it's almost my honourable friend. It's almost as though she has read the rest of my speech. I could not agree with her more. We have to listen to our care workers today. To the young pregnant carers worried about their next paycheck, will these proposals make them more secure? To all those carers from communities who have lost trust in authorities, will the threat of them losing their jobs instill more trust? And to all of those carers that have loved and cared for their residents but have concerns about the vaccine and haven't had anyone answer their questions, are they being told that their dedication is suddenly irrelevant? To understand why there may be hesitancy amongst care home workers to take up the vaccine, it is important to understand the health inequalities that much of the workforce face. Madam Deputy Speaker, ethnic minorities are overrepresented in the adult social care workforce, with 21% of all care staff coming from a minority ethnic background. Negative experiences of a culturally insensitive health service, the higher rates of death from COVID for people from Black and South Asian communities, and a lack of representation of minority groups in vaccine trials and wider health research all serve to build distrust in the health system. These are some of the communities that have been hit the hardest during the pandemic. The disproportionate use of coercive and restrictive practices on minority communities also erode important trust in the system. Black people are 4 times more likely to be detained under the Mental Health Act than white people, despite making up a much smaller percentage of the overall population. With trust so low, it creates hesitancy. But this hesitancy can be overcome through effective communication and an understanding of the issues which have created it. Further coercion and punishment through the threat of being dismissed from employment only reinforces the reasons for hesitancy in the first place. Yes.
What she's saying, and it was my first instinct months and months ago, exactly the point she's just made about persuasion. But more than 7 months on, it hasn't happened now. I'm tempted to ask, if not now, when, to coin a phrase. What is her response to that?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. The response is that the government haven't gone far enough to have these conversations. That is why there has not been the real effort made to engage with the communities that have been hit the hardest and for whom vaccine hesitancy is at its highest. With trust so low, it creates this hesitancy that I've just spoken of, and this hesitancy can be overcome through effective communication that hasn't yet happened under this government's watch. It will disproportionately, I'm going to make progress, thank you. It will disproportionately punish groups whose needs are already rarely reflected in mainstream health services or the labour market. Respectfully listening to concerns and offering practical support would not only tackle vaccine hesitancy, it would also help rebuild trust in health services, which in turn could eventually lead to reduced health inequalities for all minority groups. Let's be clear. Vaccine hesitancy is entirely different to being an anti-vaxxer. Vaccine hesitancy is a challenge for the government to tackle. It's harder work. There is no quick fix. The government is trying to make an incredibly complex issue into a black and white one, and this does nothing to pay respect to the sacrifices that care workers have made since the start of the pandemic. And more must be done to encourage uptake of the vaccine. I'm going to make progress, please. The UK government should learn from the fantastic work of the Labour-led Welsh government, which is running the fastest vaccine programme in the world and vaccinated a far greater proportion of its staff compared to England. Yesterday's figures showed that almost 95% of care home residents and 88% of care home staff are double vaccinated. Wales has rejected compulsory vaccinations and instead chosen to work closely with the care sector to drive take-up, as well as valuing the workforce with a proper pay rise. It is that sort of leadership that is needed here. A failure of leadership here will place the care sector in an even more precarious situation than it currently is, with even fewer staff than at present. There are serious warnings from the care sector that the government's plan could lead to staff shortages in already understaffed care homes, and this would have disastrous consequences on the quality of care. Over 100,000 posts in the care sector are currently unfilled, with recruitment and retention already extremely difficult due to low wage levels for difficult and demanding jobs. Not only would this have a disastrous impact on those relying on care, but the stress and trauma placed on their relatives will affect so many across the country. We already have a social care crisis. Let's not deepen it. These proposals are at odds with the government's decision to throw caution to the wind by making social distancing and mask wearing optional and up for individuals to decide. It makes no sense. Surely forcing workers to receive a vaccine is at odds with the individualism they seek to promote at every opportunity. It seems odd then that care workers are being singled out. Why is there a different rule for them? If the government, hoping that the public will simply forget about their failure to protect care homes over the past year, is that what is going on here? To force carers to choose between losing their job or taking a vaccine that they're afraid of is inhumane. These are people who often work for less than the minimum wage. They are incredibly vulnerable people and their voices must be heard. Many of these people have lost multiple family members during this pandemic. They're being asked to put their faith in a vaccine they are afraid of. The government needs to be doing more to tackle misinformation, promote the positive benefits of taking up the vaccine and support care home staff to do so. They haven't been doing enough to support care workers who have done so much during this crisis. They should be focused on driving up standards and retention of staff by treating care workers as the professionals they are, with improved pay, terms, conditions and training. We have a moral imperative not to force people to take a vaccine they're afraid of. So I urge the government to listen to our care workforce. Surely they deserve at least that after the last year.
Now, this debate finishes at 7:19. Sorry, I need to bring the Minister in at the end. What that means is that if colleagues spoke between 4 and 5 minutes, everybody would get in. If colleagues don't speak between 4 and 5 minutes, they won't get in. Sir Christopher Chope.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Tooting, and I'm delighted that the official opposition share my view, the view of many of my colleagues, that these are bad regulations and that they should be opposed this evening. Both the Welsh and Scottish governments, as I understand it, are against this type of regulation, and so when the Minister told us that other administrations are watching, I think actually this administration should be watching what the other administrations are doing and following their lead. I must say that I think this is probably the most depressing performance I've had listened to in this House from a Minister. She showed a cavalier disregard for the conventions and courtesies of this House, and she's also admitted to completely breaching the rules that the government has under its better regulation framework, which is designed to try and inform decision-making for regulations which affect businesses and individuals in this country. When criticised, the response, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, is best described as dumb insolence. And that's just not good enough. And I think that one of the questions which I would have liked to put in an intervention was why is the government, what is the government's rationale for not requiring care home residents to be vaccinated. What is the rationale for that? These regulations were laid on the 22nd of June. There was an accompanying explanatory memorandum which expressly referenced a full impact assessment of the costs and benefits of this instrument is available from the Department of Health and Social Care and is published alongside this instrument and its explanatory memorandum. The Minister hasn't explained what's happened to it, whether it ever existed, whether it had information which she found embarrassing and therefore it's been suppressed. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, an impact assessment is not an optional extra. As the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee has made clear in its report of the 6th of July, an impact assessment is a fundamental tool for those who wish to scrutinise legislation before nodding it through. And indeed, an impact assessment should be cleared by the Minister before the proposals are brought forward. And the Government's Better Regulation Framework principles set out in March 2020 say this: where government intervention requires a legislative policy change to be made, departments are expected to analyse and assess the impact of the change on the different groups affected, which should generally take the form of an impact assessment. That hasn't happened. Why hasn't it happened? I put down some parliamentary questions about this because I feared that we weren't going to get the impact assessment, and those questions have received holding answers instead of substantive answers. One of them was, what estimate has he made of the number of employees in England who will face dismissal from their employment as a result of these regulations, and whether those staff will be eligible for compensation? There wasn't an answer to that, and there hasn't been so far today. What estimate has been made of the number of staff employed in care homes in England and Wales who have not been vaccinated against COVID-19 for A, clinical reasons, B, reasons of personal choice, including religion, belief and conscience? Again, no answers, even to parliamentary questions. How can we hold the government to account if they won't even answer our questions? My constituents are absolutely livid about what's being proposed, and I won't quote extensively from a letter I have from Mr Davis from Ferndown, but he says it's completely wrong and unethical and it makes no sense. An NHS consultant in Christchurch says mandatory vaccination would be a crossing the Rubicon on medical choice, medical confidentiality and bodily autonomy, the vital elements of the right to privacy. And the Christchurch care home manager to whom I've spoken has said that this whole proposal undermines the need for parity of esteem between care workers and NHS workers. You may have seen, Madam Deputy Speaker, the article in the British Medical Journal on the 8th of July, which says that vaccination is not a panacea for safety, that it may reduce the risk of transmissions and so on. But why are we saying that people who have had previous infection and got immunity from that, why are they not exempt from these regulations? And I think this is, as is stated in that report, an unnecessary, disproportionate and misguided proposal. So I hope that the House will, along with what's happened in Scotland and Wales, reject these regulations and put the Minister out of her misery.
We now go to the SNP spokesperson, Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't usually speak in the debates about statutory instruments on COVID regulations as they only apply in England, but I feel I have to make a couple of points on the plan to make COVID vaccination mandatory for all care home staff, the first mandatory vaccination legislation in the UK for well over a century. As chair of the all-party group on vaccinations for all, I totally support vaccination. And I want to draw attention to our recent report published in May on how to improve the uptake of all vaccines. Virtually all our expert contributors highlighted the dangers of making vaccination legally mandatory, as while it may force uptake among some, it tends to increase distrust and suspicion of vaccines and drive those who are hesitant to become vaccine refusers. In Scotland, virtually 100% of care home staff are fully vaccinated with both doses without the use of mandation. And this has been achieved through three key policy approaches. As part of developing caring as a profession, care home staff in Scotland are now registered, which means we have information on who it is we're trying to reach. When the Scottish Government became aware that care home staff were being deliberately targeted with disinformation on COVID vaccines, they arranged expert webinars for staff with our Chief Medical Officers and NHS Director. Thirdly, as soon as the Pfizer vaccine became available in December, care home staff were vaccinated at the same visit as residents. Not only did this improve convenience, but created a strong sense of solidarity between colleagues and with the vulnerable people they care for. The Scottish Government faced considerable criticism at the start of the year for spending so much time and effort on care homes rather than pushing ahead with mass vaccination centres, but it has paid off. In England, we hear 86% of care home staff have received a first dose and 75% are fully vaccinated, although I understand this hides a wide variation in uptake. While repeat visits have now been provided to care homes in England, this was not national policy at the start of the programme, when many providers reported difficulty in accessing vaccine appointments for their staff. The UK Government has never taken forward the principle of care staff registration and professionalisation in the care sector. And as has already been highlighted, staff in England are not even paid the real living wage. Care home staff have faced a very difficult time over the last 18 months, and we all owe them a great debt of thanks. I still think locally targeted support, information and persuasion would be more successful in convincing care home staff than heavy-handed legislation which actually threatens their jobs. We all agree about the need to get the highest rate of vaccination possible to protect care home residents. The difference is how to get there. Our APPG report makes very clear that the most important approach when dealing with communities with hesitancy is not to make assumptions about the cause, but to listen to them and then act on what they are seeking. Apart from my concerns about mandating vaccination in principle, I would call on the Minister to clarify that this legislation applies to England only. The Scottish Government do not accept the principle of making vaccines mandatory, nor do they see the need for such an approach after the fantastic uptake of our care home staff.
Thank you very much. Mark Harper.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I don't often say this, but it was actually a great pleasure to follow the honourable lady who speaks for her party, and in this case from the APPG on vaccination, and I agreed with not necessarily about the Scottish Government, but almost every word she said about, I think, the right way of persuading care home workers to get vaccinated. I should say first, Mr Deputy Speaker, before I touch on the specific proposals in front of us, that I do agree with the Minister when she says it's very important that we protect those who live in a care home setting. We've all seen the damage over the last year from COVID, and it's fantastic that we now are able to vaccinate those residents, because we know COVID is a disease that is focused on wreaking most havoc on those who are older and those with health conditions. And it's fantastic, as the Minister herself said, that 96% of residents of care homes have had a first dose and 93% a second dose, which means they've got very substantial protection against both serious disease, hospitalisation and, tragically, death. And that's fantastic. And I think everyone in the House, and I think I can speak for everyone, wants to make sure we protect people in care homes. This is a debate about how we best do so. So let me just take the arguments that the Minister set out. First of all, I agree with what the Honourable Lady said in terms of persuasion. I've certainly talked to my local health professionals, and they very much advocate listening to staff who are hesitant, understanding the reasons, and then trying to address those reasons. And I know the Minister has said that a significant number of healthcare staff have been vaccinated, but it's not consistent across the country. In some places, it'll be 100%. In other places, it'll be much lower. And it seems to me what you therefore need to do is focus on those areas where it's much lower and understand what the barriers are rather than telling people, insisting that they've got to do something they clearly have some concerns about. It may be because they're from a particular ethnic minority and we know there's a differential vaccine take-up there. It may be that they're younger, female of childbearing age, and they are concerned, I think erroneously, but concerned about things they read about fertility. And you need to deal with those. You can't threaten somebody who's young and worried about fertility and insist that they take a vaccine they're worried about without dealing with those concerns. So I think we all agree about that. This is about how best to do it.
Would you allow
Of course.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend. Would you agree with me that in some cases, seeming to threaten people will only worsen the problems of trust in authority from which people might already be suffering, causing them to be hesitant in the first place?
Well, I agree with my honourable friend, and I think that's why I think these proposals are mistaken. And let me just step briefly through the proposals in front of us. First of all, I completely agree with what my honourable friend said about the impact assessment. Now, I've been a minister, I've been through impact assessments, prepared them, signed them off and presented them to the House, and I'm afraid it's not good enough for something that's got very significant impact on thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, in fact, many thousands of businesses, and is a significant step. This is the first time we will have mandated in law effectively compulsory vaccinations. It's frankly offensive that it's being debated in a 90-minute statutory instrument debate in the House, which I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, because the name of the regulations is not doesn't leap out at you what it is. I think many colleagues were unaware of the fact we were being asked to vote on this today until it was drawn to their attention. So that's the first point. The second point is that if that information is available, even if it is imperfect, and I accept that it'll be imperfect and there will be things that we can't be certain about, it's the Minister's duty, if she has that information, which one of these documents says she does, one of them says she doesn't, but if she has it, it's her duty to put what she has in front of the House, sign it off, she's responsible for, and allow us to see it before we're asked to vote on it. And I'm afraid it is an abuse of the House to ask us to do this. Now, if it was genuinely an emergency, it might be acceptable. But as I've already said, these regulations, if they're passed, do not come into force for 16 weeks. That's November. There's ample time to complete the impact assessment, to bring this back before the House. Even if it was in September, you could then have a tighter deadline and still deliver the legislation before it's currently scheduled to become law. I think that would be preferable. Now, it's worth saying, Mr Deputy Speaker, I could have been persuaded, although I have reservations, I could have been persuaded to support mandatory vaccination for care home staff if a good case had been made about the risk reduction to residents. Now, I didn't hear, actually, the case being made about the risk reduction to residents. It's not set out in any of the documents in front of us, and the Minister didn't set it out in her remarks. But I'm open to that, and I remain open to that, and that's why I would urge her to bring back further proposals later. But in terms of what's in front of us, that isn't what these are at all. These are incredibly broad. They apply to everybody who enters the premises of a care home. Even if they never see a resident, are there for moments, the care home will be prohibited by law from allowing them to enter, and will have to ask them intrusive questions about their health status, including perhaps what health conditions they've got that mean they don't have to take a vaccination, which means that care home's then got to ask the employer, and it means those businesses that want to transact with care homes have then got to ask those intrusive questions of their employees. The scope is massive. And it's particularly troubling, given what the government said yesterday in the House about domestic vaccine passports. Many of us are concerned that this is the thin end of a wedge to start insisting that employers ask their staff intrusive questions about their health conditions when there is no good reason for doing so. And that's why we're concerned. Of course I'll give way.
I'm sure my right honourable friend is making a fantastic argument, as he always does in this place. I've interweaved where these new regulations would fit into the Health and Social Care Act 2018, Regulates Activities Regs 2014, and we are asking care homes to be the policemen of delivery people and plumbers and window cleaners with a £4,000 fixed penalty possible fine. I don't know if he was aware of the extent of the fine that backs up these regulations.
I'm grateful that my honourable friend has brought that information to the attention of the House. Now, let me just bring my remarks to a conclusion, because Mr Deputy Speaker wants to make sure we get everybody in. The final point I would say is coming back to the consultation that took place. It's very clear from these from the information in here, most of the people responding did not support these proposals. They were very concerned about them. Certainly care homes I've heard from and those involved in the sector are very concerned about them. They don't command wide support. So I would say to the Minister, I would listen to the concerns that are being expressed. I would take these proposals away, come back with some well-thought-through proposals to secure the support of the House. If she presses them to a vote today, I regret, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will be forced to vote against them.
Guarantee everybody gets in. 5-minute limit. Munira Wilson.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for the Forest of Dean. I pretty much agree with everything he had to say. I want to preface my remarks on these regulations by making it abundantly clear that I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues unequivocally and strongly support vaccination and would urge everybody who is eligible to be vaccinated. We know they're safe and effective and save lives. And for those on the front line, whether working in social care or indeed working in the NHS, of course vaccination is critical. And if I had a loved one in a care home, of course I would want maximum protection for them and therefore all staff to be vaccinated. The question we as legislators have to grapple with is whether coercion is the answer and what might be the unintended consequences of mandating vaccination for some of the lowest paid and most undervalued workers in our society and a sector that is on its knees. Now, as we've heard, with chronic staff shortages facing the sector, making vaccines mandatory has a real potential to exacerbate these acute shortages. I believe the government must do much more to convince and persuade care workers to get vaccinated. As many experts have said, and as we've heard already, coercion is usually ineffective or worse, counterproductive, and risks eroding trust in the sector. Indeed, the care sector has a long history of being overlooked and underfunded. 1.6 million social care workers earn less than the living wage. A quarter of the workforce are on 0 hours contracts, and there is a lack of progression, any progression or career prospects. For those who are vaccine hesitant, there is a real concern that they may simply leave the profession rather than get vaccinated, particularly as we know that there are serious shortages in other sectors, such as hospitality, who are offering more competitive pay. Now, with 1.5 million older people not currently getting the care they need, already overstretched staff will become even thinner on the ground. Care providers, many of whom are already in a fragile state as a result of the pandemic, could find themselves having to deal with the costs of tribunals and legal challenges as a result of individuals losing their jobs. What support and resource is being provided to the sector to implement this policy? Secondly, coercion is not an effective way to overcome hesitancy. Compulsory vaccination is a blunt tool for a complex issue, and research has highlighted that pressuring care workers can have damaging effects leading to erosion of trust and worsening concerns about the vaccine and hardened stances on refusing vaccination. Indeed, digging into some of the detail, actually the rate of uptake may not be as bad in some places as it initially seems. And the data is somewhat encouraging in that there's actually a significant disparity between the percentage of staff who've taken their first jab and not their second. For instance, Wandsworth has the lowest uptake rate with 70% of staff having had their first jab, but only 53% having had their second. This could indicate that actually government and NHS initiatives are bearing fruit, so mandating vaccination could be premature. Alternatively, it may suggest there is a problem with trying to get care workers back to have their second jabs. All of this suggests a much more complex picture for which this blunt tool is not the answer. And we risk, as others have said, going down a slippery slope to chip away at people's rights and freedoms to make their own health choices. This decision sets a precedent and must not be taken lightly. And this leads me on to my final point. In part, we've arrived here at this situation precisely because the care sector has been overlooked for so long. It's long been a Cinderella service and a poor relation to the NHS. And yet again, we see here that this legislation only applies to care home workers and not NHS staff, so it does feel very discriminatory to many in the care sector. So I come back to where I started. I want to protect the most vulnerable, but I fear these measures will do more harm than good. And we risk a mass exodus of staff in an already overburdened, overstretched and underfunded sector. In March last year, when my Liberal Democrat colleagues in the other place and I were asking searching questions of ministers about testing and PPE to protect care homes, there were no answers. The truth is, the tragedy we've seen unfold in our care homes throughout this pandemic has resulted in thousands of excess deaths is because that protective ring that ministers have talked about went in far too late. The legislation we're being asked to support is in reaction to government inaction and failure to protect care homes, and because it continues to drag its feet on reforming the sector properly. Coercion and an assault on fundamental rights and liberties should not be the response to this. We must encourage, empower and support people to make the right decision to get vaccinated. We must pay and value our heroic care staff properly rather than point the finger of blame at them.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I agree with much of what the Honourable Lady opposite has said. But I begin, as others have, with the impact assessment, or the lack of an impact assessment. And I hope the Minister, on reflection, will accept that it is simply wrong to bring these measures forward without giving the House that impact assessment in advance. She has got the opportunity still to do something about that by withdrawing these measures and coming back at a later date, and I hope she will consider that. This is a very serious innovation, Mr Deputy Speaker, a legal requirement being imposed for people to undertake a medical intervention which may be against their will is a remarkable change in our law. And as the Honourable Lady opposite said, it sets a very serious precedent. And a precedent, it has to be said, which the Minister, I thought slightly alarmingly, raised herself when she said as the winter approaches, COVID and flu will be a problem. As yet, we're not talking about compulsory vaccination for flu, but once we begin down that road, where does it end? The scope of this measure is unnecessary. As I raised in my intervention, insisting that people are vaccinated, even if they will have no contact whatsoever with residents of care homes, is entirely unreasonable. The application to a plumber who comes to fix a boiler, a trustee of a charity who may go to sit in an office but have no contact in any of the areas where residents would be. And it's inconsistent. Why does it apply only to care workers, not more widely in the healthcare sector? But I want, of course.
Thank you. I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Is it not the case, we heard from the Minister about the 99% vaccination uptake where an employer had mandated it themselves. Would it not be the case, as in the case that you set out with visitors, that it would be, if it was in departmental guidance, it would be incumbent upon the care home to take cognizance of it in the risk assessment?
Absolutely, I agree with my honourable friend, and the perfectly rational arrangements that could allow particular residents to insist on only a vaccinated carer being in attendance. But I want to focus in the brief time available to me, Deputy Speaker, on a very specific point, which is the importance of respecting religious freedom. Lime Tree House in Sale, in my constituency, is one of only 2 Christian Scientist care homes in the country. And the rights of Christian Scientists were protected by the party of the government opposite when the Care Standards Bill was introduced in 2000. The Minister then, Lord Hunt of King's Heath, was explicit in his assurance on the floor of the House of Lords. And I'll share that, if I may, briefly with the House, when he said, "Perhaps I may say right at the start that the government have no intention of preventing or discouraging people from being cared for in accordance with the principles and practices of the Church of Christ Scientist. The Care Standards Bill will not mean that Christian Science houses or their visiting nurse services will have to give medical treatment to their patients or do anything else which would go against their religious principles. The Department of Health will consult and work with the Church of Christ Scientist to ensure that regulation by the Commission is compatible with the Church's principles and practices. And that was in Hansard reference was column 741 on the 28th of March 2000. What we have here is a situation where Christian Scientists responded to the consultation in May. They have since then written to the Minister and indeed to the new Secretary of State, well obviously that was very recently, but have had no response. And clearly no provision has been made in the legislation that is before us to protect this important principle. So can I ask the Minister now, when she responds, to give an absolute assurance that the principle of religious freedom will be respected by this government as it was by previous governments? Will she either undertake to bring an amended statutory instrument to the House, or, if she won't do that, will she commit to including matters of conscience in the exemptions which are provided for in this measure? I'm talking here about 2 small care homes, a handful of residents, and a situation where both the residents and the carers might prefer not to have a medical intervention inflicted on them against their will. But a very big principle is at stake.
Well done.
Just remind Dr. Evans that I will interrupt you at 7 o'clock briefly to put the deferred motion to the House in order that we can have live votes on this and the motion on terrorism as well. Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I look forward to that time to get my breath back. I, like many in the House, balked at the prospect of mandatory mass certification or vaccination. I've made that clear privately and to my constituents who asked. I didn't think it was ethically or practically or even medically reasonable because they should always be proportionate in our response. However, I also made it clear that I believe there are specific carve-outs. Those are aimed at the most at risk, and indeed, when it comes to healthcare and public health, I think there is a prime example of the essence of who we're dealing with here, the elderly and the vulnerable. Because this argument boils down to rights v responsibilities of what or who and to who. You see, there's a duty of care by the government and in turn the providers to both patients and their members of staff. And this House has to navigate the difficult part between limiting the risk to patients and residents with the spread of the virus while respecting the staff's rights and responsibilities. And over the next minute or two, with the break included, I'm going to go over a couple of principles that I think are at practice and some real-world challenges we face. Because according to the CQC, when it comes to talking about vaccinations, there are 3 particular pieces of legislation that are important. Health and Safety at Work Act 1974, Control of Substances, Hazards to Health, Regulations 1992, and of course the Health and Social Care Act 2008. Now we are obviously dealing with the latter, but the former 2 set a precedent of safe working environments dealing with dangerous substances to health, putting a square responsibility on the organisers and the providers to mitigate this for staff and users as best as possible. See, I don't expect it too long before we'll see a legal challenge where a resident dies from COVID and the finger's pointed squarely at the care home staff or the care home that are not having vaccinated staff, given we know the vulnerability to the elderly. There is a duty of...
Just now interrupt very briefly. We must now take the motion relating to deferred divisions. Minister to move. The question is the motion relating to deferred divisions. As Minister Turpin say aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Dr. Luke Evans.
So there is a duty of care I return to, and that is a running of theme, duty of care. Currently, there is no law to say vaccines are mandatory. So make no mistake, this is a departure from the legal precedent, but not nearly as big or as wide as the public or indeed this House may be led to believe, as in essence, practically this precedent already exists in the NHS with the likes of TB. See, if you're let's take the example of a medical student or dental student. When it comes to joining medical schools, you have to have TB check, HIV check, Hep C and treatment to practice. While it's not a legal requirement, operationally, it means you can't do procedures, you can't do hospital placements, and in dental particularly, you can't progress. Why? A duty of care. I don't recall a huge outburst about such concerns when the Department of Health Clearance Guidelines 2007, which were revised in April 2014, entitled Health Clearance for Hep B, Hep C, HIV and TB, was widespread. Why? The reason when you enter into these professions, the overriding principle, hammered in time and time again, is there's a duty of care to patients and there's a duty of care for the medical schools and providers for their students.
Would you allow me?
Of course.
I'm most grateful. My honourable friend, of course, he's an expert in some of these matters, But he's conceded that in the cases he's referred to, that's not a legal requirement, it's a matter of health and safety. Why is it that in this case he wishes to cross the Rubicon and mandate that you may not be in a care home, apart from the conditions, unless you're vaccinated? Why does he want to put it in law in these circumstances?
Well, my right honourable friend has preempted the rest of my speech where I hopefully try to address some of that. Because it's about recognising the parity between professions. We heard the right honourable member on the other side of the House talk about the professional recognition we need for social care. And that's imperative, and we've covered this in the Health Select Committee. Our report is very, very clear that we need to draw that parity with professional standards. Because we've heard time and time again, they have gone above and beyond in their duty. And I'm a realist when it comes to this, and I want the government to draw to the attention the fact that there could be difficulties. It is going to put a problem on when there are 16 weeks consultation, and there could be an exacerbation of the workforce. I'd also urge the government to pick up on what other members have said and encourage people to take up vaccination in the first place. But fundamentally, and maybe this is where it comes down to for the honourable member who intervened, this comes down to a duty of care to looked after. I asked the House, if this was your grandmother, your grandfather, your father, your mother being cared for, I'd want you, and I'd expect you to say, you want the best possible protections for the individual and institution where they're resting. And
Order. You really... Sorry, we do have to leave it there. 4 minutes each. Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Controversially, perhaps, I think that much of this SI is uncontroversial. And the reason behind that is my experience in terms of being recruited to go through medical school. So as part of the recruitment process, it was made very clear to me I had to have Hep B testing, I had to be vaccinated for Hep B, and going through and getting involved in becoming a medical student, this would not happen if that was not the case. And I think that's fair enough. We expect of our health staff vaccination for a variety of conditions, not just hepatitis B, things like chickenpox, for people who haven't been exposed, things like rubella, because we know the impact that can have on the patients that we look after or the people we care for. And we know the huge impact COVID has on the most vulnerable in our society. Its lethality, its severity is linked to frailty, and I think one of the most frail groups are people who are living in care. And it's important that people are vaccinated so that they don't unintentionally, when they have asymptomatic COVID, give them COVID and pass it on. We know that rates of vaccination are not high enough to give that protection that's necessary to protect people in care homes. And I think on that basis, I think it's entirely reasonable and a sensible approach to bring forward measures in terms of saying that people have to be vaccinated to work in that setting. Now, that being said, of course, I realise that although that might be what I say a sort of reasonable approach, it's actually quite different to my personal experience as I've just described, because that was a pre-recruitment process I went through. What we're talking about now is a process for people who are currently in post, for people who have been working for quite some time, for people who've got quite a lot of years behind them, and that if they don't go through vaccination, then ultimately they'll be without a job. And that's a big deal. Now, I think it's important also to recognise that people who may decide they don't want to be vaccinated are not evil people. You know, they are not people who should be shown. They're people who make decisions and for whatever reason they may have about vaccination, etc. That's important and that should be respected. Now, fundamentally, this SI I see is about risk. And I see that there's two risks here. One risk is the risk of COVID to people who are living in care settings. And I think that risk is very clear, actually. We've got loads of data on that. We've got loads of data in terms of the impact. We've got loads of data on the lethality. We've also got loads of data on the protection that vaccination to people who are at risk of COVID, and also protection of vaccination in terms of reducing transmission, passing it on. So I think that side of the equation, I think, is very clear. The side that's less clear is about the risk to people in terms of staffing. And I think that's really the critical issue here, because there will be people who decide, do you know what, not being vaccinated is more important to me than working in the care sector. And I'm completely unclear as to how many people that's going to be. And I don't think anyone really knows what that population is going to be, what the numbers are going to look like. And that's a concern. We've already got staffing issues in the care sector. This has been a long-term thing for many, many years going forwards. Nevertheless, I think perhaps the only way to test this out is to test it, to bring it forward, to see what happens. I think the 16-week run-in makes a lot of sense, but I think what is critical is that it is monitored and is looked at in terms of what happens with regards to staffing retention. And if it is a big issue, if pressures in terms of retention do start going through, then we have to have a change of course. And I'd welcome if my honourable friend the Minister can say now something up, what she's going to do over the course of the summer in this being brought up to work and engage with people in the social care sector on the impact of this being brought in, and if there is a substantial impact, that she'll come back before the House after summer recess with plans to mitigate this or change of course. Thank you.
It is a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, and indeed my honourable friend before him, two learned medical practitioners who, with the underlying qualities that seem to attract to those positions, state their arguments in the finest tradition of the empirical method. Now, as ever, Mr Deputy Speaker, I can be forgiven for not quite being as rational as the two previous speakers. I hope that the House will indulge me, because I, frankly, Mr Deputy Speaker, am in despair. You could perhaps have a painting next to me of Munch's The Scream and get towards the feeling that I have over the conduct of government business in this House. The government, Mr Deputy Speaker, is treating this House with utter contempt. 90 minutes on a statutory instrument to fundamentally change the balance of human rights in this country is nothing short of a disgrace. The fact that no impact assessment exists, and I contend that it does not exist, and if that is proven to be the case, then I'm afraid my right honourable friend, the Minister, will be in a tricky position if she contends it does and it doesn't. That too is a disgrace. Now, the measures before us are in themselves entirely impractical. We've heard already about concerns about the workforce. And I'm afraid, and I have the utmost respect for my honourable friend, and he knows it, if we were to follow his suggestion, I fear that it would be far too late to repair the damage done to the workforce of carers in this country. I think it's an insult to care workers in this country that all they merit is 90 minutes on a motion that nobody here seemed to know anything about last week, but which we're discussing this afternoon. Meanwhile, so many of our colleagues, presumably because of the proxy vote system and the fact that they find it generally inconvenient to be a Member of Parliament, will know nothing at all, will know nothing at all about these measures upon which they're voting. That too should concern us a great deal. I have absolutely no doubt that I will vote against these measures if that hadn't been made clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, from my remarks so far. 1898, I believe, was the last time that vaccination was mandated in this country. And following that mandation, the rates of vaccination fell. That should tell us all we need to know. We give succour to lunatics and crackpots who advance ridiculous theories about vaccination if we mandate the vaccination. The triumph of the vaccination programme has been the act of kindness that people have felt towards their fellow citizens in doing so. We will lose that goodwill if we mandate it. I had a lady who called me a week or so ago, and she was in tears on the phone. She has a condition that involves blood clots, and she associated the news about two of the vaccines with her condition. She's a care worker. She was distraught. She now equates her illness, the vaccination, the fact that she can't get a GP appointment to discuss it, but that's a different matter. She now equates that with losing her job. Is that what we're prepared to do to our fellow citizens as a Conservative government? Absolute lunacy. You'd expect this in a communist country, which partly explains why so many of our Eastern European fellow citizens have the scepticism that they do, because they know the nature of the state and how it can be perceived as being malevolent. This instrument is an abomination. It should be withdrawn, and the government should stop treating this House with contempt.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I thank honourable members for their contributions and the questions they have put to me during this debate. Can I say that I welcome the consensus on the importance of protecting care home residents, and the fact that this debate is actually about how we best do that, and the level of evidence needed in order for us to take the steps that can be taken to best protect those vulnerable residents. The problem we face is that the clock is ticking towards winter and a potential combination of COVID and flu, to which we know care home residents will be extremely vulnerable. And the problem with inaction and waiting for more time is that inaction costs lives. Now, I have heard, I assure honourable friends on this, I've heard the strength of feeling about the impact assessment. And can I say that I apologise to my honourable friends for the error, particularly in the explanatory note to the regulations. And I have done my utmost, and I did in my opening speech, to set out to honourable members the situation with the impact assessment. And there isn't anything further that I can say on that now.
Can you just give way about the
Oh, I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I don't know whether other colleagues do. I find it quite offensive that because we've expressed concerns about these regulations, we're somehow implied that we want to do away and we want to risk the lives of people in care homes. These regulations don't come into force for 16 weeks. There is ample time to take them away, review them, publish the impact assessment and get this House to make a decision and protect people before the onset of the winter. To suggest that members want to do otherwise, and we're suggesting inaction that will put their lives at risk, is offensive, and I urge her to withdraw it.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I mean, clearly no offence was meant on my part. The problem with what my right honourable friend is suggesting is that if there is a substantial delay, for instance, to the autumn in bringing these legislation through, then that leaves care workers who've not yet been vaccinated with very little time in which to get vaccinated. And that is why we are bringing these forward at this point. I'm sorry, but I'm conscious of the time ahead of me. Now, several honourable members have argued that we should continue the current approach to increasing uptake and indeed do more. And I would say that, of course, we will continue to support care workers to take up the vaccine. But, in fact, as flagged by my honourable friend for Winchester, the question is, now, how long do you give that? Vaccination of care home workers in England began in December last year, around 8 months ago. And we did, in fact, take a similar approach to that mentioned by the member for Central Ayrshire in Scotland, where staff were vaccinated alongside residents in care homes, and NHS teams went into care homes multiple times to offer the vaccination to staff, and indeed we saw that that was effective and more staff took up the vaccination on subsequent visits. We've also opened the national booking system clearly to care home staff, and that was opened up early on before to the more wider availability to everybody. We've worked with communities who've been particularly concerned and hesitant about the vaccination. There have been materials clearly in multiple languages. We've worked with faith groups. Local authorities have worked closely along with the NHS vaccination teams, particularly with care homes that have had lower vaccination rates. There is a huge amount that has been done to raise the levels of uptake amongst care home staff. And then you have to ask yourself the question, what more can we do? And so the number one reason that care home staff have given us that they haven't yet been vaccinated is that they want some more time. Well, this does give them some more time through the summer in which to get vaccinated. Some care homes, as I've mentioned, are already doing this. And one example is Barchester Care Home Group, where they have over 16,000 staff, and the vast majority, over 99%, have chosen to be vaccinated. Fewer than 0.5% have chosen not to be vaccinated. But the problem, if this is left for care homes who are on the front foot to do, is that others will be left behind, and we will see the inequality where some residents are fortunate to be cared for in a care home where all the staff are vaccinated, and others will not be so safe. And that leaves us with the inequality for those care home residents who will remain at greater risk. And we do know that not only does the vaccination protect individuals, it reduces the risk of transmission. Now, some honourable members have raised concern that care workers are being singled out in some way. That is not the case at all. This is about the setting, care homes, where we know there is the greatest risk and the greatest vulnerability to COVID. And this is about protecting those individual residents in those care homes by requiring vaccination for people who are entering those care homes to work. And so that is not only care home staff, it also includes NHS staff who are entering care homes. So it is about protecting the residents in those care homes. So that the rates are fortunately at the moment much lower than they have been during the peak times. But I will say that even in some of the recent outbreaks that we have seen in care homes, the index case has been an unvaccinated staff member, and that just emphasises the importance of us having high levels of vaccination amongst staff. My honourable friend asked me about the data I referred to earlier on, and the SAGE data about the minimum levels and the extent to which that is being achieved by care homes. And I will say I shared the most recent data that I have. And what we do know is there are still hundreds of care homes who have not yet met that safe threshold, which is a minimum threshold for avoiding outbreaks in care homes. So I say to honourable friends, the question before us is what more can we do to protect those who are vulnerable in care homes? Mr Deputy Speaker, this is what we can do, and I commend these regulations to the House.
The point of order is going to have to come, I'm afraid, after... No, the point of order will have to come after the division, I'm sorry. Under the standing order now, I must put the question. The question is motion number 6 as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is motion 6 as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, David Ratley and Maria Caulfield. Tell us for the noes, Sir Christopher Chope and Sir Charles Walker. Lock the doors. I'll call you straight after the result. Order. If members could resume their seats. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 319. The noes to the left, 246.
The ayes to the right, 319. The noes to the left, 246. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Point of order. Sir Charles Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Point of order. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was chairman of the Procedure Committee for 7 years. And it is absolutely incumbent on government not to mislead the House and behave honourably at all times. This explanatory memorandum is a parliamentary paper laid many days ago. It has been well rehearsed in this chamber, but it needs to be rehearsed again. It clearly states a full impact assessment has been prepared and will be submitted. Not is being prepared, has been prepared. Mr. Deputy Speaker, through your good offices, can I ask that Mr. Speaker and the Clerk of the House conduct an investigation into this memorandum to ascertain whether the House has been misled by the government and whether the Minister's conduct at the dispatch box was good enough this afternoon.
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. As I said earlier on, totally unsatisfactory situation, irrespective of whether anybody has been misled via the statement on one of the official documents. The Treasury Bench will have heard the point of order he has made, and that will make absolutely certain that it gets through to the department, but I will, as he has asked, raise it at the prayer meeting tomorrow morning with Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Point of order, Sir Christopher Chow.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it always used to be the convention in this place that if a minister was unable to answer all the questions that have been raised in a debate, the minister would offer to write to those honourable and right honourable members whose questions hadn't been able to be answered in the time available. Bearing in mind the sort of cavalier way in which government ministers seem to be treating the conventions of the House, I wondered whether it's within your offices to be able to put pressure on the government to restore that convention. Of a matter of courtesy, I look particularly at my honourable friend, the member for Altrincham, and say he had a really pertinent question which could have been answered in 2 words. It wasn't answered, and I'm sure that his constituents, on behalf of whom he spoke, will feel really aggrieved about that. So why can't this place restore some sense of reasonableness and good manners?
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his point of order, and I've been a member of Parliament for 29 years, and many times at the end of debates when ministers have said that they cannot deal with each of the points that have been raised, and we were under time pressure today, as has been pointed out by a number of members. Therefore, there would have been a number of questions that had gone unanswered, and I'm sure, again, that the Treasury Bench will have heard the point of order and will bring it to the attention of the Minister in order that she is able to give the answers to those questions that went unanswered in the summing up. We're now going to move on to the prevention and suppression of terrorism. I call the Minister to move motion number 7. Chris Phil.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Of course, this would ordinarily have been moved by my right honourable friend, the member for Old Bexley and Sidcup, who has very sadly had to step down from his role as Security Minister a few days ago to assist in his recovery from serious illness. And I'm sure the whole House will want to join me in sending our right honourable friend our best wishes for a very, very speedy recovery. Mr Speaker, I beg to move the Terrorism Act 2000 Prescribed Organisations Amendment No. 2 Order 2021, laid before this House on July 12th, be approved. Mr Deputy Speaker, this government is committed to taking all necessary steps to protect the people of this country. Tackling terrorism in all its forms is a crucial part of that mission. The concerns this government has regarding extreme right-wing terrorism are well documented. I give way.
Can I thank the Minister for giving way and just to reassure him and government that we fully support what he's putting forward. But does the Minister not agree that we must send appropriate messages that those on the extremes, whether they be on the left or the so-called right, must understand that the huge majority of this UK abhors what they do and will not tolerate this, and that there will be a continual prescription of these cells, such as base today, calling out for what they are: despicable terrorist cells.
Well, the Honourable Member for Strangford is absolutely right. This House, I think, and the whole country are united in our disgust for terrorism of all kinds, and it's right that we today call out these organisations, whatever colour they claim to have, and that we are united in our total condemnation of terrorist acts wherever they may occur. Mr Deputy Speaker, the use of these hateful ideologies to prey on young and vulnerable people is abhorrent, and we have a responsibility to do everything in our power to crack down. Terrorist groups can now recruit, radicalise and train individuals from a distance, distributing terrorist material at the click of a button. The use of the internet for these purposes has had a huge impact on the threat and the way we respond to it. Mr Speaker, there are currently 77 terrorist organisations currently prescribed under the Terrorism Act 2000. 4 of those are far-right groups. The majority are Islamist groups. Madam Deputy Speaker, you've undergone a remarkable transformation while I wasn't looking. Thanks to the dedication, courage and skill of counter-terrorism policing and our security and intelligence services, most of these groups have never carried out a successful attack on UK soil, and I pay tribute to our security services for the work they have done. Proscription is a powerful tool for degrading terrorist organisations, and I will explain the impact it can have shortly. The group we are now proposing to add to the list of proscribed terrorist organisations is done by amending Schedule 2 of the Terrorism Act 2000. The group concerned is called the Base. It is a predominantly US-based, militant white supremacist group. The group's activities include seeking to train members with weapons and explosives. The prescription power arises under Section 3 of the Terrorism Act 2000. The Home Secretary has the power under that section to prescribe an organisation if she believes it is currently concerned in terrorism. And where that statutory test is met, the Home Secretary may then exercise her discretion. The effect of prescription is to outlaw the listed organisation, ensuring it cannot operate in the UK. It is designed to degrade a group's ability to operate by enabling prosecution for various related offences, allowing the removal of online material, underpinning immigration-related measures, such as excluding group members from the UK, and making it possible to seize cash associated with the organisation. It is a criminal offence for a person to belong to, support or meet with a prescribed organisation, and a criminal offence to wear clothing or articles that may arouse reasonable suspicion an individual is a member of that group. Penalties include a maximum 14-year prison term and an unlimited fine. The Home Secretary only takes these decisions after great care and consideration of the evidence And having considered carefully all of the evidence in this case, the Home Secretary, informed by a JSTAC analysis, believes the base is concerned in terrorism and the discretionary factors support proscription. This abhorrent group, as I've said already, is a predominantly US-based white supremacist militant group that seeks to radicalise and train people for potentially violent activities. It almost certainly prepares for terrorism. We believe the training it provides is highly likely to be paramilitary in nature and is possibly preparatory for offensive action. We therefore believe the statutory test is met and that this group should be proscribed. That will aid the police in their work to disrupt the threat that extreme right-wing terrorist groups pose to our national security, and it will build on the robust action the government has already taken in this area, proscribing groups such as National Action, the Sonnenkrieg Division, the Führerkrieg Division and Atomwaffen, who the House proscribed just a few months ago. This sends a strong statement of intent that their ideology is unacceptable and that the UK is a hostile environment for terrorism in all its forms. Our message, Madam Deputy Speaker, is clear. We will always take every possible action to counter the threat from those who hate the values we cherish and who threaten our safety. The safety and security of the public is our #1 priority, and I commend this order to the House.
The question is motion number 7 as on the order paper. Conor McGinn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by paying tribute to the Right Honourable Gentleman for Old Bexley and Sidcup, who has stood down as the Security Minister. Suffice to say, he is everything one would have wanted in an opposite number. He was courteous, he was cooperative, and he was also combative, and we wish him well. We fully support this order and the prescription of this vile hate group, the Base, who, as we've already heard, are a US-based white supremacist group whose sickening ideology mobilises racism, division and violence in an attempt to advance their repulsive goals. We know too that they retain close link to other already prescribed neo-Nazi and right-wing terrorist groups. They provide paramilitary training, resources and support to sustain far-right global networks of terror, giving them the capability to undertake terrorist activity and potentially inflict serious harm. Madam Deputy Speaker, in a week where we have seen the repulsive targeting of 3 black English footballers subjected to a torrent of vile racist abuse, the spotlight is turned again to the ugly underbelly of far-right hatred in this country. As ever, we welcome the clarity and purpose today's measures will give to counter-terrorism policing, the security services and their partners, whose tireless work, much of which is done selflessly and behind the scenes, keeps us safe from those who wish us harm. Now, while we agree with the measures, I'm sure the Minister will understand that on such integral questions of national security I have some questions. Last October, the new Director General of MI5 warned that violent far-right terrorism was now a major threat, with 8 of 27 serious terrorist plots stopped in the final stages in the last 3 years, linked to neo-fascist and racist groups. We know too that the recruitment and exploitation of young people, such as that found online via chat forums and in video games, has reached unprecedented heights. The number of those under 18 has almost trebled in terms of those arrested, and it's a demographic that is showing a worrying increase. This is the 3rd white supremacist hate group Parliament has had to prescribe in a year, and if I might say gently, it does all feel a little bit ad hoc. That's why I want to ask the Minister if there is a plan to address this clearly alarming rise in the genre as such, and if he can do that without having a clear, coherent and robust strategy, such as the ones we on these benches have called for and still await. Now, turning specifically to the Base, this group was founded in 2018 and has been operational since. Now, that is 3 years ago, and there is, I think, a concerning pattern of delay, because at each opportunity we discuss the prescription of a far-right group here in this House, it seems that the time elapsed between their initial founding to the recognition of threats to the eventual prescription is a matter of years. So can I ask him what the status is of the prescription review group? How often does it meet, and does he think that it is doing its work proactively enough, and is the current process working? And does he agree with me that doing things seriously doesn't mean that we have to do them slowly? Will the government, as highlighted by the group Hope Not Hate, whose work I pay tribute to, seek to outlaw the neo-Nazi organisation Order of the Nine Angles alongside other despicable far-right groups? And I pay tribute to my honourable friend from Barnsley East for the work that she continues to do on this as the chair of the all-party parliamentary Hope Not Hate group. Clearly, prescription should mark the start and not the end of the process, and as such is the Minister happy with the level of enforcement against prescribed organisations and their members? Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't intend to detain the House any further, so to conclude, what I would say is that we fully back these measures, which send a clear message that hate and terror will never be tolerated in our country. The Minister has our support, and I'm sure that of the whole House. But I would just gently say that it would be good to see more from the government than reactive, retrospective action. The threat from the far right is a serious and growing national security one, and it should be treated as nothing less.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Angela Crawley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister for setting out the reasons for this order, and of course, we fully support the prescription of the US white supremacist group, The Base. Their message is abhorrent, and we must do everything possible to tackle these far-right groups and their rhetoric. It is perhaps fitting that we acknowledge the racism experienced by 3 exceptionally talented English players this week, and it is right that we call this out at every possible opportunity. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the brief time I have available, I'd like to ask the Minister, will he ensure that any and all necessary steps are taken swiftly, and will he outline any plans to strengthen these processes? And finally, will he ensure that members have the opportunity to scrutinise any new legislation wherever possible? Madam Deputy Speaker, we fully support prescription of this horrendous organisation, and we pay tribute to all those who work hard to tackle and contain such groups and keep us all safe.
Thank you. Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the banning of the Base. This is a violent group of highly determined, hardened Nazis. Based in the United States, they have access to weaponry and have been actively plotting terrorist attacks. Although they are primarily operating in the US, their leader is living in Russia, and they are promoting their hateful calls for violence globally via messaging apps and other online platforms. While I welcome this ban, I want to speak about the context in which this ban is being proposed. As Parliamentary Chair of Hope Not Hate, an anti-fascist campaign group, I have spoken previously in the Chamber about the threat of far-right terrorism. The threat is substantial and rising fast. There have been numerous arrests of people accused of terrorist offences. Many of these people, usually men, are just in their teens. I pay tribute to the work of the police and the intelligence services in apprehending these men. And I also want to take a moment, if I may, to pay tribute to a man who is known as Arthur. Arthur operated at a different time to counter the far right. 27 years ago this summer, Arthur, a committed anti-fascist, met with Nick Lowles, who worked then for Searchlight and who now runs Hope Not Hate. Over the course of 10 years, Arthur worked at the heart of the British National Party. During more than 400 events, from rallies to campaign sessions and more, Arthur gathered information about the activities of this fascist party. Using that information, Searchlight and Nick Lowles were able to sow division within the party and wreak havoc on their London operation. Arthur was the first source to link the London nail bomber to the far right and help the police to stop his murderous campaign. Arthur never sought any recognition, and he even lost out on a huge reward in order to continue his infiltration. Even his own family thought he was a Nazi activist. Now his story is being told for the first time. I want to put my thanks, and I hope the thanks of the whole House, on record. We owe Arthur a huge debt of gratitude. Countering the far-right groups today, just as we have in the past, is vital to protect our way of life and our democracy. While I welcome the steady stream of banning orders against these Nazi groups, I remain concerned that the government still has not acted with regard to the Order of the Nine Angles. Hope Not Hate has consistently provided a clear case for the prescription of the 09A. This is not a new organisation. It has been active since the 1970s. Its members make use of largely unmonitored, encrypted social media platforms to conduct activities which are illegal under existing legislation and which warrant their prescription under the same laws, namely their activities to incite and inspire people to commit acts of terror. Nazis with links to the 09A have been convicted for terror offences in the UK, and strong evidence suggests that children as young as 13 are being groomed by the group. Figures associated with the grouping consistently promote content which seeks to incite acts of horrendous violence. This is not the first time I will be asking the government to respond to this urgent call. It is more than a year since I coordinated a letter from a cross-party group of MPs calling for the 09A to be banned. The government has previously, understandably, refused to explain its rationale for allowing this terror group to continue to be free of a prescription order. But does the Minister share my frustration that this deplorable situation continues to exist? In previous debates of this kind, ministers have consistently made 2 points. Firstly, that they will not provide any commentary on which groups are or not being considered for prescription by the review group. And secondly, that the prescription review process is robust and working as it should. I have to say to the Minister, does he seriously consider a situation where the Order of the 9 Angles can operate without being subject to a banning order suggest the prescription review process is working perfectly? Does the prescription review process really have sufficient resources to ensure it is able to move briskly enough? Given that the far right poses the fastest growing terror threat, is the Minister satisfied that the intelligence gathering is sufficiently strong to proactively consider groups that engage in activity close to the threshold for prescription? And is the Minister happy with the level of enforcement against prescribed organisations and their members? In the past, prescription was the culmination of a process against a group, whereas it should merely be the start. I again urge the government to review the process fully and seriously consider the prescription of other groups, such as the Order of the 9 Angles, that have a clear and consistent record of spreading hate and conspiring to commit acts of terror.
Minister Fiscal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I thank the members who have contributed to this evening's debate. There's very clear unanimity across the House on the importance of taking action against terrorist threats where they arise, regardless of the ideology that sits behind them. I can give the House an assurance that the process for seeking, identifying and reviewing organisations who might be subject to proscription proceedings is ongoing at all times. It is properly resourced. It occurs on a regular and frequent basis. There is eternal vigilance both by counter-terrorism officers associated with the Home Office and security services more widely. We take this threat extremely seriously, as you would imagine. That is why this is the second time in just a few months that I've been at this dispatch box prescribing another organisation. Yes, of course, I'll give way.
Order of 9 Angles in this chamber this evening. Will he agree to meet with me to discuss it further?
Well, as the Honourable Lady said in her speech a few minutes ago, we don't comment on specific organisations for obvious reasons of operational security. The ministerial responsibility for this, in the absence of the Security Minister, who very sadly had to stand down owing to ill health, sits for the time being with Baroness Williams of Trafford. So I will pass on to Baroness Williams the request the Honourable Lady just made. But in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me repeat how seriously this government takes action against terrorist organisations, regardless of their ideological motivation. We will leave no stone unturned, nor any path untrodden in our ceaseless battle to keep our fellow citizens safe.
Thank you. The question is motion 7 as on the order paper. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will now suspend the House for just 1 minute in order that preparations can be made for the next item of business. Order. Order. We now come to motion number 8 relating to English votes for English laws. I call the Lord President of the Council to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion in my name on the order paper, which would rescind Standing Order numbers 83J to 83X, and also make other related changes across the House's standing orders to remove the English votes for English laws evil process from the legislative process. My Lord, he's come in very early, but Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, of course I give way to my right honourable friend.
Am I to assume from this motion that he doesn't have an answer to the West Lothian question, or does he take the view that it doesn't deserve one and that it was impertinent of the late Tam Dalyell of the Bins to have actually asked it in the first place?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the West Lothian question has not had a very satisfactory answer since it was posed by Tam Dalyell, who was a most distinguished member of this House. But if there were an answer, evil is not the answer. These measures were first proposed by way of a counterpoise to the extension of devolution, which saw further legislative powers handed to the devolved administrations and their parliaments in the wake of the 2014 once-in-a-generation Scottish independence referendum. The argument put forward then, as some members may recall, from a Chequers summit held at that time, was that an English votes for English laws process represented an honest attempt to answer the West Lothian question. Proposals for standing order changes were not brought forward until after the 2015 general election, during which the potential influence of Scottish MPs on English matters featured especially prominently. Some honourable members may well remember a rather marvellous election poster where the then leader of the opposition was tucked into the pocket of Mr. Alex Salmond in place of a pocket handkerchief. And once the initial excitement over their introduction had abated, it quickly became obvious that their practical implementation would prove unwieldy and, dare I say it, even baffling. The procedure amended the legislative process to provide MPs representing English constituencies, or those representing English and Welsh constituencies, with the opportunity to have an additional say on matters that apply to England, or England and Wales only. The procedure also applies to legislation introducing a tax measure that affects only England, Wales and Northern Ireland, which must be approved by a majority of MPs representing constituencies in those areas. Well, I hope the right honourable gentleman has been following.
Thank him for giving way. And as someone who represents a border area, many of my specialist hospitals that people would obviously go to are on the English side of the border. And indeed, the Countess of Chester Hospital was built as a Welsh and English hospital to serve the residents of Deeside in Wales and Chester in Chester. And would he not agree that it was a very unfair situation, that I could not effectively vote or express a view on that, whereas someone in the southeast of England could, who had no interest in that particular aspect?
I think as the majority of taxation is set on a United Kingdom basis, and the Barnett formula ensures that the level of spending provided for services is then proportionate to decisions taken by the Union Parliament, I don't think it is as unreasonable as the right honourable gentleman is suggesting. I think sometimes the West Lothian question's significance gets exaggerated. To go back to what my right honourable friend, the Chancellor Duchy of Lancaster, told the House last week, he said that the government believes that the procedure has added complexity and delay to the legislative process. Slightly over 10% of all our standing orders are taken up with enabling evil-doing, and its additional parliamentary stages, notably the Legislative Grand Committee, which is held on the floor of the House between report stage and third reading. In theory, Madam Deputy Speaker, this allows English MPs to veto provisions but not to propose them. But in practice, it has only ever resulted in short-lived and poorly attended debates that have always concluded with English MPs or English and Welsh MPs giving their consent to these England-only or England and Wales-only provisions. I know that the honourable gentleman has been waiting with bated breath. His breath is now unbaited.
Pete Wishart.
Who has made the most contributions to the Legislative Grand Committee? And perhaps you could tell how many contributions that member made.
Sneaking suspicion, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we may get the accurate statistics from a careful consultation of Hansard that took place earlier this afternoon by the honourable gentleman himself. But may I point out a speech I made in 2011 on this matter, when I pointed out all the difficulties that this system would have. So I actually predate the honourable gentleman in my opposed evil before it had even been proposed. As a good Catholic, you would expect me always to oppose evil. I, of course, give way to my right honourable friend.
Can you just explain why this government thinks that England, uniquely of the four main parts of the United Kingdom, should have absolutely no devolved powers at all?
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm loath to disagree with my right honourable friend, who understands these issues very well and actually had a better scheme of his own, which would have been called even rather than evil. And we may be having a very different debate had even been what was adopted rather than evil this evening. There is devolution within England, obviously, but it's different. It isn't to England as a country, because England makes up 85% of the total of the United Kingdom, and there is no federal system, as far as I'm aware, anywhere in the world where one part of it makes up such a great proportion. It would unbalance any settlement that you tried to create simply by the size of England and, of course, the influence that comes from that. So it is not just the ability of this place to legislate effectively that has been constrained. More fundamentally, the evil procedure has also undermined the role of this Parliament as the Union Parliament, in which all parts of the United Kingdom are represented equally. And I know that the honourable gentleman, the member for Perth and North Perthshire, has made this point very eloquently, and it's one where I greatly agree with him, that there should be an equal representation of all members. I have spoken elsewhere about the ways in which the UK Parliament has become a more important place in our national life following the return of powers from the European Union. Since our departure, we have once again begun legislating properly in areas touching on devolved matters, on trade, on health and safety, on employment laws, on state aid. All of these are now powers returned to the United Kingdom, and we are able to legislate properly because all MPs are equal once again in a Parliament considering the matters put before them from the broadest possible union perspective. Rather than returning to an unhappy, asymmetric answer to the devolution question, the evolving operation of this Parliament has made this much less of a black and white issue than it would have felt in 2014. And this is good news, because it reflects the way in which Brexit has strengthened the Union. We now have restored authority in this Parliament to address the problems of voters in every part of the United Kingdom. This is in all of our interests, because our country is much more than the sum of the parts. Just as George III gloried in the name of Britain, Madam Deputy Speaker, so do I. For our global influence together is far greater. Our security relationships, the nuclear deterrent based in Scotland, our shared history as brothers in arms, the economic successes that we have had, the global reach of the empire builders. You may visit Argyle Street in Hong Kong, or the Glen Cairn suburb of Cape Town, or the Aberdare National Park in Kenya, or even sunny Cardiff by the sea in California, to see our past shared influence writ large across the world. Of course, it would be a privilege.
I thank the Lord President for giving way, and he's making an absolutely magnificent speech, as one would expect. But how would he feel if, hypothetically, back in 2015, the outcome that was depicted by Alex Salmond being inside the suit pocket of the shadow business secretary had been the outcome, and his constituents in North East Somerset faced a situation where they were having laws made for them without there being a majority view in Parliament in England?
Madam Speaker, because we're one country, and because I accept that voters in Gloucestershire can have an influence on what happens in Somerset, and that's a much greater thing for me to confess to than that voters in Scotland should have a say. We are one nation, and I accept the basic principle of democracy, that the overall will of that nation must be observed. But I put out to my honourable friend that that poster had an effect in the campaign, because it made people think about what the consequences could be of voting Labour, and they didn't particularly want to be ruled by Alex Salmond. Now, I was mentioning all these places around the world that are named after places from the United Kingdom, and I haven't yet had the chance to mention Belfast. There are many Belfasts around the world, but there are many English place names too. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are 22 places in the United States called Somerset, in addition to Wisconsin, And there's also a Somerset in KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Bermuda, and of course Pomeroon Supernam. So there are Somersets everywhere, there are Scottish place names everywhere, Welsh ones and Northern Irish ones, as part of the success of our country as global Britain before the term global Britain was invented. And I'm sure there are many places called Bath, and on that basis I of course give way to the Honourable Lady.
That there are many streets in this country called Hanover Street, which is my hometown in Germany.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and we should be very proud of all that the Hanoverians did in this country, not least providing us with a royal household that served with great distinction. So we have had great success as a united kingdom across the globe, and after our EU exit we can work together to do more to increase prosperity across the whole country. Members need look no further than the Subsidy Control Bill or the United Kingdom Internal Market Act for examples of us making good use of competencies taken back from Europe. In this context, the tiresome and ineffectual evil process seems less of a priority, particularly given the ease with which governments can make changes to standing orders of this kind to suit them, a point which will not be lost on those of us elected in 2010 or before, who are now spending time trying to unpick the poorly thought through constitutional changes made by previous administrations, and the Fixed Term Parliament Act is already on the way to the knacker's yard. I give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Leader of the House for giving way, because he's made reference a number of times now to powers that are repatriated subsequent to our departure from the European Union. Does he not accept, though, that when it comes to matters such as agricultural payments and fisheries management and other areas, we now have a highly unsatisfactory situation where DEFRA, for example, acts as a UK and an English ministry? And does he not think that that actually makes the case for devolution within England?
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a case for devolution within England, and that is part of the government's approach, and there are the mayoralties in London and in Manchester and so on. But no, we are also a united kingdom, and it is very important that we operate as a united kingdom and ensure that powers are used where they will be most effectively used. And it is natural that most, though not all, powers that came back from the European Union should be used at the United Kingdom level. Of course, I'll give way again to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Leader. He's been generous with his time. But is it not the logic of his position, surely, that if it is unsatisfactory for this House to be at the same time a UK and an English Parliament, the same thing applies to the executive?
I don't think that's quite what I'm saying, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm saying that this Parliament is the Parliament for the United Kingdom, and therefore it is able to take a broad swathe of decisions, but it does also take decisions that only affect England, and it has votes from people from outside England affecting those. But the ministers are United Kingdom ministers, like this House, also making decisions for England, but they are held accountable by members from across the whole of the United Kingdom. And I think that is a perfectly rational constitutional settlement, considering that 85% of the population of the whole of the United Kingdom live in England. They are not, however, necessarily English. I give way to my right.
To try and clarify this, as he's saying that our ministers are United Kingdom ministers, when the government is consulting the Scottish Government, the Welsh Government and Northern Irish Government, who then speaks for England so that it is a fair consultation?
The ministers have their different areas of responsibility, and within ministries there are some areas that are devolved, and therefore where they will obviously consult with devolved ministers, and it is very important that we have a good relationship with them. There are other areas that are not devolved, that are the competencies of the UK government, and those are decided by the ministers themselves on behalf of the whole of the United Kingdom. So I think this system is quite well known and understood. So I'm now coming, I think the House would be delighted to know, because the right honourable gentleman, the member for Orkney and Shetland, said that I was being generous with my time. I'm not really. I'm being generous with the House's, and I'm aware that the debate is time limited. So this motion today, Madam Deputy Speaker, seeks to make the process of legislating on matters which deliver for everyone in the UK just a little easier. And it is on that basis that I commend this motion to the House.
Question is motion number 8, as on the order paper. There will be, obviously, there will be a limit of 3 minutes on backbench speeches, but Members have already worked out that most members will not have the opportunity to speak, and I see that they're dealing with that by interventions, which is fine because that's what a debate is all about. Tangham Debonair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Oh, it's so very hard to avoid starting this speech with the I told you so dance, which does actually exist. Alas, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster is just making it too easy. In a written ministerial statement yesterday about English votes for English laws, which I will hereby refer to as evil, he said, "The introduction of the procedure in 2015 added additional stages to the legislative process in Parliament and in doing so introduced complexity to our arrangements and has not served our Parliament well." He also said, "It is a fundamental principle that all constituent parts of the United Kingdom should be equally represented in Parliament, and Parliament should deliver for the whole UK. The operation of this procedure and the constraints on the role of certain MPs does not support this aim." Goodness me, Madam Deputy Speaker, if only somebody could have spotted this sooner. Let's just see what my honourable friend, the member for Wallasey, who incidentally did warn me against using sarcasm in the chamber, the then Shadow Leader of the House and a fantastic role model for me, said in 2015, more or less exactly 2 years ago, in the July debate on evil. As currently written, they are deeply flawed. We do not think the government's proposals are either wise or viable. Indeed, they are likely to put the union at risk by creating an English veto rather than a voice, possibly gridlock in Parliament and 2 classes of MP. My friend David Hanson, the truly right honourable and sadly not current member for Delyn, said in that same debate, and again I quote, "When members walk through that door into the chamber, they do so as equal members. But he and many others identified that English votes for English laws provision would undermine that equality, and so indeed it has proved." Quoting from the transcript of the leader's recent appearance at the Procedure Committee, "It is of fundamental importance constitutionally that every member of Parliament in this House is absolutely equal. Minister, non-minister, spokesman for opposition party, thank you, frontbencher, backbencher, privy councillor, well-established, newly elected. There is an absolute equality of the regions of the country they represent. That has been the most ancient constitutional principle, which evil contradicted to some extent." I do so agree. I am glad that the leader can now see the points my honourable and right honourable friends made so clearly and eloquently 6 years ago. And then there's the contradiction between the two houses. The written ministerial statement observes that the English votes procedure does not apply to the legislative process in the House of Lords. So hard to avoid that stricture from my honourable friend not to use sarcasm at this point, because as David Hanson put it 6 years ago, I will when I finish this quote, as David Hanson put it 6 years ago, Lord Thomas of Gresford and Wrexham, who has never won an election in his life in North East Wales, will vote on these matters in another place, while I, who have won elections on 6 occasions in North East Wales, and I hope will one day again, will not be able to do so. I'm happily to give way.
She defend the idea that her party believes in a single category of MP when there's this huge difference of powers and responsibilities and aptitudes between an MP representing a Scottish constituency and one representing an English constituency? Because I can't pass any comment here on their health and education and so forth, but they can pass any comment on that in England.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for that intervention. I was expecting references to the West Lothian question, and as the leader has actually said, you know, we have different bits of devolution for different parts of the country. We have indeed a Labour Metro Mayor for the West of England who was elected quite properly by the people of the West of England. There are different elements of devolution across the entire country. That doesn't take away from the fact that in this place we should all be equal. The then Leader of the House, the Right Honourable Member for Epsom and Newell, totally failed to absorb the wise counsel from my Honourable Friend for Newport East and my Right Honourable Friend for Allen and Deeside on the subject of matters of interest involving the border between Wales and England. My Right Honourable Friend for Allen and Deeside said, "The government like to tell us that English votes for English laws is a clear-cut issue, but it is not, and we've heard today many reasons why it is not. Residents of Allen and Deeside use healthcare services both sides of the border," and so on, as he has already referred to. And I just fail to understand why ministers at that time didn't understand what my honourable and right honourable friends were saying, and now, wonderfully, they do, but why not at the time? We could have saved so much time and effort. Also, what are the need to reform the constitution of this country? Does this procedure in any way add anything useful? Well, my honourable friend, the member for Wallasey, observed at the time, Labour members consider that this issue should have been properly dealt with as part of a much wider process involving a constitutional convention to examine a range of issues in a more holistic way, which might have answered what the right honourable gentleman was asking. A genuine attempt, she said, should have been made to come to a cross-party agreement between the parties represented in this place and with wider civil society. We could still do that, Madam Deputy Speaker. We could still try doing that. Proceeding in this consensual way, she continued, rather than in the blatantly partisan way the government has chosen, would have hugely increased their chances of introducing a successful and sustainable change. No such attempt has been made. If only the government had heeded her wise words, I'll happily give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way because, of course, in Scotland in the 1990s, her party and mine were part of exactly that, a constitutional convention. But can I remind her in the House that that was not about a question of national identity, as the right honourable gentleman opposite suggests. It was about better governance, and it was about bringing control of affairs back closer to the people. So the question about who speaks for England is not the appropriate question. It's who should be speaking for the various parts of England.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for that intervention, and I do so commend all members across this House to the Labour Party's constitutional convention work continuing to this day. As my honourable friend said at the time, she said that there should be that attempt at a cross-party piece of work, and if that had happened, maybe the government wouldn't have to yesterday admit that Parliament should deliver for the whole UK, and the operation of this procedure does not support the same. As my friend, the sadly not current member for Scunthorpe, the wonderful Sir Nick Dakin, said in his wind-up speech, that is why we are asking the government to learn from their mistakes and proceed in a genuinely cross-party way that allows all interests to be properly examined. We need to go back to the Mackay Commission report. And I interrupt this quote to say that, of course, the Mackay Commission, for those who don't know, did indeed look at the issues of devolution. It was commissioned by the coalition government, and I urge the government to go back to the report they indeed commissioned. Thus, that report, Sir Nick said, was thoroughly and properly examined the issue. That should be our starting point, he said. This issue has far-reaching implications for the way in which this Parliament operates. It is well worth seriously considering taking things forward through a joint committee of the Commons and Lords. That would be a proper way to proceed with a constitutional issue of such significance. Now, I think there's probably not many people in this House who wouldn't now agree with my friend Nick Dakin. So the government cannot complain of a lack of constructive suggestions either at the time or now. So could the leader please tell us if, having now seen the error of the government's ways, they could now consider a cross-party, non-partisan piece of work where we actually do what we need to do to strengthen our constitution, make it fit for the 21st century United Kingdom, go back to the Mackay recommendations, and actually try and work out what we need to do to bring power as close as possible, appropriately, to the people. And what, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the words of the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, quoted so recently in the Times? He said, ultimately, it's a convention which arose out of a set of circumstances after the 2014 referendum, where you had a coalition government and so on. We've moved on now, so I think it's right to review where we are on it. Oh dear, Madam Deputy Speaker, this doesn't half reek of partisanship. At the time, it was dressed up as the democratic thing to do. The government accused those who objected to it of being party political, but it now turns out that the opposite was in fact the case. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid to say this does rather look as though the Tories will do anything to cling on to power, even if it undermines democracy and even if it undermines our nation, our union of nations, which this evil procedure does. In creating different classes of MP in this place, depending on the nation their constituency is in, it undermines the Union. And the Prime Minister is always claiming he's a strong supporter of preserving and strengthening the Union. In reality, he seems to be a cheerleader for Scottish independence, because the more atrocious he sounds, the happier the SNP seem to be, as it makes their case for them. Feeding their indignation is just helping them to push their case, their sole purpose for being here, to campaign not to be here. Now, creating two tiers has added to a narrative which does nothing to help preserve this union. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, poor legislation on constitutional matters seems to be a bit of a theme for this government. For example, the comments made by the Northern Ireland Secretary last year that the new post-Brexit law was breaking the law in a specific and limited way, an extraordinary thing for a lawmaker to say about something so important as our constitution, the way that we operate legally. I will happily give way.
explain why Labour told us that Scottish devolution would solve the problem of independence, and it led directly to an SNP government and the demand for a referendum?
Well, I have to say to the right honourable gentleman that that's democracy. There is a Scottish Parliament, and the people elect it, and at the moment Scotland is still part of the United Kingdom, and long may it so continue. If this government wants to reform the Constitution, they're going about it in a very odd way, doing things piecemeal. We had the Fixed Term Parliament Act repeal last week. There's the review of boundaries happening at some point when it may come to suit the government to put it into the legislative timetable, and the outrageous, anti-democratic, totally unnecessary, using a wrecking ball to crack a wholly imaginary nut legislation on voter identification. If the government wants to reform the Constitution, perhaps they could return to the Mackay Commission report and emphasise the need for a national consensus-building approach to constitutional reform. And once again, the Labour Party is happy to oblige the government with news of our constitutional convention. So, over the last 15 months, evil has been suspended. The Leader of the House himself, at the evidence session at the Procedure Committee, said evil has been suspended for a year without any loss of effectiveness to the way the House operates, any loss to the Constitution, or any loss to MPs' abilities to represent their constituents. And I quite agree. And I'd go further and say that I very much doubt that anyone outside this place has even noticed. He added, I think the evil standing orders take up more than 10% of all our standing orders for a procedure that has not had an effect on our business once in the time in which it has been available. Well, now I really am struggling to avoid the I told you so dance. So, given that the government so strongly supported evil 6 years ago and has now decided to think again, I have to ask the Leader, what changed? What has the government learnt about evil in the last 15 months that has led to this devastatingly obvious conclusion that the Labour Party was in fact right all along? What plans does the government have for developing devolution and constitutional reform within the context of a strong and United Kingdom? Madam Deputy Speaker, the most disappointing element of this whole completely pointless process is the disdain the government repeatedly shows for the people of this country, for the concept of national identity and national pride. We've seen this very recently when so many senior cabinet ministers so badly misjudged the public mood on the England football teams taking the knee in solidarity as a team with their black teammates and to show their opposition to racism everywhere. And it's time that the government looked at the leadership qualities shown by Gareth Southgate, so inspiringly set out in his incredibly patriotic letter, Dear England, which I've read many times, despite the fact I have very little interest in football. It sets out a richly layered, values-based patriotism I'm happy to give way.
The Honourable Lady for giving way. She is rather digressing from the subject at hand in the 60 minutes we have available. And will she accept that both the 2010 Conservative Manifesto and the 2015 Conservative Manifesto both pledged to address English votes for English laws, and that we were able to implement that because we won a majority in 2015. She talks about respecting democracy. She should respect that.
Entirely respecting it by helping to abolish evil right now. And if we're talking about digressing from the subject, may I refer her to the Leader's very interesting geography lesson, which I rather enjoyed. Sadly...
Order. No more digression. I understand that was illustration, not digression, but now we will conclude.
Being English means being proud of our values, which are generous, inclusive and value our diversity. It does not mean petty, pointless gestures which divide us and undermine democracy, a value we all hold dear. I do urge the Leader of the House, in ending evil, to remedy the pointlessness of this entire sorry saga and commit his government to a constitutional convention fit for the 21st century. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The Chairman of the Procedure Committee is not able to speak this evening after all, so we'll go directly to Pete Wishart.
Indeed, I'm very much thrilled, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just start by just setting something straight? There is an answer to the West Lothian question. Myself and Tam Dale actually came up with two answers to the West Lothian question some 17 years ago. One, Madam Deputy Speaker, as you know, is the Harthill Services. The second is salt and sauce. And I'll leave it to the House to decide and determine which one is the correct answer. But what an utter humiliation this is for this government. A flagship policy of the 2015 manifesto will soon be nothing more than a footnote in future constitutional history books and remembered as just another Tory policy disaster. God knows what they were thinking about when they introduced this some 6 years ago. They were consumed with the notion that we, the unkempt Caledonian hordes, were somehow stopping them securing the democratic outcomes that they desired. That us, Scots MPs, with their 59 members out of 650, needed to be constrained and to be curtailed. Evil was just about the worst solution to a problem that didn't even exist. Never before has a procedure come to this House that's divided the membership of this House into two different and distinct classes. Not only did it do that, it did it by nationality and by geography. A procedure that barely anyone understands, is a burden to the management and administration of business of this House. It's entirely unnecessary and produced almost unprecedented resentment. But I'll tell you something that will be remembered for more than anything else, and that is what it's done for the cause of English devolved governance. This was their first serious attempt in creating some sort of forum for English democracy. Now, we actually agree with them that they do deserve their English Parliament, that they should always have their outcomes that they want and they desire. We've even got a neat, practical and elegant solution to that. But of course they won't even start to look at this. But can I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are a myriad of solutions to resolving this within the precious union. The thing is, they couldn't be bothered doing the work. They couldn't be bothered rolling up their sleeves and designing a parliament of their own. They decided instead to come here, to use the national UK Parliament of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for this doomed experiment. Imagine this, a quasi-English Parliament squatting here in the National Parliament. What an absolute and utter disgrace. I've not got time to the honourable gentleman. and it satisfied absolutely no one. And all it did was infuriate Scotland. Instead of securing, you'll get his chance, instead of securing the near federalism that was promised, Scotland instead saw their MPs become second-class members in the Parliament they had just been invited to lead, with signs in the division lobbies saying England only. They would have been better having Scots out. That is what they did with this particular procedure. And they knew it would never work. From the first moment they suggested this nonsense, we told them again and again that it was madness, and at some point they would be here, like they are this evening, having to withdraw this. Now, under pressure from the SNP, evil is to be abandoned. This is a spectacular victory for the Scottish National Party, and I want to congratulate all my honourable friends for bringing down this absolute nonsense. This is one victory that we've actually secured this week in the United Kingdom, and by God, we're going to celebrate like it's 1966. We'll be buying on about this, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the next 55 years, and believe me, we'll enjoy every minute of it. But there's part of me that will miss the entertainment of it all and the laughs that this gave us. Where it was designed to quell this tartan menace, I ended up making the most contributions in the Legislative Grand Committee. With 57 contributions, not only was I the most committed and dedicated member of the English Parliament, I beat all the English members combined. Not only did I beat them all combined, I beat them 2 times over. I'll give way to the Chair of the Committee.
And since we're on the digression on the football, which team did he support on Sunday night?
I supported the best team, is who I supported on Sunday night, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I enjoy my football, and I could say to you quite clearly, Forza Italia. English votes for English laws started its sorry and doomed journey just hours after the referendum for Scottish independence result was announced. Instead of statesmanship and consensus, what was required in a very sensitive and raw moment in Scottish constitutional history, David Cameron announced that the English question should now be addressed. What he did, as well as bringing us to this point, was ensured that the campaign for Scottish independence started once again, almost immediately, a campaign that will now be soon concluded with a victory for the Scottish National Party and a victory for Scotland. But we actually believe it's legitimate for English representatives to secure the outcomes that they want. And SNP MPs don't actually vote on English-only legislation or business that doesn't affect Scotland. If it's not in the Scottish interest, we take no interest in it. But if there is financial consequences or an inadvertent impact, we will represent our constituents, but it will be us that will decide that, not the diktat of a Tory government. We will now pledge to commit to not to participate in legislation that does not impact on our nation. But please, let's never, ever do anything like this again. Instead of going about KwaZulu-Natal, the Leader of the House should be apologising to this House for wasting the hours and hours of this House's time in a stupid experiment that went absolutely nowhere. Let's now work together to resolve this. Let's now ensure that they get what they want and we get what we want. We're on different trajectories now. We want something different for both of our nations. Let's just now give our nations what they want.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. Evil was a genuine and a good faith attempt to answer the long-lasting question to the West Lothian question, a lasting answer to the West Lothian question, the asymmetric nature of devolution. But evil is a cumbersome and ineffective constitutional innovation which has won few friends in its short life. Its abolition would simplify our procedures and remove a source of resentment. It would reaffirm the fundamental constitutional principle that we are one united kingdom, with a sovereign parliament comprising members elected on a basis equally, representing every community in the land, able to make laws for the whole kingdom. It would be the unionist act of a unionist government. Evil has introduced a layer of complex and time-consuming bureaucracy to the legislative process. It has also given, as we have heard, our nationalist opponents a pretext to degenerate the UK Parliament. Worse still, as the procedure is simply set out in standing orders, it would provide no meaningful protection in a hypothetical future situation in which a UK government lacks a majority of English MPs. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, is the first Prime Minister to be Minister for the Union. He is abolishing evil on unionist grounds. The principle underlying his decision to become Minister for the Union and underlying this government's whole approach to the Union matters is that this government is for the whole United Kingdom, accountable to a Parliament representing the whole United Kingdom. This is the qualitative difference which separates the UK Parliament and the UK Government from the devolved legislatures and administrations. On this basis, the Government has the constitutional and democratic mandate to serve the whole UK as it does in the exercise of reserved responsibilities and through measures like the UK Internal Market Act. I'll give way.
Thank you, Member, for giving way. And if I'm following his argument as closely as I can, and it seems to be that he's arguing that the Government brought in evil to strengthen the Union, and now it's scrapping evil to also strengthen the Union. Does the member realise that this just makes it look like his government is clueless, directionless, and when it comes to the Constitution, simply making it up as it goes along?
Hear, hear. Well, for that point, but I don't accept his analysis. The introduction of evil was an attempt to answer the West Lothian question, which has dealt, which many people have struggled with for many, many years. But listening to the member for North Perthshire, it's very clear he loves this place so much and wants to participate. I sometimes wonder whether he really does want independence for Scotland, given his great love of taking part in parliamentary activity here at Westminster. Now, the existence of a parliamentary procedure which separates English or English and Welsh MPs from Scottish and Northern Irish MPs offends this core principle of acting for the whole of the United Kingdom. As we have heard, it allows our nationalist opponents to misrepresent the treatment of Scottish MPs at Westminster as second class. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the very short time available to me, however well-intentioned, the severe limitations of the evil procedure are now very apparent for us all to see. Retaining it would serve no practical use whatsoever. The time has come to put it out of its misery. Thank you.
We now go by video link to Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member and fellow member of the Scottish Affairs Select Committee, as well as the Chair before him. In 2014, during the independence referendum in Scotland, I was not a member, and indeed had never been a member of any political party. And I would describe myself as a typical no voter in that referendum that was, yes, in many ways a great demonstration of engagement with the democratic processes, but in other ways a divisive debate that pitted family, friends and colleagues against one another, in that I kept my views to myself. Would I had continued in that vein, some might say? If that sounds familiar in relation to the subsequent Brexit referendum too, that's partly because a referendum, popular democracy, is on the surface an easy way to resolve a complex issue. But when it comes into conflict with our system of parliamentary democracy, as it clearly did post both votes, the shortcomings of such an approach becomes clear. And that has been the issue with English votes for English laws. As I sat on 19 September 2014, watching the then Prime Minister David Cameron snatch defeat from the jaws of victory by pivoting immediately to a plan to introduce evil, without acknowledging the need to properly reflect on how the UK had evolved and developed in advance of its parliamentary systems, it was easy to see, even for me as a layperson then, that this was the wrong approach. Telling Scots, regardless of their vote in the independence referendum, that the first steps of their Prime Minister was to prevent their representatives in this place from participating fully. Telling those in other devolved nations that their voices would also be muted. And giving the SNP and others an ongoing grievance publicity point at every single vote. It's important to remember that when we talk about a four nations approach, as we often do in this place, for me in all seriousness, for others perhaps less so, we are talking about Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and the UK. Now, to right that those in England query how their views are best representative and the increased prominence of regional mayors during the pandemic perhaps suggests that the English are finally waking up to the democratic deficit that they experience. But creating a two-tier system in this place where MPs held a mandate at 6 p.m. and had it withdrawn at the next vote at 8 p.m. was never the answer. It certainly didn't sound like all votes or constituents counting equally. Where I agree with the Honourable Member for Perth and North Perthshire and his party is that the systems here are broken and need to change. Where we disagree is that the answer to this broken system is to break away completely, causing economic and cultural damage to these islands, and it's salt and vinegar. Evil has been suspended now for an extended period of time, and frankly, no one has noticed because it has never been needed to offset the scenario for which it was put in place, because that scenario has never arisen. I hope that this is the first step by the government to recognise political reality on these islands, but frankly, I hae my doubts. Thank you.
John Redwood.
England deserves better, and England expects better. It is a sad occasion that this government should wish to dismiss the only modest devolution ever offered to England with nothing to put in its place. It leaves instead Labour's lopsided and unfair devolution, a devolution proposed and forced through on a large majority to a previous Parliament by a Labour Party who said it would settle the Constitution and unite the country behind the Union once and for all. It did nothing of the sort. And surely this government can now see that if they carry on as Labour did, appeasing the forces that would pull the Union asunder, they will not bring the Union together, they will give those forces greater strength and a better platform. Instead of the Scottish electors welcoming the devolved powers and deciding to continue in the traditional mould of two United Kingdom parties contesting power, they chose a party which wishes to pull the Union apart. And some of them chose that party because they thought the government would give in to it and so it would get a better deal for Scotland, and some of them chose it because they genuinely wanted to pull the Union apart, though they were, of course, in a minority. So my advice to this government is that they and I share this aim. We treasure our United Kingdom. We wish this union to work for everyone. But it has to be a fair union, and it will not be held together better by appeasing the SNP or by appeasing the EU over Northern Ireland, when we, above all in this House, should be speaking up for all the millions of unionists in Scotland and Northern Ireland and throughout England and Wales who expect better and expect fairness. One of the crucial values that our United Kingdom shares is that idea of fairness. And how is it fair to have these totally different categories of MP with different powers and different responsibilities
and different opportunities to influence how they are governed in their parts of the United Kingdom. And why is it that England, the home of many more millions of unionists loyal to our country than anywhere else in our union, is the one part of the union that gets no justice and no fairness whatsoever from this government or from its predecessors? Labour put in policies that sought to break the union in the name of keeping the union. I want this government to mend the union, and that means standing behind all of those people throughout the United Kingdom that believe in the union and stop appeasing those who would pull it apart.
Patrick Grady.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know the Leader of the House is enjoying delivering us from evil, but yet again, another debate and another attempt by the Government to disavow the work of its predecessors. This morning, the 0.7% aid target was unceremoniously dumped, and now this evening, another element of David Cameron's legacy is overthrown. What was it about the evil standing orders proposed by David Cameron, introduced by Chris Grayling and overseen by John Bercow, that made the Johnson regime so keen to get rid of them, I wonder? It may have been part of strengthening the union, but as my honourable friend from Gordon said, they were introduced to strengthen the union, they're now being abolished to strengthen the union. So we have Schrodinger's standing orders, strengthening the union by existing and not existing at the same time. Well, the union doesn't feel desperately strong to me right now. Or maybe it's more like the Schleswig-Holstein question. Anyone who understood it has either died, gone mad, or forgotten what it was all about. Although there were a few folk around here who did have a bit of a sense of how it worked, and I think we should recognise that and express our thanks, and my thanks, to them for their support in navigating the system. Sir David Natzler, Sir Roy Stone, Ian Davis, and many of the clerks who supported the team of Deputy Speakers as they convened and unconvened the legislative grand committees. Not that any of them, least of all yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, are dead, mad or forgetful, I hasten to add. And also Daniel Gover and the team at the Constitution Unit, who literally wrote the book, or at least several scholarly articles about evil, and maybe now they get to write a history book as well. And my right honourable friend, he's a should-be friend for Perth and North Perthshire, going down extremely well with as many fans on Scotland's online community with his contributions to the English Parliament. But tonight, Scottish MPs and all of our constituents will rest easy in their beds in the knowledge that never again will their right to debate and vote on matters affecting Kew Gardens, the non-domestic rating nursery ground bill or neighbourhood planning bills will be denied. All of these issues and more, parity of esteem has been restored between Tory MPs from Scotland and their colleagues from the Red Wall in the north of England. But of course, in the SNP, we have always exercised the self-denying ordinance on such issues. Anyway, we did so tonight in the COVID regulations, and that was kind of the point. It should be up to us to decide what is relevant to our constituents, not to a process or a procedure or a rule invented by the government. What is more insidious and more dangerous all of this is that we might be losing English votes for English laws, but what we're increasingly experiencing are Tory votes for Scottish laws. Perhaps the government is abolishing legislative consent motions by the English Parliament because it is so routinely ignoring legislative consent motions from the Scottish Parliament and the Senedd Cymru. And I say to the government benches, don't think we can't see what you're up to. As my right honourable friend from Perth and North Perthshire has said, we have an answer to the West Lothian question, and we'll be happy to put that proposition to the people of Scotland as soon as the opportunity arises. The answer is independence, and it's coming down the road.
We now go by video link to Hull Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the 1990s, the status of England had not figured sufficiently in the worldview of the Labour architects of devolution. Home rule all round had been proposed in the 19th century. Indeed, it had appeared in the Labour Party's policy for the election in 1918. In 1997, however, England was overlooked. England was excluded from consideration. It was all too complicated. That devolution settlement has proved unstable. It was a fix, not a solution. English votes for English laws was an attempt to address this basic flaw in the post-devolution union, but it too was a fix, not a solution. Evil, I think, was more of a symbolic concession to those members who were constantly intruding English questions into devolution debates, and I don't think that it ever delivered a meaningful voice for English voters. So I have some sympathy for this current proposal. One advantage of Evil, however, was that where it did apply, it gave an authoritative answer to the perennial question of some Welsh MPs. Is this matter devolved? Is it pardonable? Evil told us.
Now, as a consequence of this government's recent more explicitly hostile stance on devolution and the lawmaking powers of the Welsh Government, a further question has arisen. What consequential effects might Westminster's legislation have on Welsh law and Welsh Government policy? So my request to the Government's front bench is not just to reconsider the failed evil procedure, not just to fix the fix. There needs to be clarity as to what is devolved. Barnet has long been bust. In the medium term, we need a proper statutory duty on Westminster to seek the consent of devolved governments when introducing a bill which might affect the laws or policies of the Welsh Government. Abolishing evil will not address the growing problem of accommodating people in England within a post-devolution United Kingdom. Even those reforms which I just outlined very briefly would only place an additional check on what is a flawed system. What we really need is independence for Wales and no more fixes.
By video link to Andrew Bowie.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, coming to you from glorious isolation. Before I begin, I'd like to make a point. Tonight, again, we have heard time and time again the Scottish National Party's representatives conflate their party and their MPs with the nation of Scotland. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's quite clear the SNP are not Scotland. As my right honourable friend, Leader of the House, said earlier on, if the West Lothian question has an answer, evil is not it. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my opinion, English votes for English laws is the most ill-conceived, wrong-headed and damaging measure ever passed by any government in modern times, possibly coming a close second to the Fixed Term Parliaments Act. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to outline why. Devolution is often described as something that is new, something that we are grappling with, that has created a unprecedented imbalance in how the UK is governed, and that has to be addressed. We've heard it repeated often, actually, this week. But Madam Deputy Speaker, this is nonsense. Devolution has existed in the modern United Kingdom for more years than it has not. Northern Ireland had a devolved parliament from 1922 to 1972, and in that time, no steps were taken to deprive Northern Irish MPs of their right to vote in areas that were seen to be devolved, even when those MPs deprived Labour of working majority. And why? In the words of the then Conservative Shadow Home Secretary, Peter Thornycroft, every member of the House of Commons is equal to every other member of this House of Commons. Peter Thornycroft, and indeed my right honourable friend, Leader of the House, are right. But I've heard the arguments, heartfelt, from my right honourable friend, the member for Wokingham, that the actions today are appeasing the separatists. And of course, I understand exactly where he comes from. He's a proud and passionate English MP. But I do fundamentally disagree with him. For in this Parliament, our sovereign Parliament of the United Kingdom, in which we are all privileged to serve, we representatives, drawn from across the whole of our United Kingdom, are equal and should be entitled to vote on every piece of legislation and at every stage of the passage of that legislation placed in front of us. As a Scot and a unionist, I found it quite frankly offensive to be informed I could not vote at certain stages of bills on education or health, for example. For as a unionist, I care just as much about the welfare, health and education of people in Aldershot as I do about the people in Aberdeen. Now, I've heard the arguments also that evil does not, in fact, prevent any MP from voting on a bill before this House, that only gives English members the ability to veto certain legislation. But we have already heard this evening that that is not true, and in fact that causes even greater issues. Madam Deputy Speaker, as my right honourable friend on the front bench has said, there is no such thing as English-only laws. Thanks to Barnett consequentials, almost every single measure debated and voted on has financial implications for areas that appear on the surface to be wholly devolved. Therefore, evil is bad law. It doesn't work, and it causes more problems than it solves. Let's have more devolution in England. It exists already through our regions and outer localities. But let us not divide even further down national lines. We are a proudly unionist party, and in repealing evil tonight, we are demonstrating that to the whole United Kingdom.
Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardineshire. I speak in support of this motion. I acknowledge the good reasons for the creation of evil, or the good intentions for its creation, and I do recognise too the anxieties of some of my English colleagues. However, evil was born out of an imperfect, devolved settlement, or as my right honourable friend, the member for Wokingham, called it, a lopsided settlement. Of course, no settlement is ever perfect, but it was conceived at least in part in an attempt to balance inequities that arose for English voters as a result of the devolved settlement. But as a corrective, evil did not address the root cause and could never therefore have been an enduring or satisfactory solution. Madam Deputy Speaker, Parliament stands as the expression of the sovereignty of the British people. Therefore, it is not the appropriate vehicle for a particular form of devolution. Evil diminishes the standing of non-English MPs and, by extension, non-English ministers. It also clouds the perception of our British Parliament, hinting, if you like, at an English Parliament with non-English MPs strapped on. But this is something that we are not. Madam Deputy Speaker, voters must know where the buck stops and who to approach for redress. Politicians must agree with one another about who is in charge, something we hear debated regularly here. A system without such clarity risks being pulled apart. Now, I support the principles of subsidiarity, but standing here today, I am clear that an effective and strengthened relationship between this Parliament and devolved and local administrations, one which would address the worries of underrepresentation in Glasgow, Grimsby or Glanwithen, it must be built on clarity and the clear premise that sovereignty lies with and flows from this Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, for this country to thrive in perpetuity, we must never surrender the belief that there is a British people and that their voice is expressed here in this Parliament. We must never allow the principle of one Britain, one vote to be replaced by a precarious balancing act between competing nations. And this is reason enough for me to support the motion today. English votes for English laws may have been for some and for a time a necessary evil, but today I hope its day is done. Hear, hear.
Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's good to be one of only two representatives, I think, of Middle England objecting to the proposals to abolish these standing orders tonight. As someone whose private member's bill in 2011 brought in legislation territorial extent that led to put pressure on the government, the coalition government, to set up the commission that put forward these proposals. I well remember the Lord President in those days, merely the member for North East Somerset, making his speech and pointing. He's noted, Madam Deputy Speaker, not only for being a great historian, but now for being a seer and someone who can foretell the future, because he said that one day a government would be able to come in and simply abolish these standing orders, and I very much regret that it is he who is doing it, because I think that we can all see the mood of the House this evening. We can all see that it's going to carry, but I do think we need to recognise the fact that in 2010 and in 2015 this was a pledge in the manifesto of the Conservative Party. It was a pledge that was there for a reason. It was a pledge because our constituents at the time were raising this as something they were very concerned about on the doorstep. A solution was put in place through the standing orders. It, as the Lord President said, hasn't actually necessarily been needed in the interim, but it's not impossible to envision a scenario in which it really would cause constitutional problems in this country. I regret very much that these standing orders are being abolished without any proposal in terms of any kind of replacement to deal with this, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Lord President of the Council.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to the honourable and right honourable members who've contributed to this debate, to my honourable friends, the members for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk, who called for evil to be put out of its misery, my honourable friend, the member for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, who reminded us that Northern Irish MPs for about 50 years had a vote in this House when they had a devolved settlement without any complaint, and my honourable friend, the member for Aberconwy, who said that we needed clarity in our arrangements and should emphasise the sovereignty of Parliament, points with which I wholeheartedly concur. I'm also very grateful to my right honourable friend, the member for Wokingham, and my honourable friend, the member for West Worcestershire. There are a few people I listen to more closely than my right honourable friend, the member for Wokingham, and when he makes a point and raises concerns about the Constitution, I think a wise government listens, and I think some of the points he makes are extremely fair, that devolution was lopsided and the Constitution has become unsettled, and it has had too many variations to it in recent decades that have not improved or enhanced the unity of the nation. I do not agree with him that it is an attempt to appease the Scottish nationalists by removing evil. I think that it is, in fact, showing that we have confidence in our union parliament, and perhaps I am most confident in returning status quo's ante, that is to say, both with the abolishing of the Fixed Term Parliament Act and with removing this, that we are trying to restore the beauty and the uniformity of our constitution so that it will work properly. My honourable friend, the member for West Worcestershire, quite rightly reminded us of the debate in 2011. I also had an exchange with the honourable gentleman, the member for Perth and North Perthshire, when these proposals were put forward in 2015, when I said that I was very strongly against any idea of a divided parity of MPs and only supported it because we could repeal it, which, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are doing.
Thank you. The question is motion 8 as on the order paper. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. So we now come to the motion on the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority. Leader of the House.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty, praying that Her Majesty will appoint Richard Lloyd, OBE, to the office of Chairman of the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority with effect from the 1st of September 2021 for the period ending on the 31st of August 2026. The Speaker's Committee has produced a report, its first report of 2021, in relation to this motion. The Chairman of IPSA is appointed under the Parliamentary Standards Act 2009, and the candidates that must be selected on merit on the basis of fair and open competition. The name of any candidate must be approved by the Speaker's Committee for IPSA. In this regard, a recruitment process for a new chairman was initially launched in the spring of 2020. This was paused and then subsequently started afresh. As is normal for these appointments, Mr. Speaker appointed a panel who conducted the long-listing, shortlisting and interviewing of candidates. The panel was chaired by Philippa Helm, CB. The other members of the panel were Michelle Barnes, an independent panel member, Cindy Butts, a lay member of the Speaker's Committee for IPSA, and Sir David Crosby, former Member of Parliament for Bolton North East. The panel was asked to report to Mr. Speaker with a list of candidates it considered suitable for appointment to the role. After carefully considering the panel's report, Mr. Speaker recommended Richard Lloyd to the Speaker's Committee as his preferred candidate for the post. At its meeting on the 15th of June, the Speaker's Committee agreed to Mr. Speaker's selection of Mr. Lloyd. Richard Lloyd is currently a member of the IPSA board and has been interim chairman since 2019. And I must say he has been very approachable and friendly to deal with in that role. He is also Senior Independent Director at the Financial Conduct Authority, a Council Member of the Advertising Standards Authority, and Vice Chairman and Founding Trustee of the Money and Mental Health Policy Institute. If the appointment were made, Richard Lloyd will serve as the Chairman of IPSA for 5 years. I hope that the House will support this appointment, and I wish Mr. Lloyd well in his important role. I commend this humble address to the House.
The question is, as on the order paper, Tangham Debonair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do not intend to detain the House long. The Leader has laid out the process that was followed, and I have pleasure in confirming both that I have met the new Chair and also that the care and attention which the Leader describes was paid towards the recruitment process. The panel reported fully to the Speaker's Committee and we were able to scrutinise the decision properly. I'd like to welcome Richard Lloyd to his post, put on record my thanks to him for being available already to me and his willingness that he signalled that he is able to hear and consider concerns that I may raise on behalf of colleagues across this House. I'm pleased also that he seems to understand the concern raised by many members and staff about the time that sometimes is taken on dealing with IPSA matters, which of course takes away from the time they are able to serve our constituents who expect us rightly to account for our costs but also to be able to focus on them. I look forward to working with him closely and I'm happy to support the humble address.
Pete Wishart.
And thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We, of course, have no objection at all to this post be given to Richard Lloyd, who has served with distinction as interim chair of IPSA for the past few months. And he, of course, has got an abundant and very recognised career in the private sector, and I'm sure he'll bring some of these skills to bear. And as the Leader of the House outlined quite correctly, the recruitment process was gone through the proper way. He has been approachable when it comes to issues to do with IPSA, and I hope that continues. There is a saying in this House, let's not do an IPSA when we're thinking about creating new institutions, and I think the reputation of IPSA is something that still has to be worked on, and I'm hoping that the new chair will be able to take that forward. But as regards the process and the appointment, we have absolutely no objections, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Lord President.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as may as that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 10 on electricity and motion number 11 on international immunities and privileges. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And motion number 12, relating to delegated legislation, Electoral Commission. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And now we come to motions on changes to Select Committee membership. Motion number... I propose to take all of these motions together. Motion number 13 relating to the Education Committee. Motion number 14 committee. Do we have Mr. Bill Wigan? No, we don't. Minister to move. The member of the Committee of Selection has duly moved the motions. The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is, this House do now adjourn. Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and for granting this significant debate. It may seem like a parochial sporting hero to talk about Randolph Turpin, but I hope to demonstrate tonight just how much he helped transform British sport. 70 years ago this week, Randolph Turpin would take the world of boxing by storm, as over 18,000 spectators packed into Earl's Court, London, to witness the great, the legendary Sugar Ray Robinson end his European tour. The scene was set for Turpin to show the world what he was made of. After a pummeling 15 rounds, Turpin triumphed. He was the world middleweight champion, the first British fighter to hold it since Bob Fitzsimmons some 60 years earlier in 1891, and the first ever black British boxer to do so. More colloquially known as the Leamington Licker, a title that I know many in the constituency are proud to recall, the local Leamington lad shot to international fame overnight. But Turpin's 1951 victory was not just a flash-in-the-pan event. His entire career was based on breaking records. He was the first and only man ever to win both the junior and senior British amateur boxing titles in 1 year. And his record stretched a stunning 66 wins out of 75 fights. For some of that time, he would box while serving in the Royal Navy at the end of the Second World War. Our knowledge of his achievements and their recognition owes much to the work of the Randolph Turpin Trust. And I want to pay special thanks to Adrian Bush, Chair of the Trust, whose dedicated work helped lead to the erection of the statue of Randy, standing proudly in Warwick Town Centre. It took 5 long years to raise the money for that statue, and I want to commend the Trust for their perseverance. And it was they who organised for proper recognition by those that understood his true achievement. That the statue was unveiled by some of boxing's greats, including our Henry, the late great Sir Henry Cooper, attended by Ernie Shavers, Richie Woodall, Alan Minter, Neil Simpson and Danny McAllendon. It tells us everything we need to know about Randy Turpin, a sporting legend among sporting legends. It is the only statue that stands in the centre of Warwick, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is for this reason that I believe this chamber is a fitting place to recognise and remind and continue to remember Randy's legacy on the 70th anniversary of that momentous fight. Because I don't believe this country has fully appreciated what he achieved, nor his brother. Behind every great sportsman, of course, is a dedicated, loving and supportive family, and Randy's was no exception. Born in Leamington Spa in 1928, Randy was the youngest of 5 siblings, son of a Lionel Turpin, who came to these shores from what was then British Guyana to fight in the First World War. Like many, he believed he needed... I will give way.
Congratulations on bringing this to the House, and I'm always reminded whenever anybody ever mentions the Somme that the Somme was a very special place for us in Northern Ireland. To hear that Randy's father fought there at the Somme tells us a lot about the person that he was and about the person he was of his father as well. So I just want to say how pleased we are that you've brought this to the House, not just to recognise his sporting heroics, but also the bravery of his dad as well at the Somme.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. And indeed, he was courageous, fighting in the Battle of the Somme. But sadly, Lionel died shortly after, having sustained permanent damage to his lungs. Together with hundreds of others, he had been the victim of a gas attack. As is so often the case, his sacrifice is barely recognised, together with that so many other nationals serving the British Empire. So it was left to Randy's mother to raise him and his 4 siblings, taking on part-time domestic work to provide for them. She, Beatrice, was the daughter of a former bare-knuckle fighter and was by all accounts a feisty woman who would tell her children to stand up for themselves when they were subjected to racial abuse. Sporting success in the Turpin family did not stop at Randy. Indeed, it was his elder brother, Dick Turpin, the first black British and Commonwealth middleweight champion in 1948, who paved the way for black Britons across the country to compete on the same stage as white Britons for the first time. If we accept that Randy and Dick broke the colour bar in the boxing arena, as it was described at that time, the current success of British boxing owes a lot to their work. When I talk of the successes of British boxing, I only need to mention Anthony Joshua, Chris Eubank, Lennox Lewis and others. None of these great athletes would have had the chance to reach the heights they did were it not for Dick and Randy Turpin breaking through the glass ceiling of race.
My honourable friend give way.
I will indeed.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and thank you for bringing Randy's history into Parliament. But does he not agree with me that his history shows the need to have more funding for sporting activities for young people so that we can get more diverse and ethnic minority participation in sporting activities as well?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. I totally agree with her, and it is something I will come on to briefly. Despite the momentous accomplishments Randy achieved during his sporting career, his troubled personal life and at times flawed character would lead to violence against some of those closest to him and also to others. He himself was financially cheated by those he trusted. His debts mounted up and he was declared bankrupt. Ultimately, alcohol would get the better of him, and most sadly, he took his own life. He was 38. But it is for his sporting success that we and many in my constituency remember Randy today. His extraordinary reputation, recognised more in the United States than here, led many to visit Warwick and Leamington to pay homage to the great man. In fact, even Muhammad Ali came to Warwick in 1983 as part of a visit to the Midlands to pay his own homage and respects. Randy's legacy in my constituency of Warwick and Leamington is clear. Only last week I had the great pleasure to meet 3 talented young Asian boxers in Warwick, Serena Mali, Jaya Kalsi and Aman Kumar, to demonstrate the point that my right honourable friend was making. We stood by the statue and chatted briefly with their coaches and the reputation of local boxing clubs still inspired by Randy, Dick and Jack Turpin. 70 years after that great fight, the legacy of boxing in Leamington lives on. There are 6 other clubs in Leamington that are so powerful and so important in our sporting community. Today, another fine boxer, Lewis Williams, who won gold in the 2018 GB Elite 3 Nations Championships, may soon be the heir to the Turpin legacy. It's an exciting prospect that the future of heavyweight boxing may indeed reside in Leamington. The successes of Randy and his brother as both the first black world middleweight champion and British and Commonwealth middleweight champion respectively spelt the beginning for inclusion in sport. With them, the tide turned,
although let us be honest, not completely. It was over 25 years later, after Randy Turpin's victory over Sugar Ray Robinson, that Viv Anderson, the first black man to play for England, put on a white shirt and proudly sported 3 lions on his chest. It is unimaginable now to think that it should have taken that long for a black man to represent his country in our national game, but therein lies another piece of history. In truth, a black player would have represented his country as far back as 1924, but was denied the opportunity, not on talent, but by the colour of his skin. For it was only when the Football Association officials learned that Jack Leslie was black that he was deselected from the England squad. Despite Leslie being the 4th highest goal scorer for Plymouth Argyle Football Club, racial stigma spelt the end for his international career. As we know, sadly even today, that undercurrent of racism persists in sport. I hardly need to remind members of the abhorrent racist abuse endured by some members of the England team following the final on Sunday. Whilst the national team and its manager brought about great pride and unity across our country, that racism continues to haunt those who represent England on the field or in the ring, should be called out for what it is and condemned as totally unacceptable in 2021. Alongside the newfound recognition, we need to invest in our local communities for the next generation of English sportspersons. And in writing and researching this, I was reminded of some of the brilliant and talented sports people, and boxers in particular, of course. Cooper, Bruno, Khan, Ben, McGuigan, Minter, Ahmed, Hatton, Lewis, Kazagi, Eubank, Hunnigan, Buchanan, John Conte. All names I knew, even though I was not a major fan of the sport. And I remember Nicola Adams too and her great success. And now Joshua and Fury. When I was growing up, of course, I knew about R. Henry, but I was captivated by the great bouts between Ali and Frazier, and then Norton. One of the things I remember most was how Henry Cooper and others were described as the Great White Hope, an expression dating back to the early 1900s, when heavyweight boxing champion Jack Johnson, who was black and seemed invincible. The term would be used for any white opponent who might defeat him. But when he decisively beat James Jeffries, put up against him and nicknamed the Great White Hope, Johnson's triumph ignited confrontations and violence between blacks and whites throughout the United States, leaving around 24 people dead, almost all of them black, and hundreds injured. Thankfully today we do not think in those terms, or rather I hope we do not. I would like to think that we consider only a sportsperson's ability and who can better another opponent as opposed to their race or the colour of their skin. Everyone loved Henry Cooper. I did. He was knighted in recognition of his boxing and wider contribution to sport and British life, but he was never a world champion, let alone undisputed world champion. Randy Turpin was an undisputed world champion. To repeat, he beat Sugar Ray Robinson, one of the all-time greats, to claim that particular pinnacle of sport, and I hope that he will one day get the national recognition he deserves. For boxing, but arguably, more importantly, for what he and his brothers did in punching through the glass ceiling of being barred through your race, in breaking down the racial barriers that ultimately led to the Anthony Joshuas, the Nicola Adams, the Nazim Khans, the Viv Andersons, the John Barneses, the Raheem Sterlings, the Marcus Rashfords, the Jadon Sanchos, the Bukayo Sakas, and so many others, being among the best of British sport. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is for that reason I ask the Minister if she will meet with me to discuss how this country can rightly honour Randolph Turpin. Given recent events surrounding the England football team in the Euro 2020s, can I suggest that such recognition of our first black British world champion is long overdue? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister Caroline Dinenage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by congratulating the Honourable Member for Warwick and Leamington on securing this adjournment debate this evening to highlight the noteworthy anniversary of Randolph Turpin winning the world middleweight title those 70 years ago. I think anyone reflecting on the important moments in British boxing history, particularly in the 1940s and 1950s, will no doubt cite Randolph Turpin's stunning win over the great Sugar Ray Robinson for the world middleweight title those 70 years ago. He was widely known through his nickname, as the Honourable Gentleman said, the Leamington Licker. born in Leamington Spa, Warwickshire, in June 1928 after his father moved to England from Guyana during the First World War, as we've heard. His amateur boxing career began at Leamington Boys Club alongside his three brothers, where he showed so much promise and became the first black boxer to win a senior ABA championship. And after making his professional debut in 1946, Turpin went on to win the British middleweight belt in 1950 before that momentous title win on the 10th of July 1951. That was a truly outstanding achievement, given Robinson's fame and prestige and competitive record. He'd previously amassed 129 victories with just 2 draws and 1 loss, which is quite incredible. But as the honourable gentleman alludes to, I think Turpin's story isn't only significant because of his outstanding sporting achievement, and it was an outstanding, a world-class sporting achievement, but it also shines a light on some of the key issues that we are still battling with today, and in actual fact, this anniversary couldn't be more timely. How we promote diversity and inclusion in sport, how we tackle some of the abhorrent racism we've seen in recent days, the long-term impact of concussion and head injury on the sportsmen and women, how we support people who are struggling with mental ill health and depression, and indeed how we prevent domestic violence. All these are topics that come out of the story of Randolph Turpin, and a few things I'd like to touch upon this evening, because today British boxing is actually one of our most diverse sports. Most of our high-profile sporting stars are boxers from ethnically diverse backgrounds, and the Honourable Gentleman has named a few of our great heroes. But, you know, for the first part of the 20th century, the social inequalities that were present in society were reflected in that sport as well. It's hard to believe that from 1911, boxing rules stated that for a British title, both contestants need to have been born of white parents. And this was a rule that was in place right through until 1948. And during this time, non-white boxers were barred from competing for a British boxing title. It seems impossible to believe it today, and it means so many talented boxers were denied the right to compete for British titles purely due to the colour of their skin. And thankfully, progress was made with the lifting of that ban. But great strides have been taken in other aspects of diversity too, with the nurturing of female boxing talent. And I'm sure honourable members will recall, like I do, the great pride in the first woman to win an Olympic boxing medal being our own Nicola Adams back in London in 2012. And of course, boxing is a sport that is accessible to people from all economic backgrounds. We continue to invest in community boxing clubs through Sport England and funding through the National Lottery Community Fund. And of course, we support our elite boxers through UK Sport. But I think no sport can afford to rest on its laurels. We must take steps to ensure that discrimination and inequality are identified and addressed. And like many other sports, boxing continues to look at what more it can do to promote inclusion and diversity. England Boxing has been conducting a review of its operations from board level to grassroots to increase diversity at all levels. And so far, the work has resulted in additional training for coaches and support staff and anti-racism workshops, but I understand that there is more activity in train. And this comes against the backdrop of the Code for Sports Governance, which UK Sport and Sport England launched 4 years ago. And this code sets out the standards that all sporting organisations must meet in return for public funding. It's proved very successful in setting very clear expectations around good governance and diversity. But UK Sport and Sport England have just announced that the code will be updated later this year to ensure that sporting bodies in receipt of substantial public funding have a detailed and ambitious diversity and inclusion action plan for diversity right across their organisations, which I think is another positive step forward. Of course, there's another part of Randolph's life that we should reflect on, and that's the impact that concussion sustained in the ring may have had. Today we know a lot more about brain injury, but of course there is still much more to know and to understand and to do, and the important issue of concussion in sport is a priority for my colleague, the Minister for Sport, working with the sport's national governing bodies who are responsible for the regulation of their sport and also putting in place appropriate measures to protect participants. We continue to consult very widely with various stakeholders, including representatives from boxing, who the Minister for Sport actually met with very recently. And we're assessing what role government can usefully play around convening research, improving education around concussion, and supporting technological advances. And of course, however great Turpin's achievements were in the ring, it's also worth reflecting that throughout the 1940s and 50s, multiple women accused him of significant violence and domestic abuse, and the government is determined to tackle crimes which affect women and girls, but in fact domestic abuse impacts men as well, which is why earlier this year we also achieved a historic milestone when the Domestic Abuse Bill received royal assent and became law. It's the first time in history there will be a general purpose legal definition for domestic abuse, which incorporates a range of abuses beyond physical violence and includes emotional, coercive or controlling and economic abuse. And this will help the millions affected by these crimes by strengthening the response from all agencies, from the police and courts to local authorities and service providers. Another key concern for the government as we navigate our recovery from the coronavirus pandemic is grassroots sports participation, and it's truly vital to the preservation of our national sporting excellence to help feed the elite level with the grassroots base, and that's why the government strategy Sporting Future puts increased participation at the very heart of the long-term direction of sport in this country. Since 2017, Sport England has provided a range of grassroots funding to boxing, totalling more than £8.2 million, and this significant funding includes £3.2 million to grassroots boxing projects, £4.25 million to England boxing across the 2017 to 21 cycle, and plus an additional £999,000 to be precise in COVID rollover funding from 2020-21. Grassroots facilities in the Honourable Gentleman's constituency have also benefited from the Government £100 million National Leisure Recovery Fund for local authorities, with Warwick District Council awarded £277,851. This emergency funding package has supported public sector leisure centres to reopen to the public, giving the sport and physical activity sector the very best chance of recovering from this pandemic. So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm really grateful for the Honourable Gentleman bringing the attention of the House to the story of his prestigious and incredibly memorable constituent, and it's always refreshing, I think, to reflect on how constituency matters have got a wider impact on the world of sport and in actual fact the global impact of one of his constituents. And I would like to thank him for securing the debate at this time. He asked whether I would be prepared to meet with him. I'm not the Minister for Sport, but I will certainly pass his request on to my colleague who is, and I'm sure he would very happy to accept that request.
I understand and appreciate that. I just want to stress the point that he had many battles, Randolph Turpin, as I was saying, and you've also mentioned, sorry, the Minister's also mentioned, but he was the first world champion of the 20th century. He fought through the bar on colour. He beat one of the finest boxers ever. There is no recognition, national recognition for this person. It would do a great deal for social justice in this country for some recognition at long last. So I hope that invitation will be taken up by the Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, I absolutely agree. I mean, it's a story that I have to admit until this week I had no previous knowledge of, and it's a shame that somebody who is such a significant figure in the history of British boxing is unknown, is not a household name in the same way as Henry Cooper is. And I'm sure that my colleague, the Sports Minister, will be really happy to meet with him to discuss how that can be rectified.
Thank you. Question is that this House do now adjourn. As may as that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.